Okay. We are live.
Fortress Monastery, which you guys have been defending and just had a mission, is there in Brittle Branch Woods, and that is the front lines as far as West Marches is concerned, just about. And the Forest of Lights to the west of town is where Light the Dryad. That's where she lives. That's her domain there. And the forest that she teleported you to is over here on the left side of the map, the Starlight Sanctuary. It would take a bit of time to get to the Starlight Sanctuary if you were
Okay.
traveling by boat upstream.
Java's giving us a quick
So she
rundown
has
of
been
everything
teleporting you guys
in
to
the
the
town.
northern edge of the forest, right about there.
So fucking cool.
Yeah, that's where she's been teleporting you to and from.
Let's make it
The Empire forces have set up their military camp in this area. So if you
Oh,
see
so
those,
between the forces of frost.
yes. So when you guys were dealing with the lowlander refugees, they were on the west side of the river and they were trying to get away from all the Empire forces. Because in order to get away from the front lines, they needed to move through the forest to this area down here on the other side. That's why there was the whole negotiation going on there. And the Empire forces are just pretty much to the north of the Starlight Sanctuary, but mostly in the hills and woods east of it over here, because that's where their front lines are being put up.
Alright, friends, I'm gonna hop out. Good luck, have fun tonight.
You're not
Bye,
staying,
Guap.
Guap? Where are
Later.
you going?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I'll talk to you this weekend.
Wait a minute. Where's Guap going? Wait.
Meetings.
Oh,
He's a businessman with a business plan.
our
Sorry.
magician is gone.
Our damage.
No. Okay.
Fee, you're gonna have to just pick up the slack. Sorry.
Fee just wants to be a frog, which is a lot of pressure. All right.
That's not true. Sometimes she wants to be a snake.
Sneak,
Now,
sneak.
Fee, if you wanted to permanently become a giant toad, that's something that the casino might be able to offer.
I don't know if she wants to permanently become it. She likes swapping things around.
I remember the last mission where she was a toad the whole time.
That's true.
Too.
It didn't go great.
Nobody talks about that though.
I'm not talking about it. I'm just saying I remember it.
Okay. Gotcha.
What do you remember? What is there to remember?
Exactly.
There's nothing happened.
All right, is this our crew for tonight, or are we waiting on Shadow? Do we have an update on anybody?
Did we want to get one more in?
No, I'm just asking before I move you guys around.
I think we've got 6. Yes.
Jeez.
That is a quorum for tonight. We can get
All
started.
right.
Do it, friends.
All right. So, what mission do we want to take? You guys decided that you're going to do the follow up on the Friends of the Forest.
Yes, we heard we left people behind, and we need to go rescue our friends.
Other friends we left behind. Great.
Well,
In our
Poor Whitetail.
defense, we had
We're
no
terrible.
idea that we were gonna leave them behind, alright? We totally thought they'd go.
we're like, yeah, just go. You'll be fine. We'll just fight all these people. And then they weren't fine.
Then it wasn't okay.
Definitely not so okay.
Definitely not okay at all. Actually.
All right. Well, for a little bit of recap, since it's been a minute since everybody has embarked on that particular venture, the Friends of the Forest. Yeah, you guys had kind of agreed to help some of the refugees escape the Empire, getting drafted by the Empire. You had escorted a large group of them away from the Empire, but then there was an attack, and one of the Empire's dragon captains was out and about, noticed what was going on, and flew down nominally to help. He didn't actually attack any of you, but it seems he, after you guys fled from that particular battlefront, only some of the people you were escorting managed to make it away from the Empire, and it seems in conversations that the guild and the Starlight Sanctuary and Light have been having, it seems more of the people that you were trying to help escape got captured and recruited by the Empire, or drafted or conscripted, however you want to call it. Because that dragon was there. So it wouldn't be an open posting on the board, but Fee and a few others, you would have been contacted indirectly by certain members of the Starlight Sanctuary Woods, or by Light directly, depending on how good you are with her. The druids of the Starlight Sanctuary have requested an expendable team. Well, expendable is not the right word. A deniable team. They need a group of people that they can't trace back to the Starlight Sanctuary, and the guild would prefer if you guys made it so that they couldn't trace you back to the guild, although that is, knowing you guys, that the guild isn't holding their breath about that, but they would prefer if you managed to get in, get the lowland tribes people, as many as you can, out from the military camp and get out without anybody being able to trace it. So don't leave any friendly bodies behind, don't leave any gear behind, don't get caught.
That cracks her hands.
You know, one way we can't get caught is if we kill everyone. No
You're
survivors.
absolutely right.
That
So-
is a option.
Garathan is actually going to be having a little bit more information about this, and for many of you, you haven't seen Garathan in a hot minute. He hasn't really been around the tavern as much as some of the other people. And Garathan can, I don't know how much he would tell about what has been happening to him recently, but he's got fresh scars visible on him. And he also comes bearing information, since he was recently on that front of things happening. Garathan, you would, aside from things that you can handle in roleplay if you want to, you would be able to tell everybody that the Empire's eastern front, the area you guys are going to try and rescue people from, there are thousands to maybe tens of thousands of kobolds on that front fighting. It appears there's just the one main dragon, but he does have dozens and dozens of half dragons and hundreds of dragonborns, similar to yourself. And yes, thousands to 10,000 kobolds fighting for them. So if you guys are going to try and sneak into their camp and get people out, killing everyone could be hard. But not impossible.
We'll go the sneaky route.
Well, it depends on whether or not everyone's at the camp when you make your move, but that is up to you guys. So back channels are going to contact you and request this. And I think everyone here has had some hand in what's gone on at that location. So how
No
do you guys
Skarnak.
want to proceed?
But he's kind of stupid. He just follow Kek around.
That's true. Scarlet, I think, was not part of it. But how do you guys want to proceed?
Is Keck like with renowned? Would she be known to the Empire? Like, because of a piracy?
Maybe, probably not.
Her pirating days were not in this region, so that was the biggest thing.
I don't think so. There might be specific members of the Empire in specific areas that you haven't been to who might know of you. But this side of the ocean, it's pretty unlikely.
Excellent. All right, that means Keck can go, guys. Don't worry about it. Keck's expendable, right?
Oh, yes.
Deniable.
Yes, deniable.
We're all about to get exiled. Don't worry about it.
Well, hey, if you succeed on the mission but give away too much information, then you can just live in the Starlight Sanctuary Woods from now on.
I'm just gonna go live with Bardicus.
Or in the casino.
That's where Gear is living.
I don't know. If you get... So, here's the thing. If you get heat from this mission, the casino is affiliated with the Empire. You might not be able to go back to the casino.
Oh no!
You don't know what the relationship is.
Timmy's suddenly like, I'm not going.
Yeah, we found his motivator.
Forget my friends. I'm not giving up gambling for nothing.
So the name of the game is Don't Get Caught.
And that don't
I'm
get
not the one
identified
to.
if you do get
I can
caught.
be a hell of a lookout, but I'm not the one that's going to do the snatch and grab because I'm a big beefy boy with heavy armor, and my stealth score is low.
If
Yes.
only we had some sneaky rogue.
Oh my God,
Good
Keck looks around.
We all look at Keck.
Everybody looks at Keck.
She fiddles with the 6 invisibility potions she has in her belt, and she fiddles with the scrolls of darkness that she has, and continues just to look around. And sneaky rogue. I wonder where we can find one of them.
Oh, Skyrack. I gotta get ready to talk like he does.
Give me a second. I want to go through and make sure my abilities are set up the way I want them for today, because
That was a really good
we did a
Skyrack
maze last
rendition.
time.
What was?
Nimsy's little. I have to set my stuff.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Talker.
Perfect.
Java.
Yes.
When Garrethan was doing some scouting during his mission away, did he notice any sort of patterns on how they like to guard their camps or anything like that?
Yes, most definitely you did. So, they tend to have 2 main features of every camp. They like to set up on the tops of hills, mountainsides, hills, that sort of thing. They always have one very large way in, and the kobolds always make sure there's at least 2 or 3 ways out. Not always big enough for all the other creatures, but at least big enough for them. So, there is a back door in just about every camp they make.
Are there times of the day where it's the lightest as far as armed forces there, or like they're the least aware?
So kobolds are inverted as far as day-night cycle goes. They prefer to be more active at night because they come from underground. So the bulk of their forces, having no real penalties for fighting at night, seem to prefer fighting in the dark at night. With the exception of the half-dragons, the dragons, and the dragonborn. Those are smaller numbers and more elite groups. They can strike whenever. They take shifts. They're just as good in the day as they are at night, so they do a lot of fighting with the kobolds also, but you would have noticed that the kobolds tend to fight in, like, they move large numbers of them in and out at night. But the other dragon type creatures, they come and go whenever. It's extremely difficult to time when the dragons are going to be there or not. You pretty much just have to pay attention because the dragons come and go all the time, flying in, flying out, and it's not usually just the one dragon that you know is at the main camp. There are frequently other smaller dragons coming and going.
Do we have any idea of the number of captives?
You know, it's somewhere more than a dozen, but you don't know. You don't have an exact number. The
So my
druids.
Yes,
sorry,
go ahead.
The
I
druids
was gonna
from the Starlight Sanctuary, yes, would have told you that approximately a dozen people were taken from them.
Okay.
But you don't know how many were captured. As you guys were leading people away, you don't know how many people got left behind and captured.
How many people can Snaky Fee carry?
Snaky Pea can't carry anything. Snaky Pea is like the size of your forearm, like from your elbow
So-
to the tips of your fingers.
So like 4 people. Got it.
4 people. Hot damn.
Just
So,
a very big
we
Snaky
still
Pea,
have like I
apparently.
know a lot of us still have the seedling too, and I think that would be very useful to use. I mean, like I still got mine. I know a lot of people still have theirs.
Mm.
So I think there's an exit strategy there. But the thing is, like, how do we get in there undetected? Like,
Well, who,
go ahead, Colleen.
like who has scouting abilities? Like right now, I'm going through my spell list, and there's a few things I can definitely either use to scout or even benefit people who can't scout.
Everybody looks at Keck again.
Keck's just whistling, looking up at the ceiling.
She's like, well, what have I been garnering this reputation for?
Exactly right. Yeah, I think Keck will be like, of course I will do everything that you're talking about. It'd be good to have somebody else that could help as well. So who has stuff to help?
I can use Arcane Eye. As long as I concentrate, I can continuously move. It's invisible.
Skarnak's pretty good at helping.
You just
Fee
need to walk
can
on the
ask the
ceiling.
animals and friends if anybody does it. And Fee can also
there's
go
a
like
ceiling to
little
walk on.
spider Fee and check out the.
We have
Look at
multiple
that.
options.
See, we just needed to think about it. Good job, everybody. Keck will clap her hands for everyone. Slow golf clap.
Oh, that reminds me. So we're back in the tavern, right? We're starting. Hang on, I gotta fix Fee's. Fee's been through some stuff.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah, he's been
Did
through
that
some
happen
stuff.
today, Java, or did that happen? Can we say that happened yesterday?
We can say that happened yesterday.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Fee walks in with
What's
like
going on with Fee?
lightning singed clothes.
I mean, your clothes are probably still burned. Marked.
Yeah.
He's standing out in a lightning storm?
It's a long story. Fee tried to make friends. Oh, that's right. I leveled last time. Can I do that real fast? I have 4 XP. Hang on. Let me
Alright,
run
while
through
Fee is
this.
resting and leveling up.
Woohoo.
Nice.
So Java, the forces on the hills,
We can have
are
another
they like? They could pretty much see the whole camp from above, right? Like, I think we need to do something about those guys.
That is the idea, yeah. That they post lookouts sometimes on little constructed towers, with a wide-ranging view of the surrounding area. Something else you would have noticed: they are not afraid of using the large creatures that are part of their army, and the dragon itself is not afraid of going out and just burning down any forest or underbrush that's around their camp to give themselves a clear line of sight. So cover might be sparse.
I'm sorry, guys. We're lagging a little bit.
Wait, there's cover?
There's
And
no
if you
cover,
consider-
Yeti.
Not,
No
not
cover.
Full cover. Not full
No
cover,
full
sir.
cover.
Just a
No
little
cover.
bit.
Just a light hill, right?
Light hill, a light slope that doesn't stop anything from hitting you. Okay?
There's so many more spells.
All right.
So the lookout towers, they come in like couple. Are they in groups? Like, are they single on the hills?
There are usually a couple of them near each other. It kind of depends on their scenario, but yes, there are usually a couple of towers, and usually one tower can see at least one other.
Okay. Yeah, and they'll have some way to communicate with each other. I'm guessing, like a horn or some sort of
Yeah.
feature like that.
You've seen horns, signal flags, that kind of stuff. Magical communication doesn't seem to be something they usually have access to, just because it's usually kobolds that are manning these towers. One thing you did notice, kobolds tend to be wearing, during the day, they tend to be wearing wraps around their face. Being familiar with these creatures, I imagine they don't like sunlight. It's too bright for them. So counterintuitively, the daytime is when most of the camp is going to be at a disadvantage.
Interesting.
Fee literally just got the best solution for all of our problems with that level up. Hang on. Let me find it.
Uh-oh.
Skarnak has an
Burnt
idea.
Fee says, I got an idea.
I got ideas.
So Skarnak has an idea as we're walking, and he goes, "If I caught, I can say that, we're here from Lord Sable because I look like a frozen horse." Skarnak had an idea. I'm proud of him.
Fee's gonna walk in with a brown paper bag that probably gives off the smell of like nice fresh bread, and she's gonna walk over to Jabba the Bard and try to like sneakily hand him the bag.
He's gonna look around a little confused as to why you're trying to stealthily hand him something, take it from you, look inside, and then just chuckle to himself too. Thanks, Fee.
You're welcome. The Fee's gonna whistle probably very badly and walk away like nothing happened. Ah, goodness.
Nice.
Let's see. Okay, so we could, now that I have level 6 abilities, that could either be our escape route for everybody, because I don't think there's a limit to how many people, or
You and
our
up to
way
10
in.
willing creatures.
10. Do we know how many are there?
At least a dozen. That's our rough count.
Yes.
Could be more, could be less.
And
That's a good escape plan.
Only 10 though.
it takes a minute to cast it, though.
Yeah, it would be either a before or like we sneak into a small room while we're there, try to get out, or if we find the people there, get them out that way. And this is assuming they all want to come with us too. We haven't thought about the off chance that some of them might not want to.
I mean, are we gonna kidnap them if they're not willing?
I was thinking more about the them
Check's not
alerting us that we're there.
Check.
Alerting them.
Keck's not above forcefully taking people, by the way.
That'll definitely blow the cover.
If you're forcefully taking them?
Keck wants money. She doesn't care.
You're being rescued. Do not resist.
Resistance is futile.
We are here
We're
to
such
help.
a nice guild.
Please don't struggle. All right. So how do you guys want to approach this?
Does anyone have any way to like
Fees-
make illusions, or like make us like turn into something, like look differently?
I mean-
Windwalk will make you look like a cloud.
Yeah.
Mm.
You'd
Don't
be
worry,
Cloud.
the sky's definitely
This is
not
true.
the domain of the dragons.
I thought it was a pretty good idea, okay?
I think it's a great idea.
I mean, with a flying speed of 300 feet, you could probably avoid a dragon. As long as
Sure.
you don't do anything too suspicious.
Just float along in a storm.
I know Keck's plan, and she would tell you guys this, is we can skirt to the front line of it, where we know that they patrol, and then Keck can, sink an invisibility potion and kind of see what's around for a little bit, and then she can stealth around pretty easily. So that'd be her plan, to see what we can do. If she can get in somewhere and she can figure out how to move around, then I think she'd be good.
I can also use Arcane Eye. That's an invisible sentry that can move.
And
So
we can actually find everything first too. I think it's a great
exactly,
idea.
we don't have to put a body in when we can use spells first.
Yep.
And then my character could technically draw out where we need to go, so it's not more of a hearsay. I can just draw what I see.
Sick. All right, let's do that. So Garethan would know where we would need to stop in order for us to not be like seen that way, right?
Yes, Garethan can give you a pretty good idea of where their front lines are.
Fee
Okay.
wants to know if before we leave, should we go talk to Fee's adoptive werewolf family and ask how many people they had, so we know how many people to
Oh, that's a good
collect.
point. What about the werewolf friends? Well, Fee's werewolf friends. Correction. Excuse me.
Yeah, you want to stop by and ask them about it?
That'd probably be a good idea. I don't know if everybody else thinks it's a good idea.
I think it's a great idea, Fee. Because we need all the information we can get right now.
I don't know if he would suggest it though. Someone else would probably have to. He would just be la-di-da-di-da-di-da.
What have they been doing around West Marches since they've been here? Java?
That's a good question. So, they actually have been going back and forth between the Forest of Lights and West Marches, and they've been doing hunter-gatherer duties. Basically, they've been hunting things on the grasslands south of the Forest of Lights, where the cold hasn't hit there yet. So it's actually midsummer. So there's a lot of good things to eat and good things to find out there. So they've basically just been collecting things like that and then bringing it back to West Marches to sell, essentially. But yes, you want to ask them. What did you want to ask them specifically?
How many friends they had in their group is probably how if he would ask them about their friends, how many they had there, how many people they think we didn't bring with us.
What are their names?
Thanks for that question. This one's Mimi. So Mimi will talk to Fee and say basically, oh well, there was I suppose in the tribe the last year we don't really count everyone every year, but I think she seems to be mentally counting. There were about 150, I think, of us in the tribe altogether. There's a lot of people who are nomadic, won't go up and down the steppes. So some groups will come, some groups will go, and I think out of all of us, most of the menfolk had gone off to the front lines to see if they could figure out a way to get past all of those roaming frost giants and other nasty business and recover some things that were left near the base of the mountains. That's where Jared sent them off to. So I think there were 60 of us left in the camp when, well, what happened and we all got out. And she's gonna narrow her eyes and look at you. Why do you ask? Fee.
It's entirely possible that my headset died while you were talking, so the last thing I heard was like they went up to the mountain.
Oh no. Yes, about half the tribe went up to the mountains to recover something. So there were about 60 people in the camp when the Empire came to call. And then Mimi narrows her eyes and looks at Fee and asks, "Why do you want to know?"
We have a plan.
Mimi will cock her head and look at Fee. Go on.
Who was the person that suggested the plan originally? Was it Keck or who said it?
Peck and Corin kind of came up with a plan to scout with an eye and then draw the map, and then we didn't really have a plan for infiltrate, but that was the initial that we just talked about with everything, unless something changed. That's possible.
Fee will gesture at Corin and Kekden and say, "Plan to do the scouting."
Jesus.
She will say it with dramatic emphasis.
I bet she will.
Mimi's going to cast her angry mother gaze over at Keck and the rest of you. Scouting what?
The Empire.
And she moves over closer to Fee and like grabs Fee's arm.
Fee will look down at her arm and then smile up at everybody.
Jesus. We're looking to save some refugees from the Empire.
Yes.
Fee's a vital plan to this.
Very much so.
Mimi's eyes go wide as she clings to Fee and says, "You're planning on going back into that death trap and what? Stealing everyone out from under the nose of a dragon? Are you crazy?"
Keck will put her finger on her nose. Yeah, Keck will put her finger on her nose and wink.
Well,
Sounds
mad
fun.
inside.
You don't become a hero by sitting around doing nothing.
Yes, and you don't become a hero by ending up dead.
No, that's called a martyr.
So Mimi will grab Fee and drag her over to the side a little bit and begin telling Fee, "You're not going on this adventure, are you?"
Yes, I'm gonna go help.
And she looks very, very worried and concerned at Fee. "If you go out there and they figure out who you are, you won't be coming back. You can't come back then. You'll have to find somewhere else to hide."
I'm pretty good at hiding, but I'm not worried. I have lots of ways to get out and stuff. I can turn into anything. I could be a bird, or a bear, or a spider, or
Or
a
a bahir.
sneaky. Fee can't turn into a bahir. It is a sad day. She found that out today. She was gonna try to woo the bahir by being a bahir.
Mm-hmm.
What could go wrong?
Go wrong. Right. Well, while you try and convince Mimi that it's a good idea that you go on this mission, and you'll totally be okay in the way Fee can. Was there anything else you wanted to ask them? As the other two of these werewolf lycanthropes are here also, they would have, when Fee asked to see them, they would have eventually gotten word to each other.
Okay. Excellent. So they're all there?
Yes, they will all be here.
Alright, so
They will at least all gather up to see Fee off.
well, Keck will offer for them to come along if they want to help protect Fee. She may need it.
They'll look at each other and then look at you and say, "Oh, that wasn't an option. We're coming."
Oh, good. Excellent.
Fee just looks back and forth between everybody and goes, "What?" Fee doesn't know. Fee didn't know. What?
Keck will tell the werewolves to pack for a certain type of strategy, and then says she's willing to share the full strategy on the way.
And one of them will look at Keck and say, "So, what was your plan for convincing them that you're friends?"
Keck is going to, she's gonna bat her eyes at them.
Fee has
that's what I
berries.
thought.
All right.
One of the werewolves will pat Fee on the head. "Yes, very good, dear." The werewolves are sharing concerned looks. "All right, well, if we're gonna do this, then let's do this."
Good. Glad we're on the same page.
Did you did and the one of them will look at Keck and whisper, "Did you remember that there was a giant with us?"
Hmm. Yes.
A what now?
a a giant. Yeah, the word was giant.
Do we have anything to turn them small, perhaps? Giants are going to be pretty noticeable.
Well,
Well, Fee
we could
might.
buy one of those potions too.
Fee.
Does anybody have a potion of reduction? Oh, yeah, a fee. We have a fee of
Fee.
reduction. Got it.
Fee.
Fee.
That would make him only 12 feet tall.
He's.
That's good. That's okay. We
That's-
can do 12
We
feet.
can work with 12.
We can work with 12 feet. He's not going to be very sneaky.
Fee can't do the cloudy and the reducey though.
I don't know if the cloud takes concentration.
Oh, true. Never mind.
Doesn't.
Fee can do the cloudy and the smally. Fee can also do the pass without a traceness too.
Yes, indeed.
Fee has the things. Fee is not concerned.
Well, we haven't committed to actually getting in there yet, so let's just try to scout and see what we can see.
See what we can see.
Scouty, scouty.
We can
Alrighty.
always reevaluate when we have new information. But yeah, let's keep the giant like maybe hunch a little or something.
All right. So putting together this crew. Garathan's coming. Skarnak is coming. Corin's coming. I haven't heard from Ange in a little bit, but I assume it's Lenari, not Ose.
Yes.
Okay. So that's our crew. Ah. All right. So you guys gather yourselves up. There are a couple ways you can go about getting there. If you want, Light can teleport you guys, but if you are going to a tree, she can only send you to the Starlight Sanctuary, which means you'll have to approach from the west. Let me move you back to the map.
I would suggest I'm gonna buy a potion of invisibility. I would suggest maybe other people do that.
Yeah, buy anything you want from
Get
the
into
shop
a
while you got it.
pinch, and we need to disappear.
Alrighty. So you guys have got a couple options. Looking at it, the camp that Garathan that you are aware of would be the actual marked camp on the map over there. So there are a couple ways you guys can approach the area in general. You can come from West Marches north through the forest and try and insinuate yourselves in there. That's going to be coming from the direction of the battle lines, kind of. You can go up the river. You can try and get teleported to the Starlight Sanctuary, but yeah, let me know how you guys want to approach this.
Let's see. Um, we should probably I mean, we can't run right into their front lines, right? So we need to go. We need to trek along the front lines of the Frost forces, like in Brittle Branch. Like maybe not that close, but that's probably our best route through the Fortress
Yeah.
Monastery,
I
and then
mean,
head northwest.
we'd much rather get caught by we don't want to get caught by anyone, but we don't have to be sneaky from the Frost Forces. We're already public enemy number one with Frost Forces. I don't know
Well,
how
I mean, we
badly are they
don't.
losing to the Empire. That's
Well, yeah, I guess we need to. What does Eshkol have to say about that? I guess we'll see. Does Java the Bard know?
Rephrase the question.
how's the
What's
war going?
Yeah.
How's the war going?
Yeah, like has there been any significant advantages on either side?
Yeah.
As far as information that Java the Bard would have on the war front, aside from the Frost Forces front with West Marches, the Frost Forces took a pretty heavy hit recently, thanks to you guys. The front with the Empire is difficult to tell because most of the fighting happens in the dark, and the West Marches doesn't have a ton of scouts out and about in that area right now. The Frost Forces aren't really making any moves around West Marches, which means they're probably either concentrating all of their effort on the Western front, or they are pulling back. But honestly, most of the people they've sent over to scout the Western front, cough cough, Garethan, haven't been doing so well.
Okay, so it's either that, or we can take the river all the way up too. Like that's not a problem. It's deep in our territory and allows us to. But there might be something stopping the river too if they're holding that area. Are they holding that far down south, Java?
So if you look on the map, there's a section where there's the bridge.
Yep.
That section, it's not a bridge; they're fords across the river.
Okay.
They control those. They have people posted there.
What about like right here though?
Garethan would know that there are scouts and patrols in these forested hills here.
What about on the river though?
Garethan, you would have scouted the river. There doesn't appear to be any major like outpost or anything on the river itself. You didn't see any towers or any camps along the river other than the one main camp, which is based on a hilltop just above the river.
Yeah, I guess my opinion then for our entry would be at the south of this forest right here. Start there.
I mean,
these are the lowlanders, right? And then that's the Empire. No, that's the Starlight Sanctuary. Empire's up here.
That red circle there, that is where the bulk of the Empire forces are.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, we can definitely fuck around and find out over here.
I think that's probably one of our best bets. There's gonna be like scouts and stuff on those hills though, so we gotta be like,
yep, 100%
for that.
We gotta disapparate, right?
Before we go anywhere, Fee has a question, or I have a question for Fee's stuff. For this, could Fee like touch a tree in town and start it, and then wherever she gets like do the one round for the second half of that?
So this is actually the spell that Light used for you guys.
Okay.
This spell, you actually only have to know the other tree. You cast it on one tree that's near you and open a portal connecting to another tree that you've seen before, and then you can transport through to that other plant.
Okay.
They have to be pretty big.
Okay. We already have the seeds then for that, so... Well, Flea doesn't, but other people do, so... Never mind. That's great. Okay, good to know, though. Thank you.
Yes. I will say that Fee has touched and seen enough trees around town that would satisfy this condition.
True. He has touched many trees.
She's going around touching every tree she talked to.
All of them.
Good question. I don't think Fee's learned how to talk to plants yet, but when she does, that'll be a great time.
They don't have to talk back.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So is your guys' plan to sneak up through here?
I think so.
All right.
What I'll have
Then
to
we
do.
will handle approaching overland. Right there. Alrighty. So, in that case, you're going to have a little over a day's journey from West Marches on foot, unless you want to use the river to get closer and then land and approach on foot after that. Do you want to approach the forest? You've got a good 5 miles, or you're going to be out in the open as you get closer to the forest. How do you guys want to handle that?
I'd say
Is
if
it-
we're going across the field, we'd probably do it at night.
Kobolds are going to be most active at night. Days actually are a better advantage for that.
Are we going by the cobalt or the frosty forces?
I mean, if we're going to be in that open area there, I'm sure there's probably scouts on the hill up there from the Empire that's probably going to be able to spot us.
Absolutely,
Like-
100%.
I think we should just try to ride the river in as far as we can, and then try to sneak in through there somehow. Because, like, if we're in the open, like Job already said, there's not much forces on the river. So, if we're in the open, go ahead, Luna.
I can put scouts to sleep. I have sleep.
Yeah, but we'd
So-
we'd have to sneak up on them, and if we come from a far distance, they'll see us. So, like, I guess I guess the best bet would, like, could we like maybe ride into the, like, how far up the river do you think we'd get, like there, and maybe come in towards the hills or something like that? I don't know. I just feel like going through that open plain is not going to work out well for us.
Mhm.
Fee's up for whatever you guys decide.
Do we have?
Have we been here before?
No,
Well-
not to the side.
Well, if we have light able to take us to where the store is at, I mean, wouldn't that just circumvent all that anyways? We just
She'd
have
be able to get us to Starlight Sanctuary,
But then you have to get to the other side of the river.
Yeah, and then like we'll be right on the bridge
which is
area.
where the front line is. Like the fords, the fords there is.
We're
you know,
trying to do the sneak, but
like we can't be traced, right? We can't be traced to the Starlight Sanctuary, and we can't be traced to West Marches. So like coming in from a spot that isn't from either is probably the best too. Like, you know, just even if we get scouted out coming up, like we need to figure that part out. And I think it's either the river, and then sneak into the forest from where it hits the river. I think that's our only shot,
I
to be
think
honest
so.
with you.
Do we have a boat or some sort of flotation device?
There are boats you can get, yeah.
Keck definitely has a boat.
Is
There's no way
anyone
she doesn't.
building one for the death race that we can borrow for a little bit?
That's quite the boat.
Oh, I mean, you know, we're not going to use all the necessary accessories, but
This
might.
particular mission,
maybe.
using that ship for this mission would be hilarious, but also so flashy, so flashy.
It'd be very flashy.
New plan: we roll up on the death boat and just start blasting the camp.
I mean, it
Like this
probably would
turtle.
work pretty well, but
Turtle out of nowhere.
We could send the death boat up by itself as a distraction. So sneaking is definitely one way, but the power of distraction is also very helpful for these things, especially for if their scouts are mostly kobolds who are not terribly known for their intelligence so much. Do we know what the scout situation looks like in these 5 miles?
that would be something that would change. There are patrols that go through that area, but
Right.
they're
Do we know the patrol schedules, how big the patrols are, if there are any
You
points where they're most likely to be, reconnaissance stuff.
you would need to do that reconnaissance yourselves. Garathan
Okay.
knows that they are patrols there. He's seen a few, but he doesn't have a schedule or if they're regular or how many are in each group. It's usually a couple squads, so anywhere from 8 to 20, but it varies. He didn't spend a huge amount of time.
And there's no one we could talk to who might have, who also
Better
may
and
have
more
done-
current.
Yeah.
Garathan is unfortunately someone with the most current information on that front.
Okay.
The guild would know. They have people posted in this forest. There are hunters and trappers who live there. They would know that the kobolds don't come to this section of forest here. They don't come this far southeast. They're not interested in what's going on with West Marches. They're pretty much cutting directly across the plains towards the base of operations. So it might not be heavily patrolled.
I like the idea of a distraction. Maybe sending something down the river, some sort of scarecrow, something to get some heat off of us or
We
something.
send
That's
a
good
bomb
idea.
down and blow up the bridge.
Jesus Christ.
He's like, what?
That's actually not a bad idea. That's actually not a bad idea.
Big distraction. Bridge go boom.
That is a big distraction.
While the bridge goes boom, we can go around like the outskirts of the forest and then come up north, where it would probably be the weakest part, right?
Sneaky Fee, or Fee can go down the river as an octopus while everybody goes through the land and does the less sneaky, and then when Sneaky or Octo Fee gets up there, she can like toss things at them.
Calamari for dinner.
What kind of boom do we have?
Fee can also cast like darkness, and I'm sure that would be very spooky.
Question.
Hmm?
So I have a bead of fireball. Is there a way for me to rig it to go off when it's, say, by the bridge?
Magical items are usually designed to be triggered with this very specific circumstance. So someone throws it. That's how Bead of Fireball is supposed to work. An artificer could change those parameters probably, but it would be very dangerous to do on the fly, as an artificer would tell you. If you don't have any levels in artificer, I'd say that's basically a no for someone who isn't skilled in tinkerer's tools or an artificer. You could try, but it's gonna be really dangerous.
Can Fee communicate? How far can Fee communicate with Chi?
Chi does not have any telepathic ability to communicate with you, so just up close.
Okay, is there a way that
If you use one of your uses of wild shape, you can connect with Chi, and then you'll have about 100 feet of telepathic communication.
I don't think that'll be enough.
No, that's from the
Do
river
you
to
know
the
the spell sending? Third level
My
spell.
shiny stone. I have a sending stone.
That could be very useful here. Especially if we all
Okay.
diverge.
Yeah.
You can give it to Fee for this mission, and if she goes blow that shit up, gets away, she can definitely, just send a message to us like it's been completed, go ahead and start. Or then we just have like Fee go up north here and then rendezvous with back up here.
I was
mean, if you
thinking
guys
more
wanna
along the
blow up
lines
the
of you
bridge-
guys telling me when to go boom. Like when you
If you-
guys are ready.
If you guys want to blow up the bridge,
Well, I have sending, so I can definitely do the spell also.
I like how everybody
Oh.
just agreed that
If
blowing up the bridge was the best
you
plan of
Also-
action.
want to blow up the bridge,
I
why
hate to
not
harsh your
just
buzz,
send me?
but remember, it's not a bridge. Those are fords. That's just a shallow spot in the river.
Oh.
There isn't actually a bridge there.
Oh,
Well, Fee could still make a boom somewhere.
Is there an encampment there?
Yes, a smaller one, but there is an encampment there.
We can blow up the encampment. That's fine.
You want their attention. Why not just send me to walk up the river and blow up the encampment?
Well, I was thinking of sending Fee because Fee has like the most escapes. I
he
think
can get
other
away,
than Keck.
like, just make the distraction and get out of it.
True.
Oh, it'll either be the druid or the monk.
Skarnak was basically saying, just give him a necklace of fireballs and tell him to go walk on the riverbed all the way up the river. Like literally entering the river here.
Oh, he could, couldn't he?
And you can just walk underwater.
That's
That's
actually a great idea.
But I believe Fee also has an underwater form.
Mm-hmm.
She does.
She's never gotten to use it either.
Oh, lots of good options. Also, we want to know who do we want to keep with the party? Or who do we think it'll take longest to meet back up with the party? To match Timmy's battle map.
He might get distracted.
How long
Oh,
do you
also,
think
will
it'll?
Sorry. Will your werewolf friend family let you?
It's a good
'Cause
question.
that might be a hindrance.
Oh, whose
were-
fault is it they're coming with us, huh?
The werewolves.
Yours.
are
Yours.
aware of the
It's
plan.
not.
Yours. Your fault. Your fault.
Yeah.
If the werewolves become aware of the particulars of the plan, they will look at Fee like she's crazy, but then talk about it for a second and say, well, if she's being sent as the distraction, then I guess she doesn't have to deal with any of the major problems. Yeah, but she's got to get out. Well, if she's in the water and she's a water thing, then she'll probably get away.
Do you
Okay, fine.
send the
As-
Yeti?
As long as Fee isn't doing any of the fighting or going anywhere near that camp, we're okay with that.
No worries.
Please.
Yeti also has more moves.
I think
So
Fee
it's-
might
so he's-
actually.
He's a monk. He's got more move speed.
Well, Fee in the water's swim speed versus
Oh,
my
that's fair.
40, like,
And Fee can probably also turn into a bird.
Yeah, and Fee got a new item. What did we get? We got some new swimmy item recently.
well, Skarnak's
You
ability
did a
is to
ring
run.
of swimming, didn't you?
Yeah, something like that, which is an additional 20 feet or something.
Skarnak's whole dealio is he just gets to, like, he also, if he goes to, like, he finds, like, a deep part, he can just kind of mellow for a bit. Because I don't know how long Wild Shape lasts for. What is it, 10 minutes?
Hours.
Well,
Yeah, I just chill.
True, but I'm wondering how long it takes to get from, this point of the river to the fording.
so my thought is that Fee would be better to sneak into the actual, the main encampment, because she has so many versatile forms.
I figured we'd be sending
Oh.
Keck into the village, but I can do that too.
I mean, it depends on what exactly the layout is, I guess.
This might all
And I
change
am-
before we even reach the river part. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
we're gonna run into something like here with our luck and end up fighting for 2 hours.
Remember, all this doesn't have to be done in one day or night. We can definitely scout for a couple days.
Yeah.
Like, let's not rush this. Like, if we need to use, like, multiple spells throughout multiple nights, That's going to have to be the plan.
That's a good idea. If he votes, we can go up towards the tree line here and then decide on our plan of action when we get a lay of the land. Does that sound good?
Yeah, we can chill in the outskirts and scout a little bit. I'm down.
Those are. Fia's been talking and making new friends and learning to like think about things. It's been an experience.
Oh
Very
man.
good, Fee.
All right. So the plan is you're gonna head out to this forest here, skirting the edge of it, and then cross over to here and do some scouting.
Java, did you erase Spartacus's hut?
I don't know. I
Hmm,
might have.
Does it reset every time?
No, it doesn't reset every time. I might have accidentally deleted it when I was cleaning up some drawings.
Jerk.
You got cleaned up.
Where is it? I can just add it to the map and then re-upload it.
No, it's okay. I'll draw him again. It's okay. I'll do it later.
So, if we're good with taking multiple days to scout, I do think since we have two different underwater type people, that they might be able to help scout. Because this is the problem right here. Like the open 5 miles. I do think either having Skarnak being Skarnak or Fee
No
being
ceiling
Fee.
for him.
Huh?
There's no ceiling for Skarnak.
We can always go in with Windwalk too, and then just use the trees to get out. But we're assuming that there's going to be a big enough tree near there for us to get everybody out.
Well, also, how many 6th level spell slots do you have?
I have one. We get one shot.
Well, that's what I mean. You can't wind walk in and then transport via plants out necessarily.
If we
We
wouldn't
don't even
walk
know what
in
we're
and then
walking into.
solidify.
Yeah,
Like-
but you have one 6th level spell slot, and they both are 6th level spells.
No.
also-
The seed. I was thinking we'd use the
For
seed.
calling for someone else to get you out.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
someone else to do it. I'm saying Fee can get us in, because if we float in there, like as clouds, no one's gonna
Yeah.
be cloud sussy.
Easy. As long as there's no one there who has true sight.
Java, why you gotta win all my fun? It's like you thought. It's like when he counterspells me at the worst time.
That's another point to like taking the time to scout.
Yeah, we need it because if we just go in blind, then we're in there, and there's like no return at that point. We're definitely gonna get spotted. We're definitely gonna shit's going down. So I like the idea of the scouting. I don't know how long or like what we necessarily need to do to get enough information to clearly be able to like comfortable to just cloud in. I do like the idea of just being able to cloud in though. I like the idea of a distraction too. The problem is like how are we gonna get somebody close enough to scout and or distract? Do we want to do like Skarnak or Fee using the water, or do we want to let kind of Keck just try to stealth her way around as best she can? I mean, it would take a while if we let her go by herself.
I can go sneaky Fee and go with her too.
Mm.
I also have Pass Without a Trace, so we can all go. If we go, how dark does it get? Do we know?
In that area at night,
Mm-hmm.
very, very dark. There's a lot of cloud cover there at the moment too. There's still a blizzard storm front that's being pushed out from the frozen forces, so a lot of that area is under heavy cloud cover. So
We
it gets
see
real dark at night.
very unsussy clouds, by the way, if there's lots of clouds around. But Fee could do pass without a trace, and then if Keck has darkness and Keck can lead the way in the darkness, we could do like a little hand-holdy chain through the darkness to get everybody
That's adorable.
out.
Cat looks at her hand. Hmm.
I mean, I'm down to just shotgun blast Cloud in there and just see what happens. Like, let's do it.
Terrible.
Fucking plan, you know. Less planning, more doing.
Java's like, I like this lack of plan.
I know. It's just we
Let's
we
just-
gotta
let's
come
go
up with
here
something
and
here.
scout. I think this was
Okay.
our best first
Edge of
option.
the woods.
So let's
Yeah,
try
we're at
that.
the edge
We're
of
going to the
we're
edge
at the edge of the
woods.
forest.
So do we run into anything on the way here, Java?
Moving up to there? No. West March is firmly in control of that area.
Okay,
Can
and
we
how
stay
far
there
is
for a
here
few
to
nights? Like just
Yeah.
kind of on the edge of the forest and see if we see anything within those 10 miles or so in the distance.
Yes, you
As
can
we're
if you
kinda
guys
just
want to
on-
stay the night there and scout out.
here? Okay.
Yeah, let me know who's
Before
going to be doing the scouting.
Fee.
What are we rolling?
It'll be perception and stealth.
Oh well, okay.
Hold on. If we're gonna do this for several days, then here we go. On Keck, if Keck is going out, then
Fee was gonna send out a little bird
the
friend.
dexterity.
We can do multiple things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
we
can do
can
multiple
scout.
things.
Like,
Okay.
There's no reason you can't have multiple people going out there and scouting.
it actually would be more beneficial.
Yeah, in this instance, you're not pressed for time.
Sweet.
And yeah, so there's no reason for me to restrict who can be making how many rolls.
Alright.
So Fee is summoning a little bird friend.
A little bird friend.
Okay. They can go out and scout for an hour, and they look like a natural creature, so that's perfectly fine. We're enhancing Keck and sending Keck out. Is that another person that's happening?
Yeah, I guess so. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. I'm just gonna scout and be stealthy.
Okay. In that case, Keck, why don't you make a stealth check with advantage, because you've got so many different things to help with this.
Well, so I was actually gonna say Corin. There's a thing that gives me advantage on the wisdom, right? Or the wisdom, right? Is that in there somewhere? Did I read that?
Yes, there is one in there for that.
Can you do that one instead? Because I have boots of Elvenkind, so I already have advantage on stealth, trying to be silent, so I don't need the enhance ability.
Yeah,
for
we can
that.
do that instead too.
Sweet. Oh, and then guidance as well. Fuck.
Well, guidance doesn't last long enough to be.
Oh yeah, it's only 1 minute. Okay, so we're being sneaky. Oh my god.
All right. Look at that low roll.
Yeah, no shit, dude. Fuck me.
It's only a 20 something. All right, so Keck is going to be making stealth with advantage and then perception with advantage. All right. That is one section of the area that you're going to be scouting, moving through. Fee, can you give me a it'll be from that creature's stat block, but it only needs to be perception. They actually don't have to be stealthy because they look like they fit.
Okay.
And it can be perception with advantage because, like I said, they look like they fit in. There's no reason for them to have to be super careful.
Okay. She's a base perception of 12, but the wisdom is perception, yes?
Yes. Okay, so we've got a 28 and a 22. Between the two of you, you managed to scout the area out quite well. There are a couple pieces of information you gather. First, this area is being patrolled by several groups of kobolds. It looks like they are based in the edge of the woods here. Actually, here, let me mark it for you on the map. It looks like they are based around there. And there's roughly 8 of them in patrols that come through here every couple of hours. So you see them do a circuit along the edge of the woods all the way to the water and then back up towards the frozen forces here. And it looks like they're just patrolling back and forth along that area. There's more than one group of them that do this, but there's only one group moving through that area at a time. So you notice them taking shifts.
Do we notice how long the shifts are? Like how long it takes for one group to go and then the next to come by?
Yeah, it's about just from how fast they're going and how much territory that looks like they have to cover, you guess somewhere between 4 to 6 hours. So actually, if you're going to move through there, looks like it won't be that hard to get past them. With the 22 and 28, you will notice that occasionally they stop at various places, and it sometimes one or more of the kobolds will change. So there are also hidden scout posts that you guys don't actually see in the forest. You just notice that occasionally one of the kobolds like has a different color hat, and then there stays 8 kobolds in the patrol, but that one disappears after they stop for a little bit, and a different one takes their place. So there's apparently swapping out sentries along the edge of the forest here too. So there are hidden scout posts. But unfortunately, you don't find any of these hidden scout posts. You just have a rough guess of where they are. It's approximately every mile.
Damn.
Were there any dragons spotted in the area while they were looking around?
Nope, not a one. No one flew overhead.
And what is the distance between this forest that we're in here to the edge there?
Is about 10 miles.
But how long would it take for us to cross that?
Depends on how fast you're going. If you're just like jogging or running that distance, I mean, it'll only take you like. Oh, there we go. You're doing like 8 to 10 minute miles. It's through the snow, so we'll say 10-minute miles.
Excuse me, I run a 6-minute mile Java to be exact.
Some of you can do that. Some of you can't.
I can do it in 5, so.
Yeah, Cat can probably do it in 5. It is through the snow, so it'd be kind of hard to do. But yes, that would be about an hour and a half if you guys are really moving. If you're stealthing, it's going to be closer to 3 or 4 hours.
3 or 4 hours would be between an interval, so we can definitely slip by with plenty of time.
To what we know of already.
Yeah. There's gonna be just random scouts out there.
So here's another thought. Did we during the scouting? Did anyone see any Frost forces like along this way?
Like any mobilization of the Frost forces?
That's a bit far away. That's like
Okay.
15 to 20 miles away. You guys wouldn't have been scouting out that far.
Okay. So
Unless you want to. You can go that far, but I assume you guys were scouting.
yeah, no, I gotcha.
Yeah, it'd take you more than a day to do that.
Another thought is to provoke if there are any Frost forces near here to provoke something again as a distraction that would draw up even the hidden scouts, because they're not going to be scouting if there's, if they have to go and defend.
I mean, I like the idea.
Yeah. I think that if they've got to fight the Frost forces.
Do we have a way to innervate the Frost forces into attacking?
If he can make it look like the Frost forces are attacking by causing like an ice storm or something. And then maybe the kobolds will attack the ice. If they're like on the front line.
We have a giant with us, don't we?
Not yet, we haven't gotten them.
Ah, okay.
I'm gonna go save them.
The closest thing you have to anything as resembling a Frost force is the Yeti.
Might be able to dress Keck up as an Eladrin, but yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Keck and Yeti are just like, rawr! I'm the Eladrin and this is my monster.
Keck throws some.
To you.
Keck hucks a fucking ice ball at you.
Fee could turn somebody into a T-Rex and tell them to go attack the ice forces, so that way the ice forces will think that the Empire's attacking.
I mean, that's actually a decent point too. The Empire forces do have T-Rexes, and you happen to have a Dragonborn you could put on the back of the T-Rex.
This got interesting.
Turn Yeti into a T-Rex and then have both of them just...
This could work.
Honestly, it might.
Garrison and Yeti, just all your front line in this like goofy plan. I love it.
Why don't we do that and just walk into the kobolds and make them walk into the frost forces? You think we could do that, or is there
I
one
mean-
dragon in there still?
We can also fake being like prisoners of war and just also be just escorted in with the other prisoners.
Oh man.
I'm glad someone's got plans because it's not Scarlet.
I don't know if I could pull off like being part of the Empire though.
You
I don't
don't know
know.
today.
I don't know if we could coordinate an escape as prisoners of war walking into enemy territory. That might be really difficult.
I like the idea of provoking the Frost Forces as if they were the Empire to try to get them to fight each other. I don't so much like the idea of trying to trick the Empire into being like, let us in, we're friendly.
Yeah, I don't know if Trojan Horse is the play on this one.
Damn.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, and
I like the idea. It's just I
Yeah.
keep thinking about it, and I just don't have enough outs for Keck. I can't lose her quite yet.
Darnak's pretty good. at
Garrison is
surviving.
pretty adamant that it's not a good idea for him to be trying to act like he's part of the Empire.
Yeah, go Empire! Boo!
Empire goes burr.
He says that
Sure.
he's willing to, try to trick the Frost Forces into thinking he's the Empire, but there's no way that he's pretty adamant that he's not going to be able to trick anyone in the Empire that he's Empire.
Right. All right. Well, then I guess that kind of secures that. Core in your
Think we
plan.
have a plan?
We could just
That's
go
been
the
busted.
darkness and walking in route as just darkness. If it's super dark, I don't think they'll be able to tell.
Well, darkness is when most of the fighting happens, and so that's when Dargans can actually see best as well. And I don't think Frost Forces really give a shit when they fight. So, daytime is an advantage if we want to use it, but nighttime I'm not sure if we have as much of an advantage. And Dargans have really big perception.
Plus,
Even when, oops, sorry.
plus darkness would also be good for getting out. Depending on again how long do we have an idea of how long the skirmishes tend to last between the two groups?
You don't really know. You don't have any long-term scout information from that front.
We need better scouts in West Marches, you know?
You guys are the best scouts that West Marches has. So.
That's so sad.
And
Well-
relatively concerning.
Yeah,
I would say there is one exception, and he's busy somewhere else.
Oh, is that Buddy O'Brien you're telling Giru about? One who got his arm fixed or whatever?
Yeah, Rickard got his leg fixed. Yes, that guy.
that guy.
He's
The
busy.
namesake of Rickard's Red.
All right, so what's the plan,
Could
guys?
we possibly take a little bit more time and maybe scout a little bit of the Frost Forces line?
I think that's a good
See what they're
idea.
looking at?
The
Yeah.
burb, I want to send the burb back out over that way.
Okay, so you're sending the burb to scout the Frost Forces lines, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, is Ket going out there too, or is it just the bird? It's pretty far. So,
Probably just the bird.
okie dokie. So now it is gonna matter. Are you sending the bird out to be stealthy and try not to get seen, or are you just looking? Uh-oh, did we lose Nimsy?
No, Nimsy's
fair.
thinking of the best option here.
She's pondering.
Yeah. If the burb looks like the burb. When the burb was sent out earlier, did the dragon forces act like they knew it was anything sussy?
Nope.
Okay.
You could make it act like a bird.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell it to go over to the woody area over there and act like a burb and kind of be sneaky in the trees, but just do birdie things and then check out the frosty forces and these guys over here and see if they're like what they're up to.
Okie dokie. Go ahead and make a perception check. Not with advantage this time because you're trying to be a little bit more sneaky about it, but perception check for the bird. All right.
Yes.
So
Nice.
there's you get to pick. There's going to be a complication here. Either you will get good information, or either you will get good information and something very bad is going to happen, or your bird is going to back off and not get any good information.
Something's bad's gonna happen to my burb, guys.
Yeah, if you leave them there.
Is that you? It's not you. It's like a familiar or something, or as a part of you. How does that work?
Correct.
It's
It's a
a
summon.
conjuration.
It's a
It's a
summon.
summon.
So go ahead. Something bad happens, but we get good info.
Okay, so you send the bird out. The bird goes out and begins scouting. It has a limited amount of time to do so, but it goes out and scouts the front line. In this section of the forest, it looks like there are fairly regular small encampments, 50 to 60 kobolds and a few dragonborn, occasionally a half dragon, and they are out there basically just as a defensive line. And every probably 30 minutes or so, patrols of, again, 8-ish kobolds will be going in and coming out. And it looks like there is fairly regular contact between them and Frost forces. You see a few of them getting carried back in from the patrol on a stretcher or dragged back. And it looks they have bite wounds and frostbite scars. So your bird does a little exploratory search further out towards the edge of the forest. And it looks like there are clouds of mephits that are patrolling on the Frost forces side. You don't see any giants or anything like that. But as your bird is heading back, it looks like a group of mephits is following them.
Oh no, my bad.
So your bird has a choice to make. Or is it going to come back to you, or
does it go
try and hide?
The burb
Or
is
does
gonna
it
go into this
the
way.
camp?
Yeah,
Okay,
the
you're
burb's
gonna fly
going
towards the
towards
camp?
the camp.
You're gonna start a fight.
All right. So the group of mephits
Good bird.
flies after your bird into the forest as your bird is trying to get away. Can you give me a dexterity check for the bird to see how well it's able to evade its pursuers?
Did it go? I think I lagged.
It hasn't gone yet. Okay, so your bird ducks down into the trees and is flying through this forest trying to evade the mephits. And unfortunately, they are not able to do so, and the mephits catch up and kill your bird.
My burb.
So there's a little bit of a fight. Some arrows do get shot from the forest somewhere, but the bird is destroyed before it can encourage any actual fighting. The mephits tear it to pieces, and then you lose track of what happens after that.
Oh, if he's gonna tell the party, our burb is gone.
We shall never forget.
Sanaboshi.
Send
Yeah.
another one out.
Corin. If I resummon that burb, he's gonna be so confused.
Well, maybe.
Comes back and he's missing feathers and has obviously healing scars on him. Yeah.
Um,
All right. So, until you gather, there are patrols of mephits, and the patrols on that front by the Empire forces are much more regular.
What if we waited like another day or so and send another bird out, but scout along the riverside?
We can if you want to. Fee could do it today. Like Fee has. Fee can summon beasts a lot. Do we want to do that?
I mean, that's a long distance, so yeah. I mean, none of us can probably get there and back. in
Can
a
we just
timely
summon a
manner.
bird every day for the ice methods to catch and chase into the woods, and each day it gets a little bit further?
If it goes along the water side, it won't be near the frost.
She'll roll a 20 eventually.
I don't know about that. My Burb's dex is not good. Burb has good sight and stuff. That's about it.
That's what we kind of need right now.
Alright. Sure, we'll send the Burb along the river to take a
Okay.
gander.
You gonna go look at the camp, or you just gonna fly up the river and see what you see?
She gonna fly up the river and then take a look at the camp and see if she sees a giant that we're looking for and anybody else that we're looking for.
Okay. So I will remind you that there's a 1 hour conjuration time on the bird.
Mm-hmm.
So you can fly about 30 miles at the utmost and then back. That's pretty much the maximum limit for one of those birds. So you're not going to have a lot of time to fly over the camp, but you are going to have some.
Mm-hmm.
So just as a reminder, your bird can't go hang out for like an hour or two and then come back.
That's okay. If she can just go and tell us essentially that the people we're looking for are actually in the camp, that would be.
Okay. So you send the bird out, flying out over the river. The river does appear to be pretty quiet. You don't see any boats. You don't see anybody fishing on the river. Just heading up the river. It's usual. Well, this river is actually not that placid, so it's its usual raging self. Heading up through here. There actually are a lot of rapids on this river at that section, by the way, where it's really hilly. So you head up the river. You don't see any patrols or anything on the eastern bank. On the western bank, can you make a perception check for me? Using the burb. On the western bank, you occasionally spot woodland creatures moving through the trees, but you don't get a good look at any of them. You just see flashes of large fur creatures. But heading up the river towards the camp, your bird does eventually come to a point where you can see the fords, and there are groups of kobolds and other draconic creatures marching across the fords when you get there. How stealthy did you have your bird try to be?
Probably not
Like-
that stealthy. I probably just sent her out this time.
Okay.
Go, Burb, go.
So she'll probably stay a bit higher then, but as she flies over the fords, there's probably a couple hundred kobolds with a few dragonborn on large reptile mounts. And they're fording the river, getting across the other side. They've got wagons of stuff with them. It doesn't look like they have any prisoners or anything like that. They're just doing a supply convoy. They cross the river, and as your bird flies over towards the camp, you will, through the bird's eyes, I'll draw this out a little bit for you. So there's 3 main parts to the camp. If you scroll down from where the map is, I will do my best to do a decent drawing here. So if the river is over here on the left, and you've got a large hill, make sure I put it in the right spot. You've got a large hill up above it that has a lower part that wraps around towards the other hills. This upper part up here is taller than the rest of it, and up at the very top of it appears to be a large clearing where there is a very, very large tent set up. And you can also see the tops of a few of those massive reptile creatures up there. The lower area in here seems to be rows and rows and rows of tents. So they've got a large area cleared on the top of this hill, or on the side of this hill, excuse me, where there are lots of tents that are laid out in patterns. And it is teeming with kobolds. There are hundreds and hundreds of them in this camp. You also see lots of, the scale's not right on that, but there are tons and tons and tons of these reptile mounts of various sizes. Some of them are bigger than horses, and a few of them are the T-Rexes that you've seen before. They're huge. You will see in the camp, probably towards the west side of it. Let me color it differently. In this area, you do see the giant. They're really easy to see. They're 20 feet tall. The giant is in that part of the camp. It looks like they're just carrying stuff around. Like they've got 5 or 6 tree trunks under one arm, and they're just moving through the camp, dropping them in a pile. This entire camp is studded with watchtowers all around its exterior perimeter. How low do you want to get as the bird? Don't know.
Let's have her just casually land on one of the tent tops, look around like a burb.
Okay. Go ahead and if we're just moving casually. So as the bird is moving in, someone takes a shot at the bird and hits it. The bird has more hit points than it would die to, I think, by one of these, because this is just a kobold doing this. Your bird takes 7 points of damage as it's hit by an arrow. As it's flying in, some kobold somewhere with a bow saw your bird flying in and just took a shot at it and managed to hit it. And you see some of the other kobolds yapping at each other and pointing up at the bird in the sky and also getting out their bows. Yes, bows and slings. So, it looks like your bird has definitely been noticed. So far, it looks like they're just hungry, but they're shooting at your bird. They're not going to let him land here so easy.
The bird fly away.
All right, so the bird flies away. A few more arrows and stones come flying at the bird, but I imagine they're just dodging at this point. So the bird manages to get away. That doesn't seem to have caused a huge commotion in the camp. Just an opportunistic kobold happened to see your bird and wanted something to eat.
If he's gonna suggest that they don't sound like they have a lot of food, and then it might be a good idea to feed them, especially if Lenari, is your sleepy time stuff edible?
How many berries are you carrying, Fee?
Fee can't
Enough-
carry that many berries.
Enough to feed a camp of kobolds?
No, but Fee's gonna suggest that they're hungry. And Nimsy is gonna suggest that if there's a way we can do something to them, like make them,
Breakfast?
put something in their food, it might be beneficial to us.
My sleep spell's a spell. I don't know how that would.
Keck will fondle her potions of poison on her other side of her belt.
Poison the river.
I don't know if poisoning, because we might accidentally poison our friends though too. Okay, so I was
we bring
thinking
them
more
back
of
to the
like a
forest.
sleep or something.
We bring him back to the Starlight Forest and everyone's dead. We got him! We got him back,
We
guys.
found him. Don't
There's
worry.
no camp, he's dead.
No person left behind. Let's go.
At least we didn't get caught.
Yeah, didn't get caught.
We followed Garrethan's plan all along. Just kill everybody.
It's the
Yeah,
simplest method.
Not the Empire, though, all the hostages.
How big across did it look like the land was for like the tents and stuff?
How far from one edge of the lower camp to the other?
Mm-hmm.
Probably about half a mile. Pretty big.
Now that was along the river. Should we send another bird within the forest itself? see if there's any good hiding spots for us to like take rest behind enemy lines.
Okay,
Uh,
do you want to send another bird to get information on that side of the forest?
well, the bird's still out there.
Yes, but the bird is
By the time it
ending.
comes, it's not gonna last long enough.
Yeah, okay. We'll send another barb.
Alright. You send another bird out. Can you roll a d6 for me, please?
Watch my bird be like, fuck you, I don't want to go anymore.
Alright, so you send the bird out. It's flying over the forest. And then something happens to your bird and you lose track of it. The summon spell ends. Yeah, and also I say you don't have the bird didn't have time to react and tell you what happened. Just something happened to your bird.
Fee's gonna look at you guys and shrug. Like, oh. Burb just vanished. No idea.
Yeah, they definitely know someone's looking at us, though.
I say we change it up. I got a potion of animal friendship here. Maybe I can make friends with like a fish or something. And we get the fish to go check out the camp by the riverbank.
Fee's gonna
What's
say
the
that it looked
intelligence
like
of
they
a-
were up on a hill, so I don't know if fish will be able
I'm
to
just
see it.
spitballing here, alright guys, I'm sorry.
What intelligence does the fish got too? Is he be able to
Is it
figure
higher or
that shit
lower
out?
than Gareth?
-2.
Yeah, a fish is gonna have like an intelligence of 1, maybe 2.
That's good, that means the spell will work.
Yes, but that also means what kind of information are you gonna get from this fish?
I mean, it's better than the information that we have now. That's all I'm saying.
I
I
feel
eat.
like
I fuck.
I feel
Maybe
like
I just-
we should enact Plan T-Rex.
Plan
At this
T-Rex
point.
to go towards the Frost Forces to start a fight.
Yeah, T-Rex with the Dragonborn.
It
towards the
sounded
Frost
like
Forces.
they're already fighting, though. I think it would be a better idea to make them feel like the Frost Forces are coming from a different direction, and then while we're doing that, the rest of the group can get everybody out.
I think we just need to move on to the next section first and then continue scouting. Like we should be taking this section by section.
How are we gonna get across the plains? We just want to go in between the timing and hope that whatever took out the burb isn't gonna notice us when we
Big and
move into the
scary.
forest.
I mean, we have the timing, so we would have to do that accordingly.
I mean, we'd have to be stealthy, like moving across that and hit the timing, which the timing won't be hard because we have it. So
Plus, we don't know where the hidden scouts are.
True.
That's probably the biggest problem.
I'd still like the fish idea. I don't yeah. It just seems like it's almost impossible not to get noticed. So like
Fee
we've gotta make a distraction of some sort.
Fee can shape shift and go down and check it out.
Do we want to try to make a distraction more towards the Frost Forces or more towards like the encampment?
I feel like Frost forces invading towards the Empire forces would be the thing to rouse.
Yeah, so that they can move out towards the forest like with
Yeah.
most of their group.
Yeah.
How do we make
So-
somebody look like Frost Forces?
Well, you take a Yeti, and you turn someone into a dire wolf. Sorry. Make a dire wolf. Or a frost wolf. He's basically trying to recall... Skarnak's trying to recall every Frost Forces thing we've seen. Basically, we know what their infantry is made up of.
How long does polymorph last? I mean, I don't think even if you were that, you'd make it across 30 in rough terrain. 30 miles in rough terrain, right?
Yeah, I think it's only an hour or something for Polly.
10 miles in rough terrain.
I think Corin's right. We either need to move up or one of us, I can go down the river as an octopus and take a gander.
It's Java has been saying that the river has been really light. Out of everything we scouted, the river doesn't really seem to have much activity. So I think that's our best path in.
Yeah, the only thing we have to worry about is the rapids here.
How's Octopus's fees dex?
It
Do you feel
wouldn't be
comfortable
so
trying to
much.
go through the rapids?
Octopuses don't have skeletons, so she'd be fine as long as she didn't. Like, and they can fit through tiny spaces. I don't think Octofee would have much of an issue as an octopus.
I think we should give Octofee a little bit of a run here and let her try to scout more towards the riverbank if you want to try it out, Fee.
She does have a lot of movement speed.
I think the
again,
river
more
is probably
scouting is it's just gonna be good for us. So if we want to take the time for a feed just to go along the river, scout along the banks.
You have a way to get out, Fee? If you're spotted?
Yeah, if you could just keep going.
Swimming.
Just keep
Just
swimming.
float
Just
towards
keep
the shallow part of the river.
Like we're gonna tell
Just
people
keep
don't get out of the
swimming,
water.
swimming. What do we do? We swim. Swim.
You're gonna end up like in a like even more dangerous place.
Alright, well here's the plan, guys. If you don't hear back from Fee, just go for it, okay? How long
Send us
do you guys...
Yeah, I can give you my seedling
Oh
too
my
if you really
God.
want it.
Dude, where are the werewolves?
The
Sure.
werewolves, we're making sure that they don't see
Fee will
come from
Fee
the
will
river.
take the seedling
Oh,
and
good.
pocket the seedling and say if you don't how long did it take the bird to get there and get back?
About an hour.
Alright. If you don't hear back from Fee in like an hour and a half, let's assume
Well, you're gonna be swimming lots slower than that bird flying.
I don't
Yes,
know if I am.
That's true.
How slow is
That's probably gonna be like a 2 or 3 hour ordeal just going to there and then coming back. It's gonna be you're gonna be doing a day adventure.
This-
Zach's been studying the engineer manual of the turtle ship this whole time.
Well, please let's now.
3 fucking
You're
straight
still at
days
the
of just
casino.
skill up skill.
You're still
Is
at the
there
casino.
is there a lot of activity around this region, Java? Because she can come around like here, and then you have that spell where you can use the trees to like get back. So maybe like you kind of just scout, and then you can use a tree, or you have a seed too to just get back to us. The seed will take you back to light, right?
Mhm.
You can call it too light and she'll
Too-
summon you.
Yeah, but I'll
Yes,
take
you
it
can
just
call
in
this link,
case
yeah.
you guys start fighting or something. I can get people out the back.
Do you want my sending stone to send a message?
Whatever you guys want to give Fee, you'd have to tell her
She
how to
should have
use
the
it.
sending stone because she's not going to be able to communicate with us.
Oh.
When she sends a bird back. Alright, so what are you giving Fee? I gotta write it down. You're giving her a sending stone and a seed.
I'll give you my seed, and she'll give you a sending stone.
Are you gonna tell her how to use the sending stone?
You
I
should.
haven't used it yet, so.
Oh my god.
No one knows. Is she just gonna chuck it in a direction and hope for the
Oh
best?
my God,
Somebody.
Fee has great intuition.
Fee is
She'll
gonna
figure it
look at
out.
this rock and go, what do I do with this? It's
my
a shiny
God.
rock for me.
Can
Well, Horn has sending, so just tell her how sending works and then do it while holding the stone, I guess.
that's a 22 of Arcana. Explain to her what the damn thing does.
Make an intelligence check for me, Fee.
That should be fine, actually. Fee's intelligence is actually pretty high. She just knows nothing.
Just don't roll low. There you go.
Okay, so yes, Corin, you're able to explain. This is a magical stone. You hold it, you think of the person you want to send the message to, you activate the magic, which is kind of just like you think of them, and then, yeah. So he explains what a sending stone is, how you use it, and this is a once per day kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So use it wisely. You'll have 25 words, and then the person you send it to can respond with 25 words.
Fee is gonna ask if she should send it to one of us or if she should talk to other friends.
Us, B.
Don't sound so annoying. Okay.
You know
Um.
how Fee is.
Yeah. So Fee has a swim in her octopus form of like 60, and then she got that new swimming thing, so like 80 feet. So however
Okay.
long you think it's gonna take me to journey.
You will be fighting the current, but it's not super strong, most of it. So it's 25-ish miles. At an 80, that's... I think that's something like 2.5 hours?
Fee says if you don't hear from her by well, tomorrow, it's just onwards.
I am definitely putting Cat's Grace on her for at least the first hour.
Okie dokie. That'll make the first hour much faster. So you get to the
Everyone,
rapids
what do you
and a
mean,
deal.
Java? What? Why are you trying to kill me?
I didn't say that.
We
So
all
you
know
get.
he's trying to kill Cat. It's fine.
He's trying to kill all of us, guys. Don't
Garnak
worry.
offered to go.
So, I mean, it's up to Skarnak whether or not Skarnak goes. But Fee,
No.
you transform into the octopus, and
And I'm gonna use my underwater camouflage as I go along too.
okay. Noted. So you're going to be receiving Cat's Grace from Corin. You set off up the river. It's pretty cold, but not cold enough that it's going to deal any kind of damage to you. And you have that ring of warmth. Although,
I
you
have.
want to still be wearing it in octopus form. That means if you have to skedaddle, you might lose it. That amulet you got on you. But in any case, it's not cold enough that it's going to deal cold damage to you.
You
You
trying
get
to
up
take
to
my
the-
amulet? Wait, suddenly Fee doesn't want to go,
No.
guys.
See you later, down the river.
I was just thinking, octopus form, if you want the benefits of the magical item, you have to actually be wearing the magical item, which you can do, but then octopuses don't have bones, so... Anyway, you get to the rapids, and you get a reasonable way through the rapids before the Cat's Grace wears off. Give me just a dexterity check as the octopus, without advantage for how fast you travel the last part of it. There's really no failure here, it's just how much time it takes. Okay, so it takes a little bit more time. It wears off in the middle of the rapids, which kind of throws you off a little bit because it was super easy and then suddenly it's not as easy. But in about 2 hours, you do get to the part of the river where it's bending around here and becomes much more shallow as it's coming towards the fords. Because at the fords, the river is pretty wide, almost 3/4 of a mile across. It's just very, very shallow. What does Octofee wish to do?
She's gonna just pop an eye out and take a look around.
Make a stealth check with advantage. I'm picturing these octopus eyes just emerging from the middle of the river. You're a giant octopus, right?
I
And you're
am.
yeah.
I forgot I'm
Christ.
big.
You wanted to be octopus, Fee.
Well, you could have gone tiny octopus feet too, but if you did that, then you might get attacked by things that are in the river. A giant octopus, I don't think there's anything in this river that can even think about messing with a giant
Everybody
octopus.
saw her transform and nobody said anything.
Yes,
I didn't know
this-
the size of her.
She's like 9 to 10 feet long as an octopus.
Somebody was like, maybe you want to get this smaller fee.
So
Karnak would have just nodded when like they transformed into an octopus. He would have been like, "Very well. This is how this is going."
you said Dex roll. What did you ask for? I'm sorry.
Stealth.
Stealth,
If you,
which is Dex, right?
yes, with
Okay.
advantage.
That's advantage.
Yeah,
Nice.
all right. So, I imagine this whole time Fee's been like doody 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 doo, and then you get up to the river and you're like, okay, knuckle crack, even though you don't have knuckles. Let's do this, and you camouflage yourself as the like turbulent water near the surface, and poke your little eyeballs up out and just kind of look around. From where you are, you can see that there is the area around here is pretty flat on either side of the bank. It's a lot more flat here than the hills that you just left behind. And you can clearly see at this. Did you leave early in the day, or did you leave more towards the middle of the day?
We'll say we
Did you
left
want-
early in the day.
Okay, so it's about midday. You would see a couple of groups of dragonborn with a wagon and probably some mounts that are fording the river. It gets up to about waist high for them, and the wagons can move through with no problem. Occasionally dipping a little bit and splashing through the area, but it doesn't look like it's too bad for them. There is on the western side, the left side of the bank, there is a camp with probably 80 to 100 kobolds in it, just from the size of it and the number of kobolds you see moving around. It's a little palisade camp. It's got those log walls all around it and a few towers. And on the eastern side, towards the hill, at the fords themselves, there's a couple watchtowers with kobolds in them. But there doesn't appear to be much of a camp beyond that until you get a couple miles away where you see that large hill that your bird scouted out for you. There's a lot of smoke going up from that hilltop from campfires and things like that. There are a lot of kobolds that you can see moving around up on the ridge, and there is a path that they have cut that is now basically just mud, where wagons and things like that are moving up towards that hilltop. What did you want to do?
Can Fee see any of her friends or people that she's here for? Like, or make out where they are? Like, she knows
From
where...
down in the river, no, you wouldn't have a good enough angle. Actually, no, hang on a second. Oh, okay. Yes, actually, there's a few of them that are down at the river, washing clothes. It looks like.
Do they notice?
No, with a 24, nope. They don't see you at all.
Okay.
But yes, there are a few of those tribespeople. I wouldn't say you know any of them by name, but there were a few of the tribespeople from before, and you recognize them. One of them is a centaur, and the others are humans, or one would be the wereboar. But yeah, it looks like they just have piles of laundry baskets, and they're cleaning stuff down at the bank.
Are there any, like, bad guys around them?
There are some kobolds that are nearby. They're under a tree, probably 50 to 100 feet away from them. And it looks like they're just sitting under the tree, like goofing off, relaxing. They're clearly awake because they're moving around, but they're much further up on the bank. The people out on the bank are out in the open, down by the river's edge. Like I said, it's pretty flat here, so it's pretty much just a riverbank for 200 or 300 feet before it gets up to the hillsides. And it's pretty much just open. There's the occasional tree, but if you were to get near them, they are in clear line of sight with multiple groups of kobolds, but there's no... It doesn't look like everybody's on guard here. There's no obvious group of people watching over them. They're not manacled or anything like that. There doesn't appear to be a heavy patrol presence here. There's the groups of kobolds and dragonborn that are here are just going about their business or relaxing.
No one suspects an ambush.
Or the Inquisition.
We're 10 foot octopus.
Yes, 4 to 10 foot octopus out of an inland river.
And before the octopus, Fee makes eye contact with Gilbert on the other side of the ford.
Yeah.
Um,
No, there's no way Gilbert's coming this high above ground level.
Can Fee, because Fee met the centaurs and she met the boar. It was a boar creature,
It's a wereboar. Yes, it's a humanoid that can shift into a boar or a person or somewhere in between.
and it speaks.
It speaks common. Yeah.
It speaks something. Does Fee know if any of them are druids?
Nope. He does not know.
This is gonna be so terrible.
Fee
The
thing
octopus
from
table.
the deeps up onto the. Yeah.
He's just gonna terrify everyone.
I'm trying to think
Can
what
be writing comment?
Fee would do. It's not good. It's so not good.
Oh
Why
my
did we
god.
send Fee?
Huh.
Why did we send Fee?
Octofee is capable of writing, but that will require Octofee to be where there is something you can write with, which would be up on the beach.
I mean, how tall are her tentacles?
Long. They're like 10 feet long.
So she could maybe reach a tentacle out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lift a tentacle up.
So
He's like, they can't see me, they can't see me.
I'm just gonna hear Fee roll initiative and just, oh
Um,
no, we're 30 miles away.
goodness.
Jesus.
Okay, hang on. I have. All right. Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Can she maybe toss something at them to let them, like that would indicate that she's friendly?
Well, see, Fee
Way
has
back then.
Fee has a centaur friendship bracelet,
Ah.
so
She does.
she could talk to them. The question is would Fee try to talk to them while she's still octopus,
Roll a wisdom check.
or would
Yeah.
she
Mm.
transform first? Because she talks to you guys all the time.
I mean, do what Fee would do.
Let the dice decide.
Okay, we're
Oh my
safe.
God.
It's great. Fee transforms into a person, making sure she's gonna swim up as close as she can to the side of the embankment while still being all sneaky where they are, and she's going to transform while holding on to the embankment because I think you said the water was like.
It's pretty tame here. It's
Okay.
very wide. It's very shallow here.
All right, she's gonna transform, and then she's still got her bracelet, and so she's gonna pop her head out of the water, and try not to scare them when she does.
All right. So you pop up out of the water. And
And-
you're being sneaky as you do so, or are you
Sneaky.
just trying to not scare them?
Well,
Okay,
she's
go ahead
being
and-
sneaky and trying not to scare them, and then she's gonna make like a whispery gesture with her finger in front of her mouth, like shh.
Okay. Go ahead and make just a normal stealth check. You're trying to be seen, but you're trying to do it carefully.
Normal stealth check. It's gonna go right.
Okay. So you swim up as Octofee. You grab onto a few things, shift back into normal Fee. Make sure that you've got your bracelet out there and visible on your person, and you poke your head up above the surface of the water, look around, make sure nobody's looking, and then emerge a little bit more and whisper to get their attention while holding your finger to your lips. And one of them does glance over and see you. They startle a little bit, but they don't make any noise. And then they quickly look around, nudge the person next to them, point their head over at you, then look around again and go back to cleaning, but obviously like looking in your direction.
Okay.
It would be difficult to hold a conversation until you get close to them. but they are aware of you and haven't raised an alarm.
Okay. You said that are they like watching in the water?
Yes, they're like knee deep in the water with baskets, and they're pulling garments out and just cleaning them off in the water.
Okay. Fee. uh, okay. Um. Fee. Fee is gonna whisper. You said they can't hear you from here?
You're in a river, so if you want to talk to them, you're gonna have to get pretty close.
Okay. Are the dragony guards looking?
Give me a perception check. It's a good question. Are they looking right now? Would you notice if they were? Would you notice if they weren't?
Perception, perception, perception.
All right, we're going with. Doesn't look like they're looking. Fee is confident that nobody's watching.
Great.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh. Fee
So-
is going to move as quietly as possible up to them, and she does have boots of elvenkind on, so.
Yes. You are making very little noise as you swim over to them, and then you get up right up next to them.
Mm-hmm. And then.
And what would you like to say?
Uh,
They watch you approach. They don't seem terribly threatened by you. More
Fee.
curious.
Fee says, "Hi, do you remember me?" Like, in a whisper.
They'll kind of look at each other, and then one leans over and says something, and then they'll look at you. You're that girl that was with the werewolves, that right before the Empire came, right? You came with White Pelt.
Yeah.
I think I remember you.
Is White Pelt here?
No, White Pelt's not here. He's still in the forest. He's been coming by every now and then to talk to us and see how we're doing, but he's not with the Empire camp. No.
Oh, that's good. I don't really want to see him right now.
What are you doing here?
We're here to help you guys. Do you guys want to leave?
They kind of look at each other. I mean, yes, but that means we have to get out of the camp. If we just disappear, then they'll probably take it out on everybody else.
Is there a big tree in the camp?
They look at each other. I mean, not really. There's a really big stump of a tree up on top of the hill, but it's been burned to the ground, and I think the dragon uses it to sharpen his claws, so there's not really much of it left.
Do you guys just live in the same area? Are you like everywhere in the camp?
Well, we have a couple different groups living in separate tents. They don't give us a tent big enough for everybody, and they don't let us all sleep in the same spot. There's 2 groups on the west side of the camp and 1 group on the east side of the camp. And then, well, I mean, then there's the giant. He kind of sleeps out in the open, so we don't really. He just wanders around. Honestly, he just does what people tell him most of the time.
Do you think you guys could all get together?
They kind of talk to each other for a minute, without people noticing. Not most of the time. I mean, maybe when they're out on an attack or defending against something, but most of the time, no. There's too many officers around the camp for us to get together in large groups. They told us not to do that, and they do keep an eye on us when we're doing things around the camp. And they would notice if we all went outside the camp too. The person will glance over their shoulder at the kobolds that are under the tree. They don't really keep a close eye on us, but they do keep an eye on us.
Okay. Do any of you know how to use like magic or anything?
People look at each other. No. I mean, I guess Gerard knows a little magic, but no, nobody in our camp is really magic. I mean, other than shape-shifting, but we can only transform into our beast forms and back. That's not the kind of magic you're talking, right?
You can transform into beasts? Fee gets a little excited.
Well, yeah, most of us are were creatures like the werewolves that were with you, and there's Penny over here. She's a wereboar, and well, I mean the centaurs are not were creatures like us, but yeah, a lot of us are were creatures. We can transform into animals and back. Just the one kind of animal, but
How many of you guys are there?
she'll count in her head. 22, I think, counting the giant.
Was the stump big enough? Does the tree of sending thing have to work on living trees outside of gameplay?
I do believe it has to be a living plant, yes.
Mm.
So there is a chance that stump is still alive, but it's been burned to the ground, cut down, and is being torn up by a dragon regularly. So
Okay.
You're saying there's a chance.
It's a very low chance. Fee
There
wants
is
to
a
know if
chance.
there are any other trees like on the outskirts of the camp that are decently sized.
They will shake their heads no. No, one of the first things they did was within 500, 600 feet of the walls of the camp, they burned down or cut down every single tree, bush, shrub, everything. They tore it all up, they cut it down, burned it down. There's a lot of it that's been stacked inside the camp, but it's firewood. There's no trees or plants or anything like that growing around the camp.
What do they eat?
What do they eat?
Do they like
mean-
share food?
She'll kind of look around. Well, they eat, and she'll point at some wagons that are crossing the fords. I mean, they eat bread and meat and plants and stuff like that. Normal food.
Do you guys eat the same food they do?
They'll nod their head. Yeah, they have a lot of us cooking for them too. Apparently, they don't trust the kobolds to do the cooking.
Ooh.
Fee, there's excitement over there. Fee nods her
Everyone
head.
who's not part of this conversation has been rubbing their hands.
I heard that 30 miles away. Let's go.
Fee nods her head and she's like, okay, I gotta go talk to the group and replan. But just in case, if you guys hear a very loud, booming, deafening horn thing that shakes the earth and sounds really loud from everywhere, just try to get together, okay?
They'll look at each other. Wait, how exactly are you going to get us out? I thought you were just coming in to check on us.
Well, we're coming in to get information. I got a group that's gonna get us out. We'll be okay. You'll be okay. We'll be back.
Yes, they're sharing a look and talking to each other like, what the hell was that? As Fee disappears back into the river.
That tracks.
Her Fee goes back to octopusy form, and this time she's got the current, so she's blitzing down the.
Yeah, it takes you like 45 minutes to get back down the river because that's much easier for a swimming form. You're going like 100 feet per round without dashing.
Alright. Well, Fee gets back to the group. Y'all see a giant octopus come out of the water, and she's just gonna immediately start talking to you as an octopus. Does someone want to suggest that Fee transform?
I'll say it. I'll be like, does anyone understand what she's saying right now?
I want to hear the whole octopus speech, to be honest.
She's just squirting water.
Spewing ink everywhere.
It's incredible.
So yes, I eventually say, is there any way you could switch back so we can understand you?
Fee nods her head emphatically and then transforms back and goes, "Hi guys."
At least she didn't die, I say to the group.
You hear from back in the trees. Wait, she was going out where she could have died?
No, never. Never.
No, that's fine. And Fee is gonna reiterate everything you guys just heard. And she's going to say that they also make the food. So we could do Keck's poison idea if you want to.
We could commit a war crime, guys.
Heck's all about it. Let's do this, dude. That's not against her laws, alright?
Poison the people and start a war with the frost forces also.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if you want to poison people, there's an interesting poison you may not have heard of. Actually, no. Skarnak doesn't know this. Never mind. There's no poisons. Giru's your poison guy, and boy, if Giru was buying poisons.
Fee's also gonna say that if we decide to just attack or distract on the side, Fee plans to blow the horn, and that'll make them all group together. And then Fee shows them all her horn of blasting. She's very proud of her horn of blasting.
Garrett then looks at the horn of blasting and kind of just shudders, thinking about the last time he used one when it blew up in his face.
Alright. So, meanwhile, I don't know if Keck bothered to tell anybody about what they were arranging, but
Not at all.
Keck had, so some of you will probably be a little bit surprised when Keck, you get a signal, probably ascending from the Druids of the Starlight Sanctuary, that someone has come to talk to you, and Fee, probably 400 or 500 feet downstream, a person has just finished swimming across the river, climbs out of the river, shakes themselves off, looks upriver and downriver, sniffs the air a little bit, and then looks in your group's direction and starts jogging over towards you.
White belt?
Fee looks over at the people. Is it White Pelt?
It is not.
Okay, then Fee says, "Hi!"
Concerned. It is in fact Gerard.
Gerard.
Oh man.
As he
Excellent.
comes loping up towards you and says, "Ah, I think you are the folks from West Marches that the Druids were talking to me about."
You're the
You are.
one that tried to eat Chi.
Yes. I mean, not seriously. Although I suppose if she hadn't been fast enough, I would have maybe taken a bite or two. But, no. I did not seriously mean to harm your friend. I just wanted to let you know that wandering about in the lowlands is not safe. But I think that is why you are here, yes? The druids said that they had maybe found some people to help with our situation. Would that be all of you folks?
The less you know, the better, Gerard.
That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Well, while I am here not hearing or seeing anything, what can I not say to you that would help?
We're looking to create a distraction so we can get in and get out without being noticed.
You need a distraction. Did you have anything in mind? There are things that I can arrange and things that I can do that might be of help, I think.
All right. So at this point, then, what is the party? What do we want to exactly do? How do we want to do this?
I think we need to have a distraction to pull the majority of the camp out. And then I guess with Nimsy's spell, we can go in. And then I have a few things of dust of disappearance that can make us all disappear. And then we just essentially just hightail it to the nearest tree and get the fuck out.
Fee
Anyone else got a plan?
Fee still thinks we can use the darkness stuff to get in and out.
Yeah, the darkness thing would work too.
I was thinking of having the octopus to stabilize the boat as they move through.
Does Gerard
Ooh,
or
interesting.
does he have any ideas on what he could provide as a distraction?
Is the boat portable?
Well, I mean, if you're sitting on top of a 10-foot, 10-foot whatever octopus, it's not really gonna matter, right?
Well, there's how big a boat you can get your hands on. Actually, So, if it's a distraction you need, I don't want to do anything that might implicate myself or my people, but
If we could provoke some frost forces somehow, there would be you would not be implicated.
that is true. And my people are fighting against the Frost forces already.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is a risk to myself, I think. It would be nice to have some allies or backup, but I don't necessarily need it. Especially if it would put yourselves at risk. You're risking a lot on my behalf already. I think I would be willing to do this for you. I am not personally concerned for my safety in that regard, but it's a question of whether or not I would be able to encourage enough of a response at the right time. I don't have a means of communicating with you other than, well, I think none of you are lycanthropes, so howls aren't going to mean too much to you.
Would you like a sending stone?
Fee understands the Howleys.
Huh?
For some reason,
Well, we also
Howley
have-
sounds like a
We also
slur.
have werewolves. We also have
Yeah.
werewolves with us.
Couple
you
of them.
do. Gerard will look past you guys and sniff a little bit. Ah, I'm glad to know they made it out. We didn't find out what happened to them, only that they were not with everyone else.
They were with Fee.
Ah, I'm glad to know you are taking care of my people. But yes, in that case, we can communicate with them from a great distance. I think from the front lines, I should be able to communicate to them that I have begun my assault, and if I'm not too busy, how it's going. Also, yes, I am familiar with sending stones and magic of that nature. I don't possess any myself, but
I have one if the howls are insufficient.
hmm. Well, I can't say that I wouldn't appreciate having such a thing, but I will say that if I am the unlikely event that I am killed or captured, it would probably lead back to you.
Having a sending stone?
It is attuned to you, yes?
I haven't attuned it yet, to be honest with you.
Actually, now that I think about it, sending stones might not require attunement. But in any case, if it is something that you own, there is a chance that a spellcaster would be able to use it to find out who had been holding it recently.
I see.
And I will say you run the risk of that if you lose a weapon or personal piece of equipment as well.
If you're gonna die, throw it really far.
Into the water.
Into the water.
The water.
We'll go get it later.
Noted. I will, however, be inland, I think, yes? Yeah, in any case, I can communicate with the other...
Somewhere.
I can
I'm
communicate with the other werewolves.
I'm gonna hand Gerard a potion of invisibility so he can get out quickly.
You look at it. Oh, that's some fancy magic you've got there.
It's on the house.
Thank you for that.
Someone's in gambling lingo still.
Jack.
Those are real
Oh.
ears.
Corin's just been thinking about it. He's like, all I want to do is go to the casino.
It's like we could have been so rich right now. Instead, you
Yeah,
got me out here in a
that's-
forest.
Does Saloon condone gambling?
I don't see anywhere where it says I can't.
It's called
Depends on
interpretation
what
of
you
the
lose.
scripture.
Mm.
I don't
Oh,
know.
well we have Gerard here too. Is there any way we could learn more about this curse of the frog mark?
Oh, Giru can tell you about that if you ask
I
him.
I I've
I
been
mean,
absent and I have
Actually,
not learned
Fee
much
knows.
about it.
Fee canonically knows.
yeah, but she hasn't told anybody yet. So if you ask Gerard, he says, "Ah, yes, those little frog marks you've got on you. Those are, well, let's just say I don't want to know too much, but those are marks that the more powerful of the frogkin have the power to bestow in their dying moments, or if they wish to curse someone especially badly. It basically just marks any of the bullywugs that you are to be either killed on sight or captured alive for the pleasure of the frogman nobles."
You hear that, Fee? Pleasure.
I just say lovely, and is there any way I can get it off of my face?
Well, that depends. Who did you piss off to acquire this mark?
A lot of angry frogs.
Is there one in particular? It would have been a noble, one of the, and he'll gesture, the giant ones with the 3 eyeballs, those things.
I didn't catch his name, but yes, it was one of those.
Well, you can try and negotiate with him to have it removed.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he big dead.
Oh, you killed him. That is different. Then those will be very difficult to remove. You will need an archfey or a hag to remove that from you. That is a powerful curse. He thinks for a second. Another frog noble would be able to remove it from you, but that would be difficult to get from them also. You would have to approach them from a position of strength, I think.
Everyone
simply
looks at Fee.
Looking at
being
Fee.
capture. And Gerard notices everyone looking at Fee. Huh. I won't ask.
He has no idea what you guys are staring at.
Garrett then asked, "So, what does the curse do? What are the effects? I don't think I've felt it yet."
There aren't much effects. It is simply when you are being. Well, let's just put it this way. If you encounter a bullywug, they are going to notice the mark. There is no way they are not going to notice that mark. You cover it, you try and hide it with magic, it will stand out like a sore thumb. They can smell it, they can see it. You will not be able to conceal it from them. Other than that, it really doesn't do that much.
Kill on sight.
Garrett
Yes.
then nods his head and
All
says,
caps.
"Stay away from
All
the
caps.
frog people. Got it."
If it is 1 or 2 bullywugs, they will probably try to kill you and claim the patch of skin where the curse mark is as proof. If it is a group of them, they will probably try to take you prisoner because there's more of a reward that way. But it is essentially a bounty placed on you.
I ask, "What if I cut it off myself?"
Have you tried?
I've thought about it.
It will simply sink deeper. You cannot remove the flesh unless the creature is dead. Or I said that wrong, but you can't remove the mark from your flesh unless the creature bearing the mark is dead.
Yes, I assumed.
So, if we kill him, remove the flesh, and then use Revivify.
That might work. Honestly, I've never met anyone crazy enough to try that.
Garrett then kind of shifts his eyes around, saying, I died once before. It wasn't that much fun. I think I might just.
He only brought one diamond.
Think I might just stick with the curse mark and let's worry about our friends for right now. I just wanted a little information while we had our friend here.
Well, if you do try that, please tell me if it works. I've never tried that myself. I've never been cursed myself, but I've never known anyone crazy enough to try.
One's got to hold up a diamond. Smile.
It's like I'm done.
For ones lost on mission, not for ones lost to scientific discovery.
We gonna learn today.
Who's to say how it happened?
Well, when the guild asks how the diamond got used, you're gonna have to make some deception checks. But yeah, you know.
He just
Or
died, so
later.
we revived.
Knowing our luck, like you guys aren't gonna be able to just get the mark, and you're gonna saw half my face off. Then I'm gonna have to walk around with half a face.
I will say, Revivify doesn't repair your body when it revives you, except for
Right.
like the bare minimum necessary.
Exactly. And then everyone's just gonna scream in horror every time they see me. And then I'm gonna be even more useless in stealth checks.
Hey, it's not
Fee
us.
would heal you. And then she pats his shoulder.
Can we just move on with the plan, please?
All right.
All right. Plan
Fee wants to know if anybody has a boat for a backup escape because it didn't sound like there were any trees anywhere near the camp or the people or anything except for a dead stump that a dragon is sitting on. Also, she feels like everyone should know it sounds like the dragon is there on a stump.
Good job, Fee.
Gerard will cock an eyebrow. You need a boat.
Boat big enough for 22 people.
Oh, that is a big boat. The people of my tribe occasionally deal with another tribe that does use boats up and down the river, but I don't know where they are at the moment, and they would need several of their boats. They are very small boats, and he describes a canoe for you, basically. They are not big enough to house that many people.
Do you have one that can hold at least 12 people?
Gerard will think for a second. We could. There is a section of the river where trees come down close to the bank. We could cut down a few of the trees and make a raft. That would not be difficult.
Fee looks at everybody. Fee can transform half into clouds and the other half can take the boat!
The giant needs to be a cloud.
He's just like, I want to be a cloud.
We wouldn't get to be. This is Fee's plan for everybody else. Everybody else here has got to figure out their own way out. But Fee can get out the people.
Gerard will tap his chin and then say, how are you planning on keeping the dragon from seeing the boat? Because I do not imagine that even after this dragon if he is distracted to the front lines, that will last for maybe an hour or two, possibly at the most, before he is finished with his frost forces, either coming back to lick his wounds or finish demolishing them. And then if he notices that anyone is missing from the camp, he will fly out and take a look around himself. If you are on a boat on the river, he will see you.
Fee can make the boat dark. Darkness.
It might work. If it is the middle of the night, it will be a patch of darkness moving in the middle of the river, which might stand out, but it's better than a boat, I suppose.
Fee can do fog cloud too.
Are you
That
asking how do we store the boat?
No, I am asking how you
Hide
will
boat
need
from dragon.
several hours, yes, to get down the river away from the camp, far enough where the dragon will not see you. If the dragon comes back too soon from the front lines, he might do a circuit of the camp flying overhead. If he does, he will almost certainly spot a boat on the river. It's a big river, and it's very open, and there are no other boats that come up and down the river, so he will notice. If it's a fog cloud, maybe. The river does fog up, but usually in the morning, not in the evening.
Can Fee do hallucinatory terrain and make it look like they're all still there?
Hell yes, you can. You can just make it look like the river is the normal river. It's a 150-foot cube, and it takes 10 minutes to cast, but Yes, hallucinatory terrain is exactly the sort of spell that you could use to mask a part of the river and make it look like nothing is there.
Felix, everybody.
I don't know if it's worth the money, but it's only $1.80 per potion of water breathing. We could give a certain number of them potions and just get them in the river going south, downstream, and just have them all be collected at the fork where we are now.
Jack looks in her wallet and looks kind of sad.
Isn't Keck's wallet twice as big as Skarnak's head?
No, Keck spent all
Oh,
our money.
it used to be.
Yeah. Druid was made for this whole wilderness problems nonsensicalness.
Yep.
Fee wants to know the plan because she needs to decide what we're gonna do, and then we need to call it a night and then do it the next day.
All right, let's do your hallucinatory terrain, and then let's use potion of poison on the captives, and that way they're easier to move, and then just bring them back, and we'll be fine.
No, not put on the captives, on the bad guys.
Oh, shit.
You can send Skarnak to go poison the supply line. Actually, do you
No, I think it'd make more sense if Fee went back and just gave them the stuff, and then how are we gonna get the boat there?
So what type of boat is it?
Gerard was explaining that it would be pretty easy to build a raft. If you see the part of the forest that comes right up against the edge of the river,
Yeah.
there's trees that come on that side of the bank about a mile or two down from the fords. There is a part of the forest that comes right up to the edge of the water, more or
Where
less.
we could build a raft and leave it, and basically
Exactly.
put hallucinatory terrain over top of it, and then come back to it.
Possibly so.
We could, or we could just leave it. Would they notice us over there building a raft? I feel like that would be noticeable.
Maybe. You don't know. That would be a question of how stealthy you can be. You could do it like deeper into the woods and then just drag it to the edge, but yeah, it's like, will they notice? You don't know.
How far across is the river?
At that point, it's about 3/4 of a mile.
And where we're at?
Where you're at, it's a little bit narrower than that, probably just under half a mile. It's a big river.
Well, does anybody have a plan? I have a plan, but Fee probably wouldn't have a plan, so...
He's he's naive, that's right.
Fee just doesn't know a lot about it. Not. She's actually pretty smart, but she doesn't know a lot about it. Not.
She's
Right,
been our
she
most
doesn't know
valuable
about
asset.
things. Yeah, she just doesn't know things. You can just tell her, she figured it out.
Somebody suggest we make a plan.
Oh, I think there's one thing that Gerard would say before he, while you guys are talking about this plan. Are you planning on asking one of my people to poison the food of this camp or interfere with their supply lines?
Fee points at Keck and says, Keck thought it was a good plan.
Well,
Snitch.
I can't say that it is a bad plan, but I do want to point out that unless you are carrying this out yourselves, if one of my people are caught with poison or something like that, trying to poison the food of these people, the Empire forces, they will likely be executed on sight. And even if they succeed, it is very likely that they will suspect my people of having poisoned these creatures, and any of them, if the poison kills them, then that will open my tribe to reprisals from the Empire. They might put a bounty on my people. They might, honestly, the worst possible scenario it might kill one of the dragonborn or half-dragon officers, and that will essentially banish my people from the Empire. We will have to hide from them from then on. I am
Fee,
not saying that it is not something we cannot, it is not something we cannot do, but I am hesitant to
Fee,
say it is a good idea.
Fee is going to say, no, Fee is going to go up to Keck and whisper to Keck. You remember that thing that happened that didn't happen because nobody talks about it happening, but you remember that thing?
Jack will nod.
Fee is gonna go like, what if we put that in their food instead? Then nobody mad. They'll be weird, but not mad.
um, how many of those potions would we need?
That's an excellent question. As a DM, I can't answer that. You're gonna have to figure that out. You would know that the less of it you use per individual, the shorter the duration, and less likely that it'll take effect. So yeah, it's a question: how many people do you want heavier distracted?
How many? How many kobold did you see? Sorry, Katie.
Oh, you guys go ahead first.
The bird in the camp, thousands.
Thousands. Oh, okay.
How
Keck will. Oh, sorry.
How effective is it per? Because we had a large group that was affected. So
yeah, for about 10 minutes. Yeah. Pouring a vial of it into a body of water. It's probably like 500 or 600 gallons. So, and I will say, I did do a roll for how potent that was going to be, and but anyway.
Okay.
It depends on how much you want to spread it out. If you were to put one dose of it into like a single cooking pot for maybe 10 or 15 people, it would probably be pretty effective. It's not going to be the whole duration, but it might be like 15 to 30 minutes on like 10 or 15 people. The more you spread it out, the shorter the duration is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I feel like they would have to use a lot.
Yes. How many filters of love do you have, and how many are you willing to get? And
It's also worth that I have 5 of these, and Karnak produces this bag. He goes, "It's full of dust you could put in their flour, and it is the dust of sneezing and choking."
And choking. Ah, yes.
Fee could go get lots of filters of loves.
Keck shrugs. Sure.
You could.
Keck doesn't have any filters of love, I don't think.
Well, what's your plan, guys? There's lots of things you could do. So far I've heard you want Gerard to make a distraction. And if you have the werewolves with you, you can communicate with him broadly at a great distance. And you guys were thinking about getting everybody out and going to the river?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best plan is have a distraction up front and then try and get them out by the river with the hallucinatory thing. And then Keck's gonna take a couple filters of love with her.
Another plan is we can use the distraction, get them grouped up, and then I do have some dust of disappearance. And then we can probably just like train rail people out of a camp near to the closest trees. I think it's like a 1d4 minutes to where everyone is invisible with that.
Okay. You would have to go to a tree in the forest on the east side of the bank, but yeah, that would probably get you out of the camp.
And I have check. Just make sure I have 2 things of it, so that's about 8 to 10 minutes. As it wears off, I'll use it again.
Okay, Sophia's gonna verify. So the plan is, we're going over to the other side of the river to make a little raft sneakily. We're gonna hide it in the woods, and then we're gonna reconvene and rest up, right? And then Fee's going over to the other side to give them filters of love so they can make everybody weird
Weird.
for a while there's a distraction on the other side, and then hopefully a lot of them run off, and those that aren't are going to be weird. And then while that's happening, all of the dudes are going to either be on the raft, and we'll have to have somebody pull over the raft, and the raft will start heading down the river, and Fee will make it go away as it heads down the river. And then for the rest of the people, Fee cast the windwalk, and everybody go down the river, but somebody has to guide, and Fee thinks she should stay behind in case we miss anybody this time, because last time we missed a lot of people. 22 people is a lot of people to miss.
Garrison just kind of nods and says, "Yep, that's pretty much the plan."
That gives a 2 thumbs up.
I guess this is the plan. Let's do it.
Okay, so first step, you guys are going to be making a raft.
Seems that way.
We're gonna make a raft and hide it in the woods on the other side of the river.
Okay. In that case, you guys need to get to the other side of the river. Where are you guys crossing?
At the narrow part near us, I assume.
X just gonna teleport over.
Karnak is gonna go through the water.
Garnax just starts walking into the water.
Fee will offer to move anyone across as an octopus if they want to go across.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to walk across as well.
Yes, Corin can just literally walk across. Keck has to take a running leap at the river, teleport a little bit, teleport a little bit, teleport, and then fall into the river. Sorry, it's still like hundreds of yards, Keck.
Oh, snap, I'm swimming. Alright.
Corin can cast it on everybody, though, up to 10 willing creatures, so we could all just walk across
Oh
the water
shit!
with
It
him.
does say up to 10 willing creatures.
Yeah.
So a bunch of you just take off into the water, and I imagine Fee's like, "Oh, can we get everybody, like, I can help people across," and the werewolves are like, "Sure, that'd be helpful," and Corin's just like, "Water walking."
And so everybody walks across except for those that already took off.
Except for Karnak, who's already in the water.
Yeah, I already
Skarnek's
jumped
in the
too.
water,
Yeah.
Garethon's in the water, Kex yeeted
the
her. So everybody else can just water walk across, and Fee's probably just gonna go with the water walking, I guess, since no one took her
Alright.
up on her off.
Gerard will just wave at everybody and yell from the edge of the forest, "Call for me when you want me to make my move." And he'll lope off into the forest. Okay. So yeah, with water walking and everybody's abilities, I'm not going to make you roll any dice for this. This is just you cross the river. It's not super dangerous here. You're not going to get noticed by anybody, really. The big issue is I need you guys to make a stealth check as you're heading up the bank
Oh no.
through the trees on the other side to get close to the Empire's supply lines without being noticed.
Do you do this?
Sneaky kick.
Pass without a trace, you can definitely use, which means Keck gets a 41.
Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. Plus 10
Garrison
helpful.
gets an 11. Natural 1 for an 11. Skarnak, we've got an 18. Who is this for, Corin?
Myself.
Okay, then you'd be making the stealth check with advantage, and we're adding plus 10 to it. 28. Very nice. And one for Lenari.
Yeah, everyone cross your fingers.
Wow, Dempsey. Damn.
On double
Axis
20s.
Dempsey?
Damn.
Actually, is it possible if I can do that on multiple people?
Enhance ability? No, it's concentration.
Well, everybody has the +10, so at least there's that,
Yes.
you know.
All right. And
I mean, I rolled a nat one.
19. Luckily for you, I do not treat natural ones on skill checks as an automatic failure.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, but 11 fails anyway, so thanks, John.
Yeah,
Advantages.
an 11 would fail. Thankfully, we're doing a group check here. So Garathan is making a lot of noise, but Keck, Fee, and actually Corin, the three of you are doing well enough with your stealth, and Fee and Keck especially, you're ranging further out, not getting noticed or seen by anybody. You, before Garathan's noise that he's making becomes a problem, you can communicate to him to stop and have him wait anytime that there's something around that could notice him. So you offset his 11 enough that your group is not noticed by anyone that is hostile towards you. Asterisk. Your group is noticed by some people. It's just not Empire forces. Moving through the forest.
Fairies.
Yes, there are creatures in this forest that notice your passage.
Can Fee talk to the fairies, or are they just watching from afar?
Sneaky Fee. Fee?
Most of them do appear to be keeping an eye on what's going on at the edge of the forest. So yeah, they do look like they're scouting. You 100% notice that they see Garathan. Garathan's making way too much noise to not get noticed. I think at one point you notice that Garathan is like using a tree as cover, and the tree like animates a little bit and like looks down at him and kind of like taps the back of his armor, and Garathan doesn't seem to notice, and it like taps him on the helmet, and he doesn't seem to notice, and it just like shrugs, whatever.
Mind your own business.
But yes, you make your way through the forest unnoticed by the Empire forces to the point just at the edge of the river and the forest. You're about 1.5 miles south of the fords. Here. Right there.
Are we close enough to be noticed by the Empire supply line or the star?
The star is the point in the forest where light teleports you. That's the forest gate. The Empire supply lines, you are back enough far in the trees that you can see them carrying things, wagons. There's a fairly steady stream of wagons coming to and from the camp. Loaded full when they're coming to the camp, and empty for the most part when they're leaving the camp. But they're not keeping a really close eye out. There are people on mounts that are scanning the horizon in both directions, but you guys are far enough back in the trees that you don't think they'll notice you. You can do whatever you're going to do pretty far back in the forest.
Let's get to canoe making.
Does anybody have a way to make the trees make sound when they go boom?
Yes.
Great.
There you go.
He gonna
Noise
cast
is not
that?
going to be a problem.
I will, Fee will do this just on the forest area so it looks the same to anybody that may look this way.
Okay.
And she'll end it during the night when no one will notice.
Okay.
So I have
Well, it
high,
is 24 hours, so you have plenty of time for it.
I have
Yeah,
high
but
athletics and strength, if that's needed for any of this building.
It is actually going to be needed for making what kind of boats are you guys going to try and make? Just a simple raft, or are you going for anything more advanced than that? Keep in mind, Keck, with your aquatic vehicles, you would know how to make things that are more advanced than that, but you're going to need help doing it, especially if you want to fit 10 to 20 people in it.
We want to
Fantastic.
Yeah, we want to make sure that it at least can safely transport people, so that like if we get hit with like a wave or something, it's shaking the boat, that at least people can relatively stay in the boat when to worry about people falling into the river. I think that'd probably be the
With
main
the
goal is
aquatic,
safety.
with the aquatic vehicles, it's like what type of skill is that? Is that like a skill check, a tool check?
That's a tool proficiency.
All
Just
right,
like-
then with that
just like that.
being said,
Okay, you're gonna also acquire that. And
yes.
okay, so between the two of you and Garethan's ability with his strength and all the stuff that you guys have, you pretty much can make. It depends now just how much time you guys want to spend. You want to make a simple canoe? Do you want to find a really big tree, cut it down, and make a large canoe out of it? You could make a catamaran, like 2 or 3 canoes that are lashed together, and basically have that be like a rafting platform. You guys could make a more complex boat with a keel if you wanted to. It's going to be much sturdier. That'll take a lot of time, but it'll be a lot stronger and faster. Probably you could just make a simple raft, but that will only take you probably like an hour between all of you. And
I think we should really take our time with this.
okay, so you guys are gonna spend some serious time constructing this.
Yeah, if this is no time limit, then we might as well take days to do this.
All right. If you guys want to take days to do this, you certainly can. You want to build a boat big enough to fit 20 to 25 people in it, or you want to do it 10 people?
Let's try for as many as we can if it's gonna be safe.
Maybe 2 boats that can fit to 10, 11, 12, however we need.
Yeah, you could do that. That is definitely something within the realm of possibility for your crew. I will say you're going to need to have more than one person who can pilot these boats, but since you've got knowledge of the ages, that could be you.
Okay. We just need to make it just enough, 10 minutes down the river with enough speed, so.
Yes, I will say from where you are, once you get the boats in the river with much nicer boats, you want to get past the forest, I think, before being noticed as seriously an issue. With these much nicer boats, you think you should be able to get that far down the river if you're paddling and having someone pull you in about an hour. And that's going very fast, and you'll have to go through rapids to get to that point, but you can do it very quickly in that regard.
If we needed to make any checks for aquatic vehicles, what type of checks are those? Just so.
Usually that's going to be dexterity just to pilot it. It would be strength if you wanted to make it move faster by like rowing. But that wouldn't necessarily be you making that. That would just be like an athletics check for the people paddling or rowing. For a pilot, it would be dexterity.
Okay, I'm just worrying about more piloting during those rapids. So then, okay, then when we are ready to go, I will do like enhance ability on myself, and I'll captain one of the ships, and then Ket can take the other one. We agree, everyone?
All right, Captain.
All right. So while you guys are making the boats, did anybody want to set up the the poisoning?
With the filters of love, you mean?
Yes, it's a poison.
Fee will
It's a
do it,
brain poison.
and to make sure it all, tastes good and stuff, she's gonna add like 3 berries.
Oh my god.
Smashing berries into the poison. This is awesome.
Dude, are they bad berries or good berries today?
It's a good question.
That is something that we do not need right now, Fee. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Kek's gonna eat a berry.
Are we eating a berry today, Kek?
Well, if he offers one, she would eat one.
Well,
Sure, if Fee will offer one while she makes, she'll offer a berry to everybody while she makes this concoction.
See what happens.
Well, it's good on you to test it. Fee, why don't you give me a private roll? It's a new day, so this will be a different batch.
Well, that's true. Okay, hang on. I'm coming up.
I'll take the old batch.
Ah, you caught her downstairs. Good job. Way to go, Java.
Nice. All right, so Corin, you're taking one of the old batch.
Yes.
Excellent. Can you make a wisdom saving throw for me, please?
Not at an advantage, but yeah.
You're fine. So you take one. I mean, they're tasty. They're good berries. They taste quite good. You feel a little funny for a second. You're like, nah, that's probably just the knowledge of the ages.
Fee will add some of her old berries and her new berries to this concoction. Just in case.
Garrison takes a berry, but he's not that hungry, and he has been a little sus, so he's gonna not eat the berry, but he's gonna store it.
Okay.
So he'll have a berry on his person.
Keck, can you make a wisdom saving throw for me, please?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you eat one of these berries too, that Fee's making her concoction with happily. Tastes pretty good.
Excellent. Nom, 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 nom.
Alrighty. So, Fee, your concoction is complete. You've got these filters of love spiked with berry juice. Or is it berry juice spiked with filters of love?
It's definitely filters of love with berries.
In any case, you need to make the delivery of that and signal Gerard. Those are the things that are left to do for setup. So you guys, you're getting the boats ready. Who is going to be doing the supply line, or the crossing of the river and poisoning the supplies?
Probably either Keck or Fee, because Fee can deliver it to the people who make the food, but he did say that would be suspicious. But Fee can also go into like a spider, or Keck, who's got sneaky knees. I think Keck might be best.
After we build these, then again, I can just enhance ability for Keck just to get in and get out. Keck automatically has advantage on stealth rolls, so actually, never mind.
Yeah, but I need to know who's gonna do the deed.
It sounds like Keck is gonna do the deed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not stealthy.
Fee will cast this on Keck before she heads off.
That actually is a bubble around Fee.
Oh. Well, never mind then.
30 feet of me.
I imagine Fee does it anyway, thinking that it just works.
Yeah.
doesn't realize that it's just a bubble around Fee.
That's okay. Keck vanishes anyway.
Fee will give Keck a berry to take with her for good luck, and she says if you run into a tussle, just give them a berry and maybe they'll like you.
She'll nod and say thank you.
Fee's fighting strategy is a bit strange.
Make friends.
Indeed. All right. So Keck, you take this berry and set off. What route are you planning on taking? You want to cross at the fords, or are you gonna do something else? Also, what time of day are you planning on doing this?
What exactly am I trying to do?
It's a good question.
Fee. Oh, actually, before you leave, Fee's gonna give you her bracelet of friendship to borrow, because she's gonna emphasize she wants it back.
All right.
It's her bracelet, and she's gonna tell you to go meet the centaur lady, who's really nice if you can, and show her your bracelet and tell her that Fee sent you, and ask where the food is that they feed to the Empire guys, and then put the bottle with the berry juice and the stuff that makes you weird in that, and it'll be great.
Okay. Yeah, Keck would try and move quick, but stealthily, obviously. And I think the shallow part along the like I guess where the shallow would meet the deep end, where she can move quickly and stealthily. That's where she would move across.
Okay. So there are a lot of convoys that move across here during the day. It gets a lot more quiet at night. Do you want to try and move across during the day when there's a lot of things moving through here, and just go unnoticed and unseen, or do you want to cross at night?
Mm. Well, let's cross. Let's cross at night, and then maybe I just cast a scroll of darkness on myself at the same time.
Okay.
So let's do
So
that.
all right, so you're crossing at night. In that case, you've got a stealth roll for me. So, Keck, you head down to the river, and it's very quiet. There are kobolds that you can see out and about, just kind of lazily looking around. Um, they've got, they don't have a lot like torches and things up in the watchtowers, but they do at the gates. And they're just kind of casting their gaze around as the river is rushing by noisily. You slip into the river, skirting past the edge of the camp on the west side, and you head down into the river and basically just ford across it, staying low. You get to the other side, and there's another pair of watchtowers where there's kobolds that are looking around, but again, these kobolds are not paying that much attention. Um, you can hear a couple of them having an argument in one of the towers. And you slip up out of the river without making any sound or attracting any attention, and make your way up the embankment to the bottom of the hill. And at the bottom of the hill, there is a road that snakes off to your right. That is the main muddy trackway that leads up to the front gate. And then there's the hillside in front of you that's studded with watchtowers.
Okay. So I'm gonna try and look for a centaur person. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep. I mean, there's really nobody outside the camp right now, but yeah.
Mm. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna try and sneak into the camp then. Can we get somewhere where we can scout out a little bit and see if I can find where they're not patrolling at or sneak in?
Well, you're going up. Basically, you're climbing up a fairly steep hillside that's been cleared of any sort of cover or stuff like that. You have a cloak, so you're not going to be easily seen.
Let's can we do a potion of invisibility?
You could, yes.
Let's drink one.
Okay. So visually, you're basically impossible to detect right now.
Excellent.
You're going to need to go probably 50 or 60 feet up this hillside before you get close to any of these towers. And there is a short wall, a palisade wall that's been constructed up at the top here. It looks like there are battlements, crude battlements up there, but you don't see any movement up at the top.
Okay. She can just teleport up there.
Okay. You appear up on the battlements?
Yep.
All right. You're standing up. It's a rough hewn battlement that's basically just logs shoved into the ground and then some boards hammered in next to it. There are kobolds on watchtowers probably about 100 feet to your left and right, but the camp is spread out before you. There's about 20 or 30 feet of muddy track on the inside of the wall here. It looks like they use the inside of the wall to move wagons around. And then there are just dozens and dozens and dozens of rows of tents with campfires in between them. Kobolds with their weapons stacked in neat piles are sitting around these campfires, just talking to each other, laughing, jeering at each other. Some of them are still eating. Yeah, it's a lot of kobolds. All as far as I can see in any given direction, there's just rows of these tents where you can see dragonoids of various kinds. Give me an investigation or perception check.
19 passive.
Just scanning around real quick. I guess that will make it down to luck. One thing catches your eye immediately. The giant. They're in the camp, just kind of sitting in the camp. Like you can see them probably 200 feet away, in through a few rows of tents, there's this massive giant figure that's just sitting there in the middle of the camp. Pretty hard to miss.
Okay.
You don't see anybody else that you recognize moving through the tents.
I will look a little bit harder than if I can see somebody. So investigation.
Yes, you can roll investigation.
I think that's no advantage though.
Yeah, I don't think you have advantage on it. So with a 14, you scan through parts of the camp looking for things that are different, things that might stand out, like where are they going to keep people they're trying to keep an eye on. And there's too many tents here. You think you probably have to move deeper into the camp before you're actually gonna be able to find anything like that. Either skirting the edge and like getting up next to a
Yeah.
watchtower for a better vantage point,
I think
or going deeper in.
I think she would do the she would skirt the edge and see if she can see where they would keep prisoners, and then if she needs to climb up to a watchtower, she would do that. She would maintain her invisibility. She has 2 more potions on her, so
Alrighty.
I think it lasts for an hour, right?
It does last for an hour, so you probably use 25 minutes to get here.
yeah. So she would have used the potion, I think, probably before she started climbing. So unless because she was able to sneak around no problem, right?
Yeah. Getting to this point was really not that hard, and you drank it at the bottom of the hill basically, and then yes.
Okay. Excellent.
So the potion of invisibility, you have 55 minutes left.
Okay. Yeah, and as I said, she'll try and maintain that. So I'll keep track of that. Actually, she would.
All right.
All right.
So you're gonna skirt
she's
the
gonna
edge.
skirt around and try and see if she can find more of the prisoners, and she's gonna note where the giant is in the camp as well. She's gonna remember where that is.
Okay. Give me another stealth check with advantage. Basically, at this point, if you get a 1, it'll be bad, but
Shit, huh?
look at that, a 33.
Easy.
Okay, so you skirt around the edge of the camp. Roll a d6 for me. Okay. So as you're skirting around the edge of the wall, it so happens that one of the lowland tribes people is carrying what looks like a couple platters of food out of the camp towards one of the watchtowers that's not too far away from you. It's not one of the centaurs, but you see this person who's very obviously a human, not dressed like any of the kobolds or anything like that. They're all wearing military attire. This person's just wearing a skirt and like a jacket. And they're carrying platters of food, it looks like, out to the watchtower.
I am gonna go dump filters of love on them without anybody noticing.
All right. Well, nobody sees you, but give me a sleight of hand check to see if you upset the platters at all, because you could just basically walk up next to this person and pour it. Yeah, that is exactly what you do. You spike both of these meals. It does look like it's 2 deep platters. They're probably for 2 or 3 people each that they're carrying out here, so you're probably going to hit 2, maybe 3 watchtowers with this.
Okay.
Yeah, done.
Excellent. Keck will evilly laugh in her head.
All right. This person did not notice you at all, so they just carry on what they were doing.
All right. Keck's gonna go look in where they came from.
Okay, they came from one of the center areas of camp. It looks like towards the center of this left side of the camp, there is a larger area that has multiple bonfires around it, and there are cooking pots hung over these bonfires. It looks like probably the people at the edges of the camp are the last people to be getting fed. There's not that many people at or around these bonfires, the cooking pots, and a couple of the cooking pots have been taken down and are getting cleaned.
Okay, but there's still some cooking?
There are still some cooking, yes.
All right, we're going to dump the rest of the filters, whatever I have.
All right, so you move in closer to that area, and you're going to dump the filters into the other cooking pots?
So I want to do one of them with 3 potions of poison, and then the other, however many other ones, with filters of love.
Okay. So sneaking up into this area, that is easily enough done. There are a few folks here. There's a couple Minotaurs, which you recognize as Lowlanders, although you wouldn't have spoken with them. They seem to be in charge of doing some of the heavier duty cleaning. One of them has got one of the pots and is basically holding it upside down so that someone else can clean it on the inside. There's another that's hauling firewood around, and it looks like there are 6 or 7 of the Lowlanders here in this area. But yeah, you spike the cook pots that are still going. It looks like those ones have been set up recently. They haven't been cooking for that long, so this might be a second round of whatever's being cooked. Maybe
All
for a
right.
different
Is
shift.
there like a head chef or something around?
There would be, yeah. There is a he would be a dragonborn. There is a rather portly looking dragonborn wearing a leather apron.
Plot
Ooh.
twist. It's Gribby.
Seems to be in charge here. Yeah.
All right, so Keck's gonna pull out a piece of parchment, and she's gonna write a message on this piece of paper, and she is gonna walk up to that dragonborn if she sees him, and she's gonna try and give it to him without giving away her position. And the note is gonna say, "The food is poisoned. Do not let your friends eat."
Ah. And you're just gonna like slip it into a pocket or something, or are you gonna?
No, I need to make it apparent. So like I'm gonna maybe like try and place it near where he's gonna be able to see it like fall off of his hand or maybe in his hand. I could probably get away with that.
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check for me.
Is the dragonborn on our side?
No.
The dragonborn's not.
The dragonborn? No, there's you don't know this dragonborn. You have no
Well,
idea.
he's
who this is.
We're
He's
just
low-
memeing. It's not
we're-
Grubby.
We're thinking as Lowlander.
No, he's wearing Empire uniform.
Oh no, well fuck that then. We wanna do it to one of the Lowlanders.
Ah, okay. You're warning the Lowlanders about the food.
Yes, I was about to
Uh,
say. Myra's changed
Keck's
sides. He's
Keck's
forgotten
betraying
he's
you
not a
guys.
DM right now.
Yes, the food is poisoned. Don't eat it. Also, there's a group of people across the river who are trying to steal. Yeah.
Wink, wink. Oh my gosh. No,
Fantastic.
I want to do that to one of the Lowlanders, not to the Dragonborn.
Okay, then make a sleight of hand check for me.
Oh, damn.
That was close.
That was close. It's a really
Alright.
terrible roll.
So you sneak this note to one of these people who's working, and they realize there's something in their hand, and they're just like, "What?" They look at it, they read it, their eyes go wide, they look around, real quick, like crumple it up, toss it into one of the fires, and they're looking around nervously.
That's a smart person. Just saying.
Yep.
Yes.
Do they tell anybody else?
You can see them like scoot over to one of the people they're working with and like start whispering with them. This is actually a benefit of a role I did behind the screen for Fee and what she did earlier. But they begin putting their heads together and whispering, and then, a couple of them glance around and then try to look casual as they split up and start talking to the other Lowlanders.
Excellent. Keck will evilly laugh in her head again, and she'll move along and see if she can skirt the edges to find more. Well, no, hold on. We still have a boat plan, right? Is that still the plan? Does
Correct.
Keck
Yeah,
remember?
boat plan's still the plan, but by all means, add more. Fee went ham on that potion that she made, so, give it to everybody.
All right. I mean, so Keck's also going to write another note and try and put it in the same Lowlander's hand when he's not paying attention to meet at river during distraction. Throw in fire again. GG.
All right. Go ahead and make another sleight of hand check.
Sure.
All right. So you catch this person at the perfect moment when their back is turned from all the others, and you basically just slide the piece of paper up into their hand. You see them kind of like start and then realize they've got paper. They hold it, just kind of look down at it, read it, and then you hear the mutter, "Well, I hope you're not a ghost that's just messing with me, but all right, down at the river. Got it, got it. I'll get the word to everybody else." And they go over and throw a log in the fire, and maybe a piece of paper too.
Cool. All right, yeah. Now Keck's gonna move along and find the next place to poison. Is what she's looking for now. It's on his dog.
All right. Go ahead and make a investigation or perception check with advantage.
Mm. Nice.
All right. So you're moving through this camp. It is intentionally laid out in such a way that it is difficult to navigate if you haven't been here before. That is part of the design of the camp because they know what they're doing. So roll a d6 for me. All right. Fortunately for you, you run into somebody, but it's somebody that you wanted to run into. You run into 3 of the centaurs that were part of the lowlanders assigned here. They are doing something that they probably hate. They're pulling wagons. You come around a corner and literally bump into one of them as they back up, hauling a wagon or stuff off of a wagon. And they glance over their shoulder and don't see anyone, and they get a confused look on their face and begin glancing around, like looking on the ground to see if they like knocked a kobold over. But yeah, you can do what you want with that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna pass some notes again. Don't eat the food and meet at the river during distraction. Tell people. Burn note.
Or eat the note.
Or eat the note. Yeah, sure.
All right. So you write them a note and pass it to them?
Yep. I think at this point I'll probably have to take another potion to keep my invisibility up.
Yeah, you're at about 45 minutes that you've had this potion going. So this centaur that you pass the notes for doesn't seem to notice them at first. Seems a little confused. Knocks one of them off into the ground into the mud, and then one of the other centaurs comes over and says, basically, "Dude, you're knocking things off into the mud." Like, picks up the piece of paper, picks up the other piece of paper, doesn't look at them, and stuffs them into a bag with other stuff, and begins walking off with that bag.
Oh yeah, no, Keck's gonna go get that bag.
Okay. How are you going to go about that?
The centaurs we want to run into, right?
Yeah, they're lowlanders.
I'm gonna greet them. I'm gonna greet them quietly, and tell them who I am, and then I'm gonna keep walking and tell them what just happened and what we need to do about it.
Okay, so you greet them. What exactly do you say? Because it might matter.
Uh, Keck's gonna walk up and she's gonna say, "Don't be afraid. I'm an ally. I'm Keck. I'm here to rescue you guys."
They will startle and look around and not see anyone and kind of like defensively back up a couple steps and say, "Who said that?"
Keck will say again, "It's me, Keck. I'm invisible. You can't see me."
They'll kind of like back up and then extend an arm and just kind of like wave it in front of themselves. They're being very obvious about this.
Oh, great.
So if this goes on for too much longer, people might start noticing what's going on.
She's gonna say, "Stop, or you're gonna draw attention and get us in trouble."
Their eyes go wide a little bit. They look around, pull their arms back into themselves, and say, "Where'd you come from?"
I came from an allied place. The sanctuary. Fuck. Starlight Sanctuary. Yeah, Starlight Sanctuary sent me to help you.
The centaur will calm down a little bit about hearing that and say, well, I heard that someone was gonna come try and get us out. Are you getting us out right now?"
Not right now, but what you just put in your bag could give away how we're gonna get you out. You need to pull those 2 pieces of paper out and destroy them.
They look confused for a second, and then pull the bag down and pull the things out, and then read them. Their eyes go wide, and they look around hastily, and then wad them up and shove them in their mouth.
You need to tell everybody that you can. I'm trying to do the same. We're gonna set it off, and you need to pay attention for it.
They'll nod their head and go, okay.
All right. So Keck will move on from there, and we'll try and warn some more people.
All right. As you're moving away, a dragonborn walks up and begins berating the centaur for letting the stuff fall, letting the bag that they dropped fall into the mud, and tells them to hurry up unloading all the wagons. But yeah, if you're moving on,
Yep.
give me another perception or investigation check.
All right. Still advantage.
Still with advantage. Yep. All right. Moving through the camp, you find another group of these lowlanders. This group, it appears to be, is working. Can't remember what the name of this location would be. Basically, part of the logistics part of the camp, where they take in equipment that's been broken or damaged, they repair it, they issue new gear. For the life of me, I can't remember what it is, but
Armory?
the quarter. It's not the armory. The quartermaster would oversee this part of it. It's not weapons specifically. It's clothing, like shoes, like basic equipment you use around the camp, but not your weapons, not your armor.
Any food around?
In this particular part of the camp, there is a lot of food around, but it isn't open. This would be like sealed casks of grain and various other food stuff like that. One thing that would catch your eye is that there's a lot of water here.
I was about to say, what about drink? So let's find a good water hole to spike with some filters. Let's do that first.
There are probably 2 to 3 dozen casks that are like 10 feet tall and almost as wide around. Yeah, they bring them in on wagons. It's fresh water that they hauled up from either the river or somewhere else. Excuse me.
How many filters did Fee give me?
So Fee made a giant potion with 3 berries in it, and Fee
Just one.
one very very big one that's got 10 filters of love in it and 3 berries in it. So.
Jesus.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Oh, damn.
Fee
That
went
makes more-
Bottle on you.
That makes more sense. All right, so okay. I have a few. So I think we'll just use everything that I have, and I think we can probably maybe affect reliably maybe 2 of the caskets, to be honest. So with what's left, because we poisoned like 2 so far, right? Plus now this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that would be that, and then I'm out of potions at that point. So, Keck will go and then she'll write the notes, and she'll pass it to lowlander looking people.
All right. In this area, there's one particularly that's a werebore that you would recognize. You saw them hanging out before.
Yep.
They are currently at work fixing a wagon. It looks like a wagon wheel.
Yeah, I wanna try and sneak it like right in his vision, because I'm gonna have to draw his focus for sure.
Okay. One more sleight of hand check. This one's gonna. There are dragonborn and other creatures around here, so it's gonna matter. All right, 23. You slip it under the wheel that they're working on into their field of view. They look at it, they nod, and then just keep on working.
I'm gonna try and take it back then and leave.
Okay. They observe that it disappears, and they said, and just as he's working on it, he'll casually say, "Yep, little octopus lady told us the signal. When we hear that horn blast, we'll make a run for it."
Excellente. All right, Keck will move on and see if she can warn anybody else.
Okay. So you move through the camp, and I will say, at this point, you've encountered roughly 18 lowlanders, not counting the giant. So you scan the camp a little more. Roll me another d6.
Nice.
Goody. Okay. It's At this point, as you're moving through the camp, you run into a separate part of camp. Um, Around here, there's a few more dragonborn than there are kobolds. And as you're moving through this area looking for lowlanders, all of a sudden, from off to one side, the area you're in is suddenly just lit up as one of the tent flaps is thrown aside, and a fire elemental just walks out of this tent and out into the road nearby you.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like they stop for a second and just kind of start looking around. Can you make another stealth check for me?
Yeah, I was about to say we'll definitely get out the way.
Right, 23. They seem to flit back and forth for a second as if they're smelling something, and then stop and just turn in a direction and start moving again. Not directly past you, just kind of near you.
We're gonna move further away.
Okay. And as they begin moving past you, their form suddenly condenses down into the form of a red half dragon. And they'll gesture over towards one of the dragonborn, who will address them respectfully and salute. And you're probably close enough to overhear it. You can understand Draconic?
Yes.
Okay. Then the half dragon says, "I smelled elf in the camp. Not close, but I don't like smelling elf in the camp. Put out. No, never mind. Just tell them to keep extra watch tonight. I think one of Sable's minions might have snuck into the camp." And the Dragonborn will address him. "Yes, sir. I will inform the guard." And this half dragon will walk off towards the upper section of the hill. But yeah, you may go about your business.
All right. Do we see anybody nearby in this maybe the elite part of the camp?
You do not. There's a lot of mounts around here, but there are no lowlanders up here in this section of the camp.
Okay. Let's maybe try and head towards the giant.
Okay, so you move back through the camp. It's not hard to find the giant.
Nope.
You move back through the camp towards the giant. And as you get closer to the giant, it looks like the giant is just sitting at part of the camp. They've got some large chunk of stone in their hand and a little metal tool, it looks like, and they're just chipping away at this rock, like engraving it or smoothing it or shaping it or something.
All right. Let's sneak a note in there.
All right. So you sneak a note over to this giant where they can see it.
Yeah.
They appear to be really engrossed in what they're doing with the stonework. And even as you're there, observing what they're doing, like trying to get them to notice this note, a group of kobolds wanders by and picks up a bunch of rocks and detritus off the ground and just starts chucking it at the giant's head, and it begins bouncing off of the giant's head. The giant doesn't seem to notice. They just keep working on the rock that they're working on.
Is he chained up?
Nope.
He's just chilling.
Yep, he's just sitting in his corner chilling, working on his rock.
Does Keck remember his name?
I don't think Heck ever heard his name.
No.
She did hear his name. When we were in the first one, What's-His-Face was trying to get the giant's attention, and he called his name, and then he didn't respond, so he chucked a rock at his head and then said it again. And then he finally got up and did what the guy asked.
Shit.
Yep.
Well, Keck might not remember the name, so
I don't think Java remembers the name, but yeah.
All right. So are there a bunch of kobolds around, or did those ones leave?
This section of the camp, so there's that group of kobolds. It looks like they were just walking through camp, going from point A to point B, and felt like having fun throwing rocks at a giant. You are still surrounded on all sides by tents that are various filled with filled with various amounts of kobolds. Some of them are empty. Some of them have like 5 or 6 kobolds in them sleeping. It just depends on which part of the camp and how many kobolds there are around. They're everywhere.
All right. I'm gonna try and walk up and get the giant's attention by quietly talking to it.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, lean over, big guy. This way.
And without stopping working on his rock, he just kind of leans over direction, probably not towards you.
I'll try and get as close to his ear as possible so I can be as quiet as possible. But I'm gonna tell him to go to the river when you hear the signal, which might be a horn or Gerard. Yeah.
Okay. He keeps working on his rock. Doesn't nod or do anything like that. Just keeps working on his rock.
I'm gonna tell him to sit back up straight and have a good day. And then she's gonna try and see if she can find the other last people.
Okay. I will save you the trouble, actually. As the giant leans back up to sit upright, one of the other lowlanders comes walking brusquely towards the giant, basically straight past you, and walks up to the giant and kicks him in the shin, and the giant doesn't stop what they're doing, but just kind of like leans down to them, goes, and begins basically explaining to them exactly what you just said. And you overhear as part of the conversation, Lowlander's like, all right, when there's a horn blast, we're gonna get together and all go down to the river. I've told everybody else, make sure you come with us, okay? I'm gonna try and make sure that someone's nearby, but when you hear the horn blast, we're all gonna get out of the camp, all right?
All right, Keck's gonna head out of the camp
All right.
and back across the river.
Roll me another d6 to see if we run into anybody on the way out. All right. Only kobolds. Easy enough to sneak past him. One more stealth check to get out of the camp without getting noticed. Double ones. 24. Yep, 32. You're fine. You ghost up over the walls and then disappear into the night.
Excellent. We'll head back to camp and we'll say everybody's ready for the signal whenever you guys are.
All right. How do you signal the rest of the group that that's going to happen, or are you just going to make your way back to the group?
Well, we need to send a message to Gerard to start his stuff. And then we'll move in, right?
Fee's gonna suggest that you guys. How long did it take Keck to get to the camp?
You would have seen Keck. Actually, so here's the thing: Keck left in the night. You don't know. I don't think Keck gave you an estimate of how long it was going to take. They just disappeared into the night. You didn't see them crossing the river?
Keck come back? Is she back with us now or no?
That is my question. Keck is currently on her way back from the camp. We're now 2 hours roughly past when Keck left, would be about when Keck is coming back. So my question is, does Keck have a way of signaling you guys that it's time to let Gerard do his thing?
Well, is it time, or are we waiting until they eat in like the morning? What is the are they eating now?
I think they are eating now.
Yeah, I think they are eating now.
So I'm gonna come back and say, yeah, like we poisoned all the pots, and we should tell Gerard to start the distraction right now. So actually, what she's gonna do is she's gonna go talk to Gerard and say start it now, and then she's gonna head back to the group after that and tell Fee to blow her horn. When we need to go to the river and then get our shit together and blow the horn.
Fee's gonna go up on her own up north to blow the horn. Otherwise, they'll come towards the horn. Fee's going that way.
You're gonna blow the horn from somewhere other than where the boats are?
Yes.
Okay, so then Keck and Corin need to start readying the boats as soon as Keck gets back, because she went and told Gerard to start the distraction.
Yeah, like the moment Keck gets back.
I guess what's gonna happen is Keck knows how long it would take to get from Gerard's camp to her camp, right?
You go talk to Gerard and tell Gerard to signal that Keck's job is done, and then the werewolves could tell the group.
So
yeah, super communication. Okay.
the werewolves that you have with you are capable of basically howling to communicate with Gerard. Gerard is actually in the forest on the east side of the camp already, just waiting for you guys to let him know that he needs to start something.
Okay, then yeah, Keck would head back to camp and get Corn and say we need to get the boats ready right now and start heading towards that and getting that shit done. And then tell Fee to position.
Okay.
And get ready for the distraction and wait for the distraction to start and then blow your horn. And that should signal everybody to come to the boats at the river.
Alright, Fee wants to go up to like the northern part of the camp, like up here.
Okay, then I'm gonna need a stealth check from Fee, and getting the boats ready. We're gonna need a athletics check from those who are staying behind to get the boats ready, to get the boats out towards the edge of the water.
I can do that. I have a pretty high athletics.
Can Fee drink her potion of invisibility?
Most certainly.
Alright, Fee's gonna do that. Potion of invisibility. I gotta find it in my inventory. Hang on. Alright.
Okie dokie. Then you can make a stealth check with advantage to cross the river and go get in position to blow the horn. Garrison and Keck and Corin, you guys, without trouble, managed to get your boats down, or ready to get them right to the edge of the water and put them in the water. Hilarious help too. Stealthy. Ooh, what is Skarnak doing?
At the moment, he's waiting for stuff to happen. He's not really bright.
Probably gonna help them lift the stuff to the river.
He's notably not that strong.
Ah.
He's kind of like that sinewy, speedy dude.
I think 4 of us can get those 2 boats down.
Yes, without too much effort. All right, so a 15 stealth. That is actually going to, let me check something. They're not super perceptive.
That's what you should have done. Pass without trace.
Yeah, maybe. But
well, I still have my boots of silenciness too, so.
Yes. So as you're crossing the river, Fee, you freak out for a second because as you're crossing the river, you think 2 kobolds notice you, and then one of them chucks a rock in your general direction that splashes into the river, and then they seem to have an argument, and then another one of them is making gestures about throwing it sidearm, and then they chuck a couple other rocks into the river, and then they get into more of an argument. It appears that they're trying to like skip rocks on the river and they just can't do it. But they were doing it pretty close to where you were, so for a second there you were worried about them hitting you, but they don't.
Okay.
So carry on.
Okay, Fee's gonna make her way up to the top of the camp, right where the trees and like is this the top of the camp? I don't know where the top of the camp is.
Yes, up here.
Yeah, go to the top. Does she see anybody nearby? Any peoples or things, or what she got? What do we got?
Not nearby. There is, so if you're looking at the map way down below, the actual nice map, there's a little hand-drawn map.
Yeah.
You would be up here. So you're probably a couple thousand feet away from the
okay, does Fee see the dragon or anything?
Nope. It's dark, so you can see the top of the hill, and there are fires up there, but you don't see the dragon.
Fee does have dark vision, but that's okay. She's ready. She's got this. She's hype. Fee is going to blow her horn, everyone.
Alrighty. Take out your horn of blasting and roll that explosion percentage.
1d20. We're going for it. Actually, it's just 1d5 would be fine, right?
Either way.
Yep. 1d20.
It'll blow up in your face either way.
No, don't be negative, alright? Positive thinking,
yeah.
No! Why?
Oh boy. Okay. So you pull pull out the horn and you sound it, and it gives off a thunderous boom. The rest of you, you hear the signal. The signal goes off, and the werewolves howl, letting Gerard know that it's time to start things off. And Fee, the horn backblasts in your face, giving off a massive explosion, and
Okay.
signaling your position. You need to take some damage, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Hang on, I gotta look up the roll. I didn't think I'd be this unlucky.
Unfortunate.
This is
Okay,
like
hang on.
worst case scenario.
Oh.
Watch this be amazing and just annihilate my face.
It's like 10d6, yeah.
Oh, fuck me. Alright, Fee takes 42.
Holy
Or it's
fuck,
fire
yeah.
damage. It's fire damage. So it's halved, right?
Why?
Why would it be half?
If it's fire damage?
I don't think it's fire.
Are you
damage, is it?
resistant to fire?
Oh no, that's right. I'm resistant to cold. No!
Get
You could
Get
you could hellish
squished.
rebuke the fire, I guess.
Oh,
That'd probably
what will that
use-
do?
just be
If
yourself.
I had
Aren't
the
you
spell,
resistant to fire?
so I had a spell on that one day, but I don't currently have it. Fee did not plan for the boom, so there's no anti.
You are resistant to fire though. As a tiefling.
Oh yes, I am. I'm a tiefling. He's right. I have natural fire damage
You
resistance.
have natural fire
Yay.
resistance.
Yay
and the
for
ring of
Yeti.
cold sometimes. I'm sorry. I like zoned out for a moment. I come back and he's like, I'm not fire resistant. I'm like, "Oh, fuck, you aren't.
So 21 points of fire damage then.
Like it's so much
that-
better.
That's not the bad part. The bad part, can you roll me one more d6?
Fee also wants to do something though. It might be a little bit delayed because she's oh goodness,
fire.
not this. Because she like had a little thingy going on. Of course, a nat 1 to a 6. That's fine. It's fine, guys. I'm not upset about it. It's fine. Fee is going to on the corner of the camp because I think this is like insanely big.
Insanely big.
So there's these things that the Frost Forces did, right? And Fee's seen it a lot. All right, and it's annoying as fuck.
The sleet storm.
Leak storm, eh?
Yeah.
I like how we both know you're tough.
It's insanely big and insanely annoying. We know exactly what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
but Fee
The
wants
DMs
to.
are like, yeah, we know.
Yeah. So the joys of this one, though, I think.
You want to cast a sleet storm.
Okay, so there's a slight problem. All right. It's entirely possible Fee left without the sleet storm spell, but instead she has ice storm.
Oh, that's gonna be helpful.
But it's fine. It's okay. She's gonna do it anyway. God damn it. I just noticed I have the wrong one. It's okay. She's casting it anyway. She's casting Ice Storm instead. Okay.
300-foot range. Nice. You can do it from pretty far away.
Yeah, she's gonna cast Ice Storm, and she's because the Frost Forces are up here in this direction, right?
Yeah, very far in that direction, but yes, they are in that
Yeah,
direction.
she's gonna cast it up, and then we need everybody to go this way. So she's gonna cast it over here, up here, not to where it's like she wants to cast it over here.
Okay. There are several watchtowers over on that side of the hill, so you want to basically just pick one and hit it with Ice Storm. Okay. So Fee moves up and throws an ice storm out at one of these watchtowers, and it thoroughly confuses and might even kill some of the kobolds that are up there in that watchtower. As you do so, from the center of the camp, you see what looks like a fire, a bonfire, or a torch or something just fire straight up into the sky, quite rapidly up into the sky, and then begin moving out in your general direction.
Run, Fee!
Fee's making a break for it. She's moving her booty away.
Okay, can you make a stealth check for me with, you would have advantage, but it will be canceled by how fast you're moving. So it's just in the dark. Can you make just a normal stealth check for me? 18. All right. I need somebody else to make a roll. You get to fight somebody.
What do you sound happy about?
Because this guy's a Banff, and I totally want him to murder Fee, but nope, nope. All right, so he sails over to the area where you were and begins circling in that area looking for you, but you got out of there fast enough. He doesn't see you.
Woohoo.
You do notice that there's a massive commotion on the walls and in the towers as kobolds are appearing all over the place, and some of them are shouting and pointing in the direction that where you were.
All right, Fee is gonna go Spider Fee, little Spider Fee, not big Spider Fee. Gotta make that clear. It's gonna be hard to get around.
You're invisible
Just a
either way.
giant spider trying to climb through the camp is gonna go great, everybody.
I mean, you could get over a lot of obstacles as big Spider Fee, but yeah, you do you.
Oh, actually, you know what? I could do Snaky Fee. We'll do Snaky Fee.
Why?
Little Snaky Fee. That's invisible from invisible potion.
Yeah,
and
you could.
yeah, she gonna do her invisible snake penis. But she's not going to head back towards the group. She's gonna head towards the camp at somewhat of a distance, so hopefully no one can see her, like flying, and try to figure out if she sees everybody moving to where they're supposed to. So like if the people she's trying to get out are going the right way, like if there are stragglers and stuff.
Okay, so you fly out in that direction. Meanwhile, everyone down at the river, you hear the horn go off, and then you two can see this person torch thing up out of the camp and then fly off to the north. And even from this distance, I think you can see there's bonfires being lit, there's torches being lit, the camp is coming alive. What are you guys going to do down at the boat? So you're going to get the boats in the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta go
Stick
through
with
with
the plan. Get the boats in the water and let's start moving in.
Yep. Let's start moving in.
Okie dokie. So you guys start getting prepared over there. It's about this time. You would hear a howling noise distant from the east. And one of the werewolves who is helping you guys haul a boat down to the river will perk their ears up and listen and say, that is Gerard. He is fighting something. He says he is successful. He cannot say more than that, I think.
Let's move our asses.
Yep.
All right. So you guys are getting the boats down to the river. Fee, cutting back to you. So you begin flying around the edge of the camp, looking into the camp.
Mhm.
The thing you will notice most easily and most immediately is this camp is very much in disarray. There are a lot of kobolds moving up to the edges of the walls, but there are also large groups of them that are standing around arguing with each other. And it seems that there's sections of the camp that are broken out into a riot. And there are half dragons and dragonborn that are rushing down towards that part of the camp. There is, like, as you begin like perusing the camp, it looks like the lowlanders are congregating around the the giant, and the giant is now standing up, hoisting their rock onto their shoulder. And there are now multiple parts of this camp that are now, yes, heavy air quotes, rioting.
Rioting.
Okay, does
mission accomplished.
Fee makes a disgusted noise at the weird people. Snaky Fee of disgust. How many people are over by the giant dude? Like, is it the entire crew or like half of them?
It looks like most of them. It's difficult to get a head count from the height and distance that you're at, especially with lots of things moving around, but it looks like a lot of the lowlanders have congregated around this giant, and the giant is now moving towards the edge of the camp.
Okay, so they're going in the right direction.
Yes, they're going down to the southwest.
Okay, Fee's gonna follow slightly behind and above them to make sure they are like all moving and try to do a head count. Fee's gonna try to count all the peoples.
Okay, make a perception check for me. Okay. It takes you a minute, and it's hard to do because they're moving between tents and running for a little bit of it as the giant starts picking up speed, heading towards the wall. Your count is between 20 and 24. You're not sure where it is in there, but it looks like it's everybody.
Good.
The giant, and some of you who are down by the edge of the river, as you guys get the boats out on the river, you would see this. The giant comes up to the wall and doesn't stop, just holds the rock low in front of them, swings it a little bit, and a section of the wall between two towers just bursts outward in a shower of debris and falling rocks, and the giant just keeps loping down the hill right past through the hole. Everybody else begins running right past them. A couple kobolds seem shocked and surprised by this and take out slings and begin chucking rocks at the giant, but it's a giant. Yeah, he just barrels through this wall and begins loping his way down the road. You've got about 10 minutes before he makes it to the water. People in the boats, you have now a skill challenge ahead of you. You need to get to the other side of the river to pick people up.
Yay! Let's go.
Water walk.
So,
Check pulls out her rapier and points it to the other side of the river.
all right. So, Keck and Corin steering the boats. You guys are going to make a dexterity check for me. All right, Lenari, you'll be able to do it with your spellcasting ability modifier. I need the people who are going to be attempting to propel these vehicles to make athletics checks, or in Lenari's case, a spellcasting ability modifier. So, all right, the pilots are very good at this. Garathin, you pick up a pair of oars and begin rowing pretty well. Lenara, you begin trying to move water past this vehicle to make it accelerate. And if Yeti's...
Oh, good.
Nice. If Skarnak is going to participate, this would be the time.
Charisma save. Charisma save or charisma check?
It would be athletics, actually.
That's fine.
Even better.
Yeah. Woohoo! Even more fun.
Oh
right.
my god.
So, Keck, Corin,
Unless you give me
you
an
guys are
acrobatic.
going forward, and you expertly pilot your craft and just kind of set out into the water, and Garathin and Lenari are trying their best, and Skarnak is also with his little gangly limbs trying to help the boats move. It's not going so well. You're making headway, but not a lot of it. The river's quiet here, so it's not like your guys are getting washed down river, but
Could Keck try and help propel as well as steer?
a giant could definitely help with it. The giant, however, is at this point still a couple miles away. He's not even to the water yet. So the refugees are pelting down the hillside towards you guys. We will cut back to Fee. You see your friends on the boats set out and start making their way towards you. However, you do notice that behind you, a small group of kobolds have gathered on the walls and are pulling out bows and begin firing at the lowlanders. The lowlanders are running, so they're going to be out of range quick. But it looks like the kobolds are going to get off several volleys of arrows before they do. Is there anything you want to do about that before I make some rolls?
How far away is that?
A couple of
boats?
miles from the boats.
Yeah, miles.
Let me think. The peoples have a clear view and they're like beelining it for it, right?
Yeah. The
Alright.
lowlanders know definitely where they're going
Fee's
because they can see the boats on the river.
Fee's gonna land behind them and then she is going to... The towers are behind her?
Yes. They are up the hill. They would be on either side of the wall that the giant busted through.
Okay, she's just going to just to verify. I can use my tiefling abilities while I'm shapeshifted, right?
Yeah, Hellish Rebuke and
Yeah.
yeah. Your racial abilities.
Darkness!
So you're gonna need to get very close to one of the towers to use it, but yes, you could envelop one of the towers in darkness.
Fee was thinking
Or-
about floating behind them and just being like a ball of darkness behind them as they make their escape.
To block their line of sight. Gotcha. Okay,
Ye-
so you need to scoop something up to cast it on, or can
Alright.
you cast it on yourself?
No, an item.
You have to be carrying something.
Worn or carried. Okay, so
Mhm.
you would have to cast it on something you're wearing, but you can totally do that. Cast it on yourself, and just this little ball of darkness is going to appear, and then you're going to line of sight block for your friends.
Yeah, LOS.
Okay. Well, in that case, we will do this. Miss, 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 miss. One hit. Okay, so a hail of arrows comes flying in, even through the darkness. It all just sails right past you. You're too small for these to be able to hit effectively. You hear one person scream out in pain from down below, but they don't stop running. There's just somebody that got hit, but most of the arrows come up short.
Mhm.
So good on you. You protected the lowlanders from the bulk of the damage. All right, so the lowlanders then are going to begin running down towards the beach. They are quickly out of range of all the kobolds shooting at them from behind. Folks in the boats, the lowlanders come screaming down this embankment straight towards you. Most of the lowlanders see the boats and start slowing down because they're going to have to swim to actually like get to you. A couple of the smaller lowlanders get up on the back of centaurs who run out ahead, and the giant's just pelting straight towards you guys.
Hmm.
The from the camp behind you, I need to make a couple rolls.
I do like this tavern music.
It's very
Yeah,
fitting.
I considered changing it, but I'm like, it's madness that's happening right now.
It's like we're telling the story after we live it.
All right. So from behind you, 5 or 6 riders on the back of creatures. They're two-legged dinosaur-looking creatures. They come out of the front gate, and they congregate at the top of the main road, kind of milling about, like they're not sure what to do. And thankfully, they don't charge in your guys' direction. A couple of them do seem to notice the lowlanders and point in that direction, but nobody heads in your direction immediately. So, folks down at the boats, it takes a little bit longer than you like, but you do manage to get over to the other side of the river and loading up these lowlanders into the boats.
These illusionary terrain is up still, correct?
No, I think it would have been away
'Cause that's
by now,
24
right?
hours.
It's
right?
24 hours. It would still be up.
Yeah.
No
You
concentration.
wanted it to cover.
I think it was just covering the
Uh,
other.
okay.
the
Okay.
launch point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Never mind.
All right. So as you guys get over and the lowlanders begin swimming out into the river to get to you guys, you will hear shouts from north of you guys because the two camps, or the camp that's on the west bank, is going to be aware that the main camp is in disarray right now if they don't necessarily know what's going on there. So I'm actually going to want Corin and Keck. I want you guys to make dexterity checks for your boats. This is actually going to be a stealth check for your boats, but it's how little noise you can make as you're piloting these vessels and how quickly and quietly you can communicate what needs to be done.
As opposed to the
So
others who just fuck it up.
So a dex check.
It's a stealth check. It's either you're proficient in vehicles, for you it'd just be a stealth check. You don't get the. Are you expert in stealth?
Yeah.
Okay, so no, it would be a dex check, a proficient dex check.
So for me, it's a stealth check then, right?
You'd be using your water
Keck's
vehicles
fine.
proficiency. Yeah, Keck is fine. So yeah, that's a pass for both of you. So you're very quiet as the lowlanders are swimming out to you. You are pulling up alongside of them and quickly and quietly and succinctly conveying what they need to do to get into the boat. And they do so. You begin pulling everybody on board. The giant doesn't get on one of the boats. They basically just grab onto the back of one of them and start wading forward, pushing one of your boats.
Yay.
The hardest part is getting the centaurs on board. So you're going to need to either get closer to the shallows so they can just leap on board, or someone's going to have to help them get aboard.
I can help them.
That's
Can I
me
make
getting my
ice
boat
for 'em?
closer.
Okay, so Corin swoops his boat outward. Sorry, I heard a couple voices at the same time. So, Lenari, what did you want to help with?
Can I just make an ice bridge for him?
An ice
they
ramp
can just
like shape
yeah.
water?
Yeah.
Yes, you could do that. That'll take time. Can you make a charisma ability check to see how fast you can do it?
Sure.
You're looking for a, we'll say it's a 12. It's not gonna be super hard.
Nope, never mind.
Okay, so you start working on that, and Corin just kind of pulls the boat over towards the shallows, and the centaurs just run and jump into the boats. And you are going to successfully get everybody on board.
As they once they're all on board, Fee's gonna land and then unsnakeify herself.
Before we go, take a quick head count just to make sure we have all the prisoners or the captives.
Okay, that will be a perception check from Corin and whoever's heading it in the other boat. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Skarnak's doing a head count. Corin's doing a head
That's
count.
not
Okay.
advantage for
Oh,
us,
yeah.
though.
Yeah, but the 20 was the first one. So you do a quick head count. 23.
You're at
23.
23.
How'd that
There's
happen?
a sussy baka.
Yeah, who
How
is the
many are
sussy
we
black
supposed
guy?
to have?
22.
You look around. Yeah, you've got the giant and 22 more. So it's
Yeah,
like
it's 22 plus the giant. We should be good.
They said 22 in total though.
yeah, good memory. That's one of those. All right, looking
Oh
around.
my god.
Lenari's looking around. They all look like lowlanders. There's not anybody that stands out, and the lowlanders are looking at you like, okay, guys, let's go. Corin,
Why-
roll me a d6. Skarnak, roll me a d6. Actually, Garethan, you too.
Who's got
Okay.
a rubber duck going?
So
Oh, sorry, that's my dog.
Oh.
nice. All right, so you guys look around at the lowlanders. Just really quickly looking at them, they all look to be similar levels of terrified and frightened. They're all huddling together. There aren't any outsiders, it looks like. There's nobody that's standing by themselves or behaving suspiciously or looks like calm and collected. They all just look like, okay, let's get the hell out of here now. So
Keck's gonna ask why there's an extra one. Like out loud.
yeah, you just ask out loud why there's an extra one.
Yep.
All right, one of the lowlanders will look around and then say, extra? Well, I don't know. I don't think there was anyone extra. And they're all just kind of look around like, no, we all know each other. None of them seems to have a good explanation for that.
A false Hydra.
Well, we can figure this out while we're down the river. Let's go.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right, let's go.
All right,
So
Fee's
everybody's gonna
time.
pick up
Fee's
oars and paddles and whatever. Yeah.
Fee's gonna land and cast the hallucinatory hallucination
Hallucinatory. Yeah.
That word.
Good, T.
That word.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you're going to, oh, you should know, hallucinatory terrain will give you a significant area of cover, but you're going to move out of it pretty quick. You can't cast it on the boats themselves.
Yeah. Well, Fee didn't get on the boat, so.
Yeah, you've got a 150-foot cube, which you guys, at the speed that you're traveling, will pass through it in 12 seconds.
Hell yeah.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. We're gone.
Can.
Yeah. So that's something that you might want to hold on to in case a dragon flies overhead and you want to make a safe spot to hide.
Okay, Fee will do that.
But yeah, you're not strong enough to cover the entire river in hallucination.
Mm. Fee was just thinking, yeah, more along the lines of like covering like from the camp looking down the river, but that works.
You could do that. It will only mask a small part of it, but you could do that to try and give them disadvantage for spotting your boats.
That's okay. Oh, this works. I'll hold on to it to save the boats,
Zoom,
maybe.
zoom, zoom.
Zoom,
Okay,
zoom,
so you
zoom.
guys begin zipping down the river with all the new hands to paddle, the giant pushing behind. You guys accelerate to really fast, like probably 80 or 90 feet per round. As you guys begin zipping downriver, you're going to rapidly begin approaching the rapids. This is going to be another skill challenge to see if you guys can avoid damaging or upsetting the boats. Worst case scenario, one of the boats breaks in the rapids and people might die.
Great.
That is unpleasant.
So we're doing deck saves.
What kind of saves?
Yes. Is going
Can
to
we
be
use the giant to move one of the boats through the rapids freely?
the giant is actually going to have to be making checks to stay on their feet in the rapids. But yes, it'll be the two pilots are making dexterity saves to try and keep the boats
Oh, I'm not piloting.
upright.
So who's
You're
our
not
pilot?
Corin and Keck. Their
Perfect.
boats respectively. The rest of you aren't going to need to make saving throws until something bad happens. If something bad happens, so an 18 is a success for the first part, and a 28 is definitely a success for the first part. Okay, so you guys entered the top of the rapids and begin accelerating down through this stretch of the river. It's very fast. You're making great time. It's just a question of even in the dark. This is really hard. The DC is going to be 16 for the first part. The second part is going to be even more difficult because you have less time to react because you're already moving at a very high speed. The DC is going to be 18 for this section of the river. The giant is going to need to make a check here to see whether or not he can keep his feet. But he does. So the giant is going to be able to help someone. Like if your boat runs into something, he'll be able to help you get off of it without breaking apart. But I need another set of dex saves from the pilots. All right, 17 is not quite a success. 22 is a success.
16 was the first save, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The second one's 18. The last one's going to be 20.
I'm gonna
Oh, I
do
see.
that. Corin's save.
Okay. So, Corin, you're trying to keep this boat under control. And just things just go a little bit sideways for a little bit. The boat slides to the side when you weren't expecting it. Part of the bow goes underwater, kicking up a lot of water onto the deck and washing people backwards. You lose control for just a split second, but then the boat rights itself quickly, and you steer away from the rocks and massive white water that it was headed towards, trying to stay towards the middle of the river where it's deeper. All right, second leg was a success. One more set of dexterity saves, everybody.
Let's
Very
fucking
nice.
go.
Very nice.
All right,
Let's
so
fucking go.
the pilots keep you in the center of the river where the water is the deepest, and you stay away from the rocks, making down the middle of the river. Very nice. You made great time. Can I have? Let's see, Skarnak, Lenari, and Garathan roll d6s for me. Very good. And then there's that too. All right.
Don't do it, Java.
So one of the boats is pulling further ahead than the other. We'll say it's Keck's boat, because you did better on the checks. And you're past the rapids, pulling out into the more calm section that's still moving pretty fast, but it's much more calm. Corin, your boat's a little bit further behind because of the difficulty that you had. But as you guys are pulling away, Lenari, you are keeping an eye out, keeping an ear out. From behind you, up in the sky, you hear a growling rumble from very far away.
Dragon!
can
Dragon!
you-
We have a
yeah.
dragon!
Make a perception check for me. Yeah, see if you can spot it.
Okay.
Perception.
Yes, Lenari specifically.
Nice.
Fucking does.
Very nice. All right, it's about 1.5 miles behind you. It's still over the hills. You heard the echo of it from the hills on the other side of the river, so it's not in line of sight yet. But you hear it before you see it.
Okay. Guys, we should do the terrain thing.
Well, do we want to stop and do the terrain thing?
Yeah, there's
Stopping
the
would probably be the
dragon
best.
coming,
Wait,
so
what is? I'm
let's-
sorry, I missed it. Did we see a dragon? Is that what happened?
Yes.
No, heard it. Lenari heard it.
She heard
About
it.
a mile and a half away up over the hills.
Mm.
Up over here. She doesn't know what direction it's heading, but she heard it nearby.
coming very soon.
Mhm.
Alright. So are you guys gonna stop and pull the boats over?
Looks like it.
Yep.
Alright. Then Fee, hallucinatory terrain is it?
Yeah, Fee will unsnakeify, I think, to cast it, and then go for it.
Alright. Fee begins casting hallucinatory terrain. And I think hallucinatory terrain, they get an intelligence check if they're okay. So you quickly cast, well, as quickly as you can, begin casting hallucinatory terrain, hoping that the dragon doesn't pass overhead before the spell is cast. Imagine you're probably casting it before the boats are pulled over.
Mhm.
Can I get, we'll just get a straight up luck roll from, a d20 from, let's say from Fee, as you're the one casting the spell.
My rolls have been great, but
Oh,
Yeah, just a
God.
straight d20 roll.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
my
have
rolls
enough
all
time.
day thing.
You heard it pretty far away. 12 is good enough. All right, so you cast hallucinatory terrain, making it look like the river just continues here. There are no boats. The rest of you see kind of a faint outline of the terrain being where you guys are parked. The boats look like they just have a layer of magic over them that makes them look like boulders just on the edge of the river. And about 2.5 minutes after you finished casting hallucinatory terrain, a mile upriver, the dragon flies overhead, just doing a circuit, scanning. You can see he's looking carefully up and down the river. And he needs to make an investigation check with disadvantage. Well, that's one.
Disadvantage. Come on.
Ooh. All right, so he's passing back and forth up and down the river, looking and looking and looking. He doesn't seem to spot anything, and then he kind of looks back down over the river and begins banking around to pass overhead. It looks like he's headed in your general direction, maybe not directly at you specifically, but just he's going to fly almost directly overhead.
While everyone is grouped up, I will at least use Dust of Disappearance.
All right, so you guys going to stay in the boats?
Yeah.
Corey,
Yeah.
it is noted. You make everyone in your boat disappear.
Can we get some of that?
I'm gonna throw my other one towards. It's 10 feet. Around
Yeah,
us.
you can have everybody group up and just cast
Yes.
it.
Alright.
Okay, so you're gonna make both boats, the passengers, disappear.
Yep.
All right, you do that. It's not gonna work on the giant. The giant sees everybody disappear, and goes, and is then going to look. Yes, you shrinkify the giant. That will make it work. Yeah, there's no way he's gonna fit inside a 10-foot radius, but if he's smaller, you can get the giant in there and make it work on them too. All right, everybody disappears, and the dragon is going to pass directly overhead. And thankfully for you, he noticed that something was off, but he didn't necessarily know exactly what it was. So now, disadvantage. Thank you.
Oh.
And luckily for you, he does another pass directly overhead, circles back around to pass downriver about a mile further from you, scanning the river. And then he does another loop south, scanning the river. So he continues his search over the river past you guys. Doesn't look like he spotted you specifically.
If he's gonna look around for trees, big ones nearby.
Yes, You are on the map. You guys are approximately right there where the hills start ending, and there are trees dotting the line of the forest, or the bank, excuse me.
Big
So everyone
trees?
get to a tree. Everyone get to a tree. Get to the same tree.
How do you go to the trees?
To
Okay,
the
so you're
trees.
making a run for the trees.
Yep.
All right, with the dragon past you guys, swooping down there further, you guys run into the forest a little bit and find a large tree.
Let's get out of here.
Fee
Let's go,
gonna
Nick.
get everybody out of here.
Yeah, Fee has my seed, unless you want to use your spell.
Fee didn't bring that spell. She has the wind one.
Okay.
Okay,
So you
then
still have my seed.
Alrighty, you're gonna ask Light to get you guys the hell out of here.
Yeah.
All right, you send a message to Light. Hurry, hurry, we need a tree. Yes, we need to path through a tree. Luckily for you, Light does have those spells available today. I did read that for her. She didn't use it. She has it just for you. So the tree, the familiar magic, the tear opens up in it, and the magical portal opens up, and everybody begins dashing through it into the Forest of Lights.
Move, move, move!
Fee's gonna count them as they go through and make sure everybody's accounted for.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and then you guys, as the giant begins squeezing their way through it. Thankfully, because you used Enlarge Reduce, they can. They weren't going to fit otherwise.
We need to sort out our 23 issue. But we can do that in the Forest of Lights.
All right. Everybody passes through into the Forest of Lights, and you find yourselves in the Druid Grove.
Alright. Group up, everybody.
Wipe the sweat off my brow.
Karnak's never been here before. He's deeply confused. He just ran through a tree. When he set off on his journey, he's never seen a
Fee's
tree
gonna
before.
make sure nothing follows us through, come in last, and then she's gonna say, okay, everybody group up. Group up, everybody. And then...
Yeah, they do so. A few of them are, they're hugging, and a couple of them look like they're crying. They look very happy to be out of that camp.
Alright, and then Fee is going to take... Fee is gonna take her last potion of mind reading.
I want to know if this will do anything. Can I get a read on any of them?
Ooh.
Do yours first. I'll save my potion.
Okay, yeah, you can spend time to begin reading these people. It's going to take you like half an hour to get this done on everybody. Obviously, the giant's going to exceed you in just about everything here except for fighter levels. But yeah, you want to get a read. What are you going to be looking for?
That's what I'm curious about. I think what would be somebody who's higher than us, like somebody who's an enemy? What would they have a good score of? That's what I'm trying to think of.
Hit points.
I was
Total
thinking
class
Fuck, that's
levels.
metagaming. Karnak has no idea.
I was thinking class levels or hit points. That's kind of where my mind already went.
It's gonna be class level, so we're looking for someone that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
definitely
with total
stronger than-
class levels. Do I know anyone that has a very high class level, higher than a level 7 fighter?
Oh yeah, you technically do get 2 of the following characteristics, so you can do hit points then.
Yeah, hit points and class levels. That's what I'll do.
All right, so you begin going through sizing everybody up. Going through, you do get through it. The giant obviously has lower class levels and way more hit points. There are a couple people here who have more hit points than you, but none of them look like they have class levels. And as you begin going through, is anybody else? Are you just letting Gareth and size everybody up, or is anybody else like doing questions or?
Yeah, this
like
doesn't
that?
necessarily answer anything. I'm
Karnak's
trying
just
to
kind
get
of
some...
hanging back, watching. He doesn't interact with you. Like like the loner
Fee's
standing in the
gonna
corner.
look
like,
through and
I have
see
a
if.
potion of mind reading too, Fee, if you don't want to waste one of yours.
Well, Fee can, but first Fee is gonna look through and see if there's anybody she doesn't know or doesn't fit, like doesn't have the ability to transform. Ooh, that's a good idea. Fee's gonna say, "Can everybody transform really quick into your animals?"
Oh, finally.
All right. So Lenore, as you're gonna begin just looking around, keeping an eye on what's going on. Sorry, Fee, what were you doing?
Fee was gonna ask if everybody could transform into their animals.
Yeah. So you asked that question, and a bunch of them look around like, oh, okay. And aside from the centaurs and the giant, obviously, there's a couple of them that say like, I'm not a lycanthrope, I can't do that. But aside from those two, everyone else does shapeshift into some other lycanthrope form, either a werewolf or a wereboar, or one of them is a werebear.
Two of them, huh?
Does Fee notice if anybody doesn't look like any of the ones that she met when she was at the camp? Because she went around to like every single tent and was like
You did.
butting her nose in.
Make an insight check for me. And also, Lenari, as you're gauging everybody here, the two people, nice. The two people, it's like, if they weren't friends before, they are now.
Yay, friends!
The two people who say that they aren't lycanthropes, they can't shift or do anything like that, they're telling the truth. They're not hiding anything when they say that, and they don't seem embarrassed by it. They just are wondering why we're having people do that. So you don't think that they're lying or hiding anything?
Do you like get any vibes off of the other lycanthropes before they change, or I guess after?
Both before and after, all of them seem like that's a strange request, but okay, sure, we'll do it. And all of them can do it and seem perfectly comfortable in their shapeshifted forms.
I'm just gonna ask. We were meant to rescue 22 people. Why is there 23?
They all kind of look at each other weirdly. Fee, one of the people, the person that you spoke to earlier on the banks of the river will say 22 people. Didn't we say 23?
Fee is gonna go up and cast Dispel Magic on that creature.
Okay, so you walk up to them and hit them with Dispel Magic. It hits them, and they kind of shake their head and look at you strangely, and then say, "What was that for?"
Do you remember if it was 22 now?
They'll cock their head and look at you oddly. I'm pretty sure I said 23.
Fee's gonna look at you look at her very sussily and drink the mind reading potion.
Cecily.
Sussily. Narrowed eyes, much sus.
I've
Fee,
always wanted to go to
yes.
Cecily.
Fee, can you roll me a wisdom ability check, please?
Was that a saving throw? How do I do that? Do I just click on the wisdom?
Just click on the word wisdom. Yeah? Continue.
This is not a good roll. It doesn't make me feel good at all. Okay. Where's my potion of mind reading? Fee's gonna drink her potion of mind reading. And she's gonna have everybody line up in a circle.
Those are two different instructions.
No, it's not. You can make a circle line. A line of a circle.
Karnak's like, that's not how you
Karnak's
geometry.
hands are literally like trying to make a linear circle.
She's
and
like,
he's
you know, when
I
like
don't.
everybody holds hands in a circle and they do the little dancing, that kind of thing, but I don't want you to hold hands. I just want you to do that. Just in a circle.
All right, so yeah, they
Karnak will
comply
join the
Mhm.
circle.
and form a
She
circle.
doesn't know better.
Fee's gonna
Uh,
stand
and
in the center of the
Light
circle.
Light is looking at you all. This is very strange. What are you all worried about?
And we were when Fee's gonna say when I went to talk to them originally and save them, I asked them how many people do you guys have? And when we talked to the other people, we're like, how many people are there? And they were like 22, but there's 23. And Fee's gonna make a dramatic like dun 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 face.
Dun dun
Had
dun.
a
There's
cancer.
there's actually 24 people in your circle because Karnak is there now because he doesn't understand what's going on.
We're just gonna like continually add people. There's like, gonna be 33 by the time we're done with the session.
A bunch of fans keep
Do
joining
we,
Karnak.
do we get bonus for bringing more people back than we were supposed to? Like,
Fee Keck's
This
just
is
like, I
an
want
ultimate
money.
win.
All right. Well, you have everybody line up, or in a circle. Yes, you have
Mhm.
everyone encircle you, and you're gonna cast detect thoughts. Yes.
No, Fee's gonna drink her mind reading potion.
Oh, okay. You're drinking the mind reading potion.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, a couple of the Lowlander tribes people are just like, "What's going on?" Like, I don't know. Okay, there's one more of us than there's supposed to be. It's like, well, yeah, Raglan can't count very well. I'm kind of surprised he knows what 22 is. It's like,
You guys are fine. You're not slaves anymore. Can you just let us do our please?
Fee's gonna say,
one of them raises their hand. I'm hungry. We didn't eat dinner.
Hey, you!
Fee's
We'll get you food
gonna
in a minute.
Fee's gonna go up to her little werewolf family and she's gonna whisper to them, I need you to tell me something that only you guys in your little camp thing would know. Like nobody else knows. Not even like friends and stuff. Just your little camp group.
They kind of look at you weird and then think for a second. They're like, well, I guess. Oh, I know. There was this little baby raven, that Gerard found and took in because it had a broken wing, and he didn't want anyone to know that he'd taken in because he likes to have his, like, tough guy image. But I think everybody in the camp found out about him eventually. They just wouldn't tell anybody.
Fee's gonna nod seriously and then head to the center and she's like, okay, nobody say a word, but I want you all to think of whatever animal Gerard found and took care of. Just think of the animal, nothing else.
He is
All
so
right.
assertive.
And then
So-
she's gonna go through one by one each person and read their mind.
They're
Not like
gonna
they
wish they
couldn't
were still
like-
in
not-
it.
Not like they couldn't bribe you with something shiny right now.
They don't know she likes shiny things. I don't think the Empire knows she likes shiny things. Gerard. Did I say Joran?
Close. Pretty close.
Close enough.
Starts with a J, it's fine.
Yeah, J.O. is close.
Meanwhile, I
it was-
accidentally send it to this rando named Joran. Because what the fuck?
Jane of L. Fatawa.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, okay. That's enough words. All right, so the people that are around the camp begin thinking, or around in the circle, begin thinking of various things. A lot of them think of a little bird, a little raven. A few of them, they're thinking along the lines of, well, there was that dire wolf that he tamed. And that one time he wrestled a bison to the ground. But did he keep that as a pet? No, I don't think he did. There's a couple of them that are just like thinking of various different animals that Gerard has had as pets.
Nobody is thinking anything different.
Gerard didn't actually know the number, apparently. He said he'll know them by smell. So if we wait for him,
Fees.
So we just need to make sure nobody. We gotta keep an eye on and everybody. Make sure nobody leaves the group until Gerard
And
gets back.
hold up, before we all disperse these guys, I'm just gonna use just in case.
All right, a quick detect magic.
None of them looking any type of glowingness, any type of
Yeah,
illusions
you
going
cast
on.
detect magic and scan around pretty quick. You get from most of them, everyone that can shapeshift, you get a slight aura of magic on them from, you would understand, the lycanthropy. You probably notice Selena's kiss or something like that. But yes, there's a slight aura of magic around them from that, because they are shapeshifters.
Yeah.
Other than that, no. Wait, no. One person is giving off magic, Garethan. Do you include yourselves in all of this?
Right. I'm just more worried about the people we just saved.
I guess Skarnak would be giving off magic too. Not him personally, but the stuff that he's carrying.
I ignored
Also-
my own people's story.
I am
The-
monk. I exude magic.
Okay, so Garethan sizing everybody else up. Garethan, the final verdict. The giant and 3 people have more hit points than you,
Okay.
but nobody has more class levels than you do.
no one has more class than Garen.
I'm a big classy.
Fee's gonna ask her werewolf family to give everyone a sniff and make sure they smell right, like they know them. The werewolves
Everybody-
that weren't with the other people.
Looks confused at that, but then just when it was like, yeah, they just kind of all begin mingling and sniffing and eventually settle down and do it in a kind of like a systematic way. Like, then they separate into 4 or 5 different groups and they say, okay, we all know each other here. We've lived together for a while. They all know each other there. Like, these are separate families. Like, we all know each other. It's weird, I guess, that there's one more of us than there's supposed to be, I suppose, but it's just kind of like, I don't know.
Well, if they all know each other, then unless they have like their memories like altered or something shit like that, I think
Yeah, I
was
swear to God, if these people are under the Crucio curse, I'm gonna be pissed.
Well, there's no way. That's why I had the werewolves that we went with, because they wouldn't have been there to get mind doo-dooed. But either way,
I mean, it also could have been just a guess of how many people.
she seemed pretty certain there were 22, but it could have been off with her count. That is true.
I mean, there's always that possibility.
Or we have a snake in the grass and we're
I mean, Gerard will be able to know, so.
None of them are higher level than 7, and I think that's a pretty good sign there. Because I'm a level 7 class fighter.
Class level is different than creature rating.
I mean, you think if something would be able to hide itself into, like, kind of in plain sight around.
well,
I don't know.
everyone. Go ahead. Sorry.
I wonder what all the
No, I
names of
just-
the
I-
thoughts
I-
Lindsay read were. What did Beeler?
I was gonna say, while everyone's mingling, can Fee just continually like look at people's minds and stuff, especially the ones that didn't know that it was a raven?
Sure. So you begin listening in on the conversations, and they don't really know that you're doing it. And you do catch snippets of conversation. Make an insight check for me with advantage. You've got mind reading going.
Karnak's mind is literally empty.
All right. With the 21, there's one group of them where they are a family, and looking over them, you realize that all of them got the answer to that. What did Gerard adopt wrong? Like they didn't know what that was about. They all seem to know each other, and they're very comfortable around each other. So you can make of that what you will, but it seems that everybody that didn't have a clear answer for that in their head is from one specific group. The other groups all seem pretty familiar and comfortable with each other. The only other thing of note that you would get from listening in on their conversations is that another group, it seems that one of the individuals is newly married into that group. There is one individual, a female, who apparently recently entered at least that family group.
Mazel tov.
Yeah, those are the only two things you find that seem a little weird.
If he is.
Well, it's only one, and it seems like it's like a group of them. So I don't know if that.
Should we just keep an eye on them till Gerard?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
I
keep
say
an
we-
eye on them,
I
but
say
while
we
we
just-
do, Fee's
everybody
gonna
watches
continue
them.
having her fun. Fee's gonna say out loud, very loudly, I think all dragons are stupid doodle heads. Like, very loudly. And see if anybody in
literally
their
one of us a
mind, like,
dragon?
reacts.
Dragonborn, and I think he would concur.
See if
Okay,
anybody,
make
like,
Make
vehemently
another
disagrees.
insight check with advantage. All right. Most people seem shocked. Like, what did you just say? 3 or 4 people giggle, Light included. And the general thoughts going around are, oh my gosh, she just said that out loud. Like, did she know that she could get, like, killed for saying that in the Empire? Like, oh, I can't believe somebody actually said that about a dragon. And a few people are like, yeah, they really are.
But nobody seems, like, mad at me for saying that.
No, you don't catch any mental hostility towards you.
Are any of them wearing a long trench coat? And
Kobold in long trench coat.
3 kobolds in a trench coat. The 3 kobolds in a trench coat standing next to Skarnak suddenly look over at Skarnak as he suggests that and go, what? No, no, no. Yeah,
they all have been rolling 20s.
Everything
It's
is
like,
fine.
Oh, sorry, Sir Barrington.
yeah. There's no trench coats. Several long vests, but they're not like concealing. They're just for warmth.
Alright,
The flavor
well,
of White Dragon fills Skarnak's mind.
So a couple of them come over to Fee. Actually, they probably wouldn't come over to Fee. They'd probably come over to Corin, and ask, so are we waiting here until Gerard meets up with us? I mean, we can't really go back to the clan just yet. The Empire's gonna be pissed that we left.
can I ask Light? Somebody want to ask Light?
Hmm.
Like Corin's already talking to Light.
Fee's. Oh, he did. Yeah. Fee's still giving everyone the sussy baka look.
I could talk to Late too.
Garrethan's just gonna
Yeah, I'm
sign-
just gonna ask like if it's okay for the
Dragon Combat.
refugees to stay here for now until Gerard gets here.
Light will look them over and say, yes, I think it'll be all right for me to keep them in a deeper part of the forest until their clan leader can collect them. And the 3 werewolves are gonna look at Fee and say, "No, we're staying with the little girlie here. She obviously needs someone to look after."
Just yelled about dragons being stupid.
Another one of the groups is going to ask, I mean, we can do that, but we're honestly kind of interested in where you guys are from. Like,
Fee's gonna be
You-
like,
Don't
no
worry about that,
information.
Don't worry about it. Friends with Gerard. Here to save
okay.
you.
They'll
We're the
put,
one
they'll
asking
put their
the
hands down and be like, yeah, okay, you guys saved us, so, I mean, thanks. It would be nice to know who you are and where you came from, but thanks.
Fee's
problem.
gonna say, I'm Fee.
No information is given to sussy people.
Oh yeah, no. Keck's also gonna say, don't say where we're from, Fee.
Fee will nod, But she already said she's Fee, so.
Yeah.
Actually, she's already said she's Fee multiple times.
She said it to everybody. All right, everybody on the
Anyone that
continent.
meets Fee knows it's Fee.
Yeah. So one of the werebores will come over to Fee. It was the one who you spoke to while they were washing clothes down by the river, and will give Fee a hug, and say, "Thanks, Fee. We'll remember this."
She'll hug him back, and they are very welcome. And she's like, "Can you think through what you did today?"
Look at you funny, huh? What?
Yeah, just think through everything that happened to you today. Who you talked to.
They look very.
What do you eat for breakfast?
But then begin thinking back, like, yeah, well, I guess when I woke up, I had breakfast, and I had to deal with that one dirty, smelly kobold who his socks are utterly ridiculous. There was that one dragonborn that yelled at me. There was that fight in camp where and then just start running through their day. And then they get to you down at the river, washing clothes, and they're having a conversation with you, and they have the conversation with you, and in their memory they say 23, and the memory continues exactly as you remember it too. Goes all the way through the rest of the day until they meet you.
Thomas got me questioning my own memory now. It was 22, right, guys? I'm not just losing my mind.
Until Gerard gets here.
We have it on stream. We have to go back and look now.
It was 22. It definitely was 22.
Okay,
You
I
are
trust.
not going insane, Nimsy. It was 22. That is what
Okay,
they told
good.
you.
I'm like, Java's gaslighting me, guys. Alright. Fee's gonna question, but after the 23 that he remembers, does he remember anything else about talking to anybody else, or like anybody did anything odd?
After you talked with him, this individual did go around to the other lowlanders in the camp, and tell them that someone was going to be coming to rescue them. So he did quietly and very carefully talk to just the lowlanders and convince them that they needed to be ready to move because somebody was going to come and try and break everybody out. And he did it himself. He didn't tell anybody else to go tell someone else in the lowland group. So you see a memory of him coming one by one to all the other lowlanders and having quiet conversations with them.
Which ones touched him?
More than half of them. A lot of the conversations are basically like he goes up to someone and starts helping them with their work, like taking things from them, handing them things, and just has the conversation over work. None of it was like super secretive or meeting behind a tent kind of stuff. It was all just like casual conversations. But there's a lot of them. The lowlanders, the lycanthropes seem to be, a lot of them are the touchy-feely kind of people. So there's a lot of them that like hug each other, or clasp hands, or give each other pats on the back or slaps on the shoulder, that kind of thing.
Was anybody in the group not being touchy?
Not especially so. There's one of the centaurs that doesn't like being hugged, and all the others know that. So you notice that none of them are hugging that individual. The most they do is come over and just like touch them on the shoulder.
Fee is gonna go up to that centaur and be like, "Why don't you like hugs?"
The centaur just looks at you blankly like, "What?"
Fee's like, "You don't like hugs. Why don't you like hugs?"
The one of the other centaurs is going to come over to them and say, "It's okay, honey. It's all right. There was an incident with a I can't remember the name of the monster, but it's a shambling mound. That's it. They were gathering in the forest one time, and this monster was in the forest and swallowed them and tried to crush them to death, and several of us had to pull them out. They were buried inside of a monster being constricted from all sides and eaten alive slowly for like 10 minutes. So they don't like being grasped firmly.
Way to go, Fee.
Fee nods as if that makes sense, and she's like, okay. But while they're saying that, Fee's like listening
to their
in
thoughts.
on the
Yes,
thoughts.
So you get to listen to this person's trauma because this is exactly what happened to them. They start flashing through their memories of like going through the forest and suddenly the ground fell out, like erupted around them, and this monster began lashing around them and like constricting them and constraining them from all different parts as they kicked and screamed and couldn't get out. Several of the other centaurs reached in and like tried to pull them out, but they couldn't. They basically had to hack this monster to death while it was ripping their friend apart from the inside. And looking over them, they've got scars all over them to prove that that's what happened. But yeah, both of them, their memories and what they're thinking corroborate what they're telling you.
And everybody else seems fine.
All right. Corin is going straight to the divinity. What are we asking?
We leave 23. Is there any bad outcome because of that?
Sorry, how are you phrasing it exactly?
If we leave 23 people still here within this group versus the 22 that we were originally told, will there be bad things to come about from that?
All right. You take your gem and laid sticks. Actually, I imagine these are probably... Well, in any case, you use your divining tools, and you cast them looking for a result. Whoa. So, negative, a bad result. Something bad will happen.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna
It's not
tell the
specific.
group, like,
Not specific about what, but yes, something bad is likely to happen.
I'm gonna look back at people, like, if we leave the 23 here with that one extra, something bad's gonna happen.
How many
We need
people?
to figure this out.
How many people were in the group that was like their own unit? That like all the ones that didn't know.
4. There's 4 of them.
Great. Fee's giving a berry to every single one of those people.
Let's go.
Is anybody gonna? And they all fail. Okay. So you give berries to each and every one of them. And they're all like, "Oh, thanks. We didn't have, we didn't get to have dinner." They're all hungry. So they pop the berries and contentedly munch on them.
Fee's gonna talk to them while they do this, and she's like, "It's important to eat," and she's like, "It might help your memory, because all of you have weird memories." You know.
So the 4 of them are a group. They're familiar with each other, and you're listening in on them and their thoughts, and they're just making small talk like, I can't wait till we get back to everybody else. Like, I hope Gerard gets here quick. I hope he's not in trouble with the Empire. And then they begin to be interspersed with, like, looking around at other people in the camp and rather inappropriate thoughts that I'm not going to voice. And then they, like, shake their head and think to themselves, like, why did I just think that? Begin, like, adjusting their clothes because they, like, feel hot or things, and looking around concernedly. And Fee is now getting bombarded with the thoughts, like, why am I thinking that? Like, I mean, they're hot, but I haven't thought about them that way before. Like, oh my gosh, that elf over there is amazing. Yes, there's just thoughts going around.
Fee is disturbed, and she's gonna walk away from them.
Don't you turn your back on what you've caused.
We've lost Fee as a target.
He's like, nope, I'm out. I've seen this before.
This is the line. This is the boundary.
Fee's gonna go up to that new person that was in the group, the new one that married in, and say, "Hi, I'm Fee."
And she'll look at you and say, "Your friends?" I don't really care. "Hello, my name's Elishara."
"Where are you from, Alisharas?"
She says, "Oh, right. You don't know me. I'm actually kind of new to Gerard's clan. I'm from the northern parts of the continent, much further north, the windswept plains.
Mm.
I just recently married into the clan here. And she's going to move over to the person who was next to her and say, uh, "Hello, Darren. Why don't you say hi to nice little lady that saved us, Fee? This is my husband, Darren."
He's gonna look Darren up and down.
That's Ibaka.
Fee's gonna say, up north, so where like the frost guys are. Those guys suck, huh? They're terrible, horrible, horrible monsters. They should.
She'll look at you and say, "Oh, yes, they are horrible. But no, I'm not from that part of the continent. Much further north, and not to the east. Just." And she'll kind of look at you. Do you know where the volcanic ranges are? I'm from up near there.
Fee will shake her head. No, because she has no idea. But when she was asking that question and saying the thingy about, are you saying to me or it's Corin?
Okay.
When she asked that or made the statement about the frost forces, did the lady think what she was saying? Like, did she have an opposite thought of like liking the frost forces by any chance?
No, the thoughts in her mind were more along the lines of, "What an adorable little girl. She's so cute. Why is she asking me about that? Well, I guess. Well," and she kind of, you can tell like she's a little bit more intelligent than some of the others. Gareth, and you would notice that this is one of the people that had more hit points than you.
Okay.
And she's thinking like, well, they're keeping us here. There seems to be a problem 22 to 23, so they probably think that one of us is an imposter. Which, and so she tells you her story, and then you catch a little bit more of her shot. It's like, well, that's not entirely outside the realm of possibility. We were in that camp for weeks. They could have put someone in among us and us not know about it. They have magics to that kind of thing, I think. There was that one dragon that was very scary. And she's holding a conversation with you, but also occasionally thinking thoughts about like, oh my gosh, is there someone in like an imposter among us? Well, who could it possibly be? And she starts thinking of all the different people and their names and their lives and some of the things like, well, thinking about it. As you're having a conversation with her, she begins explaining to you like where she's from. She's from the windswept plains, where there's a lot more centaurs, a lot fewer of everything else. She's from a small tribe of werewolf lycanthropes that is distantly related to the people from here. But yeah, she goes through her own analysis of what's going on with this situation and arrives at the conclusion that, oh, you're interviewing me because you think I'm a one of the suspect people. She doesn't say anything about it though.
She's smart.
Fee is,
She's very smart.
yeah, Fee is gonna catch on the thoughts, and Fee, being Fee, is just gonna be like, what kind of magic would they cast to make somebody, you know, blend in and stuff?
She stops and looks at you, and cocks her head and smiles. Oh, you clever girl. You are magic yourself, aren't you? I've seen before, and you catch just brief glimpses of a memory of, it looks like a very painful memory of someone in her camp suddenly transforming into a dragon and begin slaughtering people.
We brought the dragon back. Fuck me.
She says out loud, there are powerful dragons that can warp people's minds and see their thoughts and read their souls. And Darren's going to reach over and touch her shoulder, and she'll kind of grab his hand and say, I have personal experience that they can deceive their way through any number of people. My own clan was destroyed because we were not as loyal as they would have liked, and one of their dragons came down and concealed itself among us to discover whether we were traitors or not, and they were not satisfied, and my clan was wiped out.
Fee's gonna look over at everybody and be like, "There's a chance someone's a dragon."
And everybody's just gonna kind of go quiet.
Eat.
Is there a way I could know my enemy a bit better? I mean, this has been more than a minute.
You want to do another round?
I want to do another round, and I want to know Constitution scores, because I feel like a dragon would have a pretty high Constitution. So I want to know Constitution scores, and I also want to know Strength scores. I want to know if people are higher than me in Constitution and Strength.
Okay. What's your strength score?
My Strength score is 18, and my Constitution is 16.
All of these centaurs have a higher strength score than you. The giant obviously has a higher strength score than you. There are 2 people who have a higher constitution score than you, but just barely. Elishar is one of them. Other than that, nobody else has a constitution score that's way higher. So, other than the giant, which is like a 28 or something like that.
I mean, a dragon would have a pretty high Constitution score, I would think.
Yeah, you'd be willing to bet that Elishar her constitution is 1 point higher than yours, maybe 2.
Who's the other person that has
The
slightly higher?
other person is the werebore guy that you were talking to, who is built. He's not really strong, but he's like perfectly round and really tough looking. He is a craftsman, so he works hard all the time, and it looks like he eats really well too.
So I still think there's a Susibaka among us for sure, but I don't necessarily think it's a dragon, because a dragon would definitely have at least a higher class level or constitution score or something. And
magic that could hide that though?
Probably. If they can mess with their minds, they're probably gonna mess with our minds.
yeah,
I mean,
it's gotta be
also,
a pretty powerful dragon that's gonna be
if
able to
something
see all
is
of us.
transformed also, like a polymorph, yeah, they take the characteristics of what they transform into.
True. That's a good point too.
So,
Bees.
Skarnak sort of warbles to life at this moment, because he's sort of been standing there.
Yeah.
Thinking. He takes a while to process an idea. How helpful are all the clans being? So, like, are all the groups of people being? Or are they just kind of, like, panicked and worried still?
They seem to have calmed down a lot now that they're clearly somewhere else, in a forest somewhere else. And a few of them have been talking like, I think we transported via magic, like we could be really far away. So the panic level is lower. They're still nervous, especially with the mention of there could be a dragon among everybody.
And are they contributing and helping Fee in her plot to uncover the extra member?
Yeah, everybody is trying to be helpful, it looks like. Nobody's being argumentative or resistant to it. They seem to be mostly just grateful. Except for the giant is just carving on their rock. They don't give a crap. They are not really listening. They're just sitting in a corner carving away at their rock.
Skarnak will go hang out and pull out one of his many rib bones and start carving on it with the giant.
That actually elicits a response from the giant. The giant stops, looks down at what you're doing, and just kind of like watches you for a little bit.
Does the giant have any thoughts that Fee can hear?
Not exactly. The giant, if you're listening into the giant's thoughts, it's more like they're watching what Skarnak is doing and kind of like doing almost an artistic commentary in their own head, like, oh, carving there, this kind of pattern. Looks pretty nice. Small hands, able to do fine details. Not bad. Yeah, and they're watching Scarnet carve away at that. Ooh, we're gonna ask Light for her opinion. All right. Give me a second. Let me double check her stats.
He's also going to inform her that she knows for sure there's 22, but their memories are different, so something's wrong with their brains.
Oh, we know we got the woe, not the wheel.
Yes, something bad's gonna happen if they are left here as 23. She will look at Fee and say, that is problematic. I am aware of spells that can alter the memories of individuals. I do not know these spells myself, but I know they exist. They are powerful, and they are not easily detected. It is an issue that there is more than there should be here. There could be a plant among them. The individual also could have remembered incorrectly, but then, if they had, I did not detect any lies or confusion in any of the individuals here. I was watching myself. No one has been behaving strangely.
Fee's like, well, what if they themselves don't know they're a plant, but they're secretly a plant?
Then you will need magics that I do not possess to find them.
Fee huffs and she pulls out a ball and walks to a corner. And to everybody else, it's just gonna look like she's talking to a ball, okay?
Man.
Excellent.
So, what else do you guys want to do? Because, I mean, you guys aren't stuck here. We've agreed that Light is going to keep all of these individuals here in the forest.
How long do we have to wait till Gerard gets here?
It might be a couple days. He was far away and in a fight, so he might need to get clear before he can come to you guys.
Is it possible we can get in contact him through the stone?
We already did.
Oh, we already did? Oh, sorry. Missed that.
He said he needs to sniff them to be sure.
Well, I mean, I got nothing better to do.
Yeah, I don't want to leave them here.
Fee suggests that we take a break, everybody rest up and stuff. And Fee does, and then we take everybody somewhere else that we know.
I don't need a rest, so I can watch everybody. I can keep guard. I literally haven't
If
used
we
anything.
want to teleport them somewhere, the fortress monastery is currently one of our strongest points.
We're using that for like defenses and stuff though. Fee was thinking about moving them somewhere where they can't be a detriment to the west marches.
Does Light have a way to kind of, I guess for lack of a better word, jail them? Contain them?
She can keep them within the confines of her forest, yes. There are enchantments in the forest that can prevent people from moving about in it easily.
More to separate them from the other denizens of the forest, I suppose?
Remember, if this person's a plant, they would probably know who the fuck Light is, also. Like, this is exposed at this time. Like,
Garnak will murmur. He'll actually go over to Keck and try and pull them over to Fee. And then he'll murmur that after somebody that we both know, he'll be like, if you remember when the little one was sad, he was sad because they could listen and watch through his mark. Pointing out that when Giru was dejected, it was because he could be observed by the Empire at all times through a brand.
Yes. Correct. Good job, Skarnak.
They'll go back to the giant talking about the dream.
Did
Yes, Garnak has no dream. He's a godless being, and he has no place in the world. Sad.
This giant kind of sympathizes. We'll get into the philosophy of it some other time, I think. But yes, he's wandering the dream world, according to him. But yes, question.
Yeah. So, Keck will start looking for. Well, Keck will start asking people to show him or show her their tattoos or anything, any markings they have, stuff like that. She's not going to explain why. She's just gonna start looking, and then I guess Fee heard that too, right?
Fee did, but
Yeah.
Fee's trying to talk to a ball right now. She probably
that's
looks nuts
right.
to everybody.
Probably just have everyone stripped naked.
I will also point out the ones that had Saloon's kiss on it.
Okay.
Which would
so
be
you-
the lycanthrope.
Yeah. So you just begin asking people to show if they have any marks or tattoos. There's a
if they
little bit
don't-
of resistance to that. Like, you want me to strip naked? Like, why? And do you explain that you're looking for a tattoo specifically?
No, I don't want to explain anything to anybody. I just want to go up and ask to see their markings on their bodies.
Fee's gonna put the ball away and see if she hears anybody think about any marks or think of any marks that look like the one Giru has.
And they don't even have to like disrobe or anything like that either. Like they can just show me what's up.
How do they? What if they don't know they have it?
That doesn't
That's why
matter.
he's revealing it while Nibs is doing a mind check.
Yeah, Nimsy's doing a mind check. If they have a weird mark or a birthmark that they've seen on themselves that thought about or tattoo, Fee would know because they'd think about it.
Okay. Then in that case, you begin checking people over. It gets awkward for a lot of them. Some of them have tattoos they're not proud of. Some of them have like burn scars and awful things like that. They're like, well, they've got this. Elishara actually has a massive burn on her back.
Anything that's covered, we don't have to see because I know the mark of the Empire you can see without like if you're covering it, it doesn't matter, right?
If you're affiliated with the Empire,
You can see it.
you can see it, and you aren't.
We would have to reveal it.
Okay, then never mind. Yeah, we're making this shit awkward.
Oh,
Okay.
Skarnak again has a suggestion, which my misclick thought made me think of. We just
Yeah.
got out of a work camp. We can do a med check.
To make it
Basically-
less awkward. Yeah.
A mandatory, like, hi, this is the Yeti. It's weird. He's just gonna make sure you're okay, and he's gonna just check you out.
Okay, I'm down for that.
Light will
Sure.
catch on to what you're doing and will offer to help Skarnak with the
Medicine
quote
checks.
medicine check. close quote. She's a lot more personable than you are.
Hey, Skarnak, robot when it comes to this. You're like, wow, he actually does know how the body works, but not how any concept of nice patient care exists.
Okay.
His
so
bedside needs a little work.
His bedside manner is just like, you have
with,
a burn here.
with Light's
It's a
assistance,
bad burn.
yeah, you begin checking these individuals over one by one, and Light will throw out the occasional cure wounds or lesser restoration, just if you find anything that's wrong with them. A couple of them do have minor injuries or illnesses, and just checking them over one by one. You find that a lot of them do have tattoos. All of them do have one mark that you notice. It's either real or a tattoo of it. It's a bite mark. In the case of the lycanthropes, it's all an actual bite mark. For the werebores and the werebear, it looks different. It's a different type of bite mark. And for the people who aren't, the two people that aren't lycanthropes, and the giant and the centaurs, it's a tattoo of a bite mark, but they all have it.
It's not what Skarnak's looking for. He'll
Yeah,
keep it in
you-
mind.
you
He'll
check-
keep it in mind.
You check them over, everybody out, and you don't find what you're looking for. There is no dragon mark.
And of course, a bunch of people get healed up when Skarnak, finds things. He points it out to.
Yeah, there's a couple of people that have got
The light.
scars that aren't healing properly.
Minor
Maybe someone's got
infections.
athlete's foot. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we could give them a service at least, but. You guys see like the wheels turning in Skarnak's head, but it's just two gears of the same size turning against each other. Like, it's a slow process. He returns to his bone next to the giant and proceeds to, murmur about nothing, as that's how he's trying to think. In a slow, methodical brain.
All right. So we're waiting for. Are we gonna just wait for Gerard, or you guys have more ideas?
Fee doesn't think we should leave them in here because it's not safe for everybody in here if we leave them in here. Gotta protect our forest lady and peoples and things.
Well, we can keep watch too, right?
Yeah, you can do that.
I got nowhere to be.
Fee,
Yeah, Keck doesn't have to sleep, so.
Fee would like to do a long rest and then swap up her abilities to get transport to plants. And then Fee says, why don't we send them to Giru in the thingy?
The Giru?
Are you gonna do a sending stone to Giru? Because he's not on your plane of existence right now.
I thought he was in, like, that gambling hall.
casino?
Yeah,
That's
he
not
had
on
his
this
own
plane of
room.
existence.
Oh, it's not? There's no
No.
trees in there? Oh, that's
Nope.
unfortunate. Never mind then.
There is you do know.
Yeah, but Fee
also-
just thinks there's a nice place.
There is a stone. There is a stone he put in the guild hall that occasionally transmits news about the gambling events and various happenings that he got from Ishkal, so that if anyone ever asks Tobin what's going on at the blah blah blah, Tobin knows exactly what's going on at the blah blah blah. He gets updates. He's on an email list, but like magic email list.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analog.
I'm gonna just start grabbing everyone and smacking them and just being like, "Are you a dragon? Are you a dragon?"
I don't.
So Keck has red dragon scale mail. Can she use dragon radar on that thing?
Yeah, if you want to equip it and attune to it real quick and pulse the red dragon scale mail.
Fuck
Aren't
it.
we also hiding from a red dragon?
I was gonna say you get a ping.
With 30
Yeah,
miles,
where-
guys, we're in the Forest of Lights. 30 miles is the camp.
Yeah.
Well, do we know where the ping comes from, or just pings?
No, it just yes or no. Is there a dragon within 30 miles? The answer is yes. There is a red
Alright.
dragon within
Well,
30
that was useful.
miles. I think it gives you the number. There's one red dragon within 30 miles.
Okay.
Actually, what is the exact phrasing on there? Because it might matter. It might do the half dragons too.
Let me look it up here.
Dragon scale mail. I got it. Distance and direction to the closest dragon within 30 miles of you that is the same type as the armor. Due north 30 miles. Ish.
Great. Does anyone have Zone of Truth?
Tomorrow,
Shit.
Well, we
have
could
to
do a
rest
long
8
rest.
hours so I
Yeah.
can use it.
Alright, well, Keck's gonna use a necklace, beat a fireball. Let's just get it done with.
Just boom, kill
Oh
everybody.
my god.
Fee's gonna go up to the carving stone friend and assume
Yep,
that
carving on his rock.
he's carving on his rock.
Next to the smaller Yeti
Yeah,
carving
before
out a
we do our
bone.
long rest while my potion's still active, Fee is gonna ask him if he remembers all the people that are in like that are his friends, and if he can picture them, because Fee is going on the assumption that this dragon didn't bother with our friend here, who doesn't seem to think much.
That's a good thought. He's gonna have to try and. So you ask him if he can remember his friends?
Just ask him to picture if he remembers, yeah, his friends and the people that were at like the camp with him before and stuff. Like to essentially think back and see if he can remember, and Fee essentially go along the ride with him and look at his memories.
All right. So you sit there for a minute, probably till the potion wears off. And he just kind of blinks and looks at you and then looks back down at his carving. But mentally, he does begin slowly going back over his time in the camp. Unfortunately, he does show you memories of a lot of the different people that are here, but only about like 10 or 11 of them. And he's going back in his memories way back further than you ever needed to. Like, you get to see some of these people as children. Interestingly, Gerard is always there, and Gerard always looks the same, even in the images where you see one of these centaurs who's a little bit older as a foal. Gerard is in that memory and kind of looks the way he does now. But other than that, yeah, you don't get a full roster. You just get some of the people that are here.
Gerard is sussy. Is what Fee is gonna say out loud.
Gerard
Man.
like an elf?
No, he looks like a human.
He tried to eat cheese. He's definitely sussy.
Yes, he rolls into camp. What did you need me for? And you're like, you're a dragon. He'd be like, no.
Fee's gonna go through everybody and just gently move the 11 people he remembered into one group, and then move the other people into the other group that he didn't remember, and then who in
Fireball.
These people think we are fucking crazy.
If people are
I'm
ever
just saying, these guys are these groups saved us, but they're fucking insane.
Oh, if people
Fee
are ever being
definitely
difficult,
seems
Skarnak
nuts.
will walk up and stand behind me
I think
and utilize this ability of his.
I don't think
They're
we'll hear them. I think they'll move with Fee because Fee's just being nice and like gentle about it, like a little child moving them about.
They're like, gee, thanks for saving us. This is great. This is so much better than
There's
being
just
in a work
there's
camp.
just a giggly tiefling followed by what appears to be just a shade of death.
All right, well, the Fee begins separating the groups, and they're all kind of looking at each other like, what are we doing now?
Alright. Yeah, Fee's gonna line them up and then look at Garrison and go like, which of these
Swear to God.
Didn't-
He's gonna get them on a
didn't-
seesaw.
didn't match? So which ones are the sussies? Essentially. Which is the
Sussy
half?
as far as what?
Like, because half were remembered by the giant. So, which ones match Garrison's, but also, like, other than obviously the lady who's new, who married in. Who else here? Is there anybody else? Is that boar man with the high constitution in here? Like, who's in this group?
No, the wereboar would have been one of the old memory people. The stone giant knows him.
Mm-hmm.
So the answer to your question, would be pretty much nobody. There's two people, Elishara and one other person who's a centaur, who have more hit points than Garrison in the other group. Oh, I know, that centaur would be, so it'd be just Elishara in the newer group that has more hit points than Garrison. That's it. Everybody else, there's I would say everybody in this second group that you separated.
Mhm.
It also includes everybody that couldn't remember the raven that Gerard took in. They're all in this group too.
Have they been doing anything differently since having the barrier or anything?
Let's just say after you'd separated them into their separate groups, some of them had been making out, but other than that, no. And I think, guys, this mystery might have to wait until another session.
No.
Because it's getting late, and I don't know if you guys are approaching a solution to this. You're gonna need new spells when you come back here, but you can prepare your spells at the start of next session.
Well, Kek's gonna keep watch. Until then.
Just gonna keep an eye on them, keep them.
Yeah, I only play on Fridays pretty
Isolated.
much anyway too, so I'm not going anywhere. I'm sticking around too.
Alrighty.
IRL and in game.
Yes, we're gonna end it there then, guys. Good job getting them out. It could have gone a lot worse than it did. I'm really disappointed that Fee didn't roll really low on that D6 after her horn blew up.
Oh, I know, right?
But
What do you
I know.
mean?
nice rolls. You were rolling for whether or not the dragon was going to come investigate himself.
Oh,
Oh my god.
that would have
because
gone splendidly. Fee would have tried
That
to
would've
offer him a
gone
berry.
real bad.
Would have been great. It would have either been terrible or fantastic. Can you imagine a dragon that's charmed by
Oh
Fee?
my god. That's just
Fee
what
would
we
have been
needed.
kidnapped and
The dragon
taken
would've,
like
yeah,
away.
the dragon right there.
That'd be
Him,
that'd
person.
be the second
Just
dragon
take
that
power.
Fee is getting kidnapped by.
Well, thanks for playing, everybody. You are going to get the full bonus from the guild because you got in and got out. They know that some of the lowlanders got out, and there were some weird things that happened in camp, but they don't know who helped them. So, good job. You guys are going to get the full 900 gold for that. I think there will be another reward for this, but I think it's going to happen after we resolve the current situation, because it'd be weird for you to get it in the middle of the current situation.
We just
Okay.
fireball them now.
Yeah, fireball. Fireball.
I'm still down to just start smacking people.
Fireball.
Fee wants to stay and keep trying things. Fee's not ready to leave.
Yeah, I'm like, there's like 3 of us that are still like, we're not letting them out of our sight. For sure. So like,
Fee wants
they
to
will
know.
be under surveillance. Like, there's no way that somebody's gonna sneak out of here without us noticing.
Fee's more worried about them causing chaos or bringing people here. Like,
They don't know where they are, do they?
they don't need to though. They could just send a ping or something, and that would be enough for someone to find them, right?
We can't tell at this moment. So as long as we just keep them in our sight, at least they're not. We know they're not. You know,
Fee-
physically calling somebody. They might be
Fee's-
mentally calling to somebody, but we don't know that they're physically calling somebody.
Fee's gonna look at Lenari and say, before we leave, you should make them all take a very long nap.
She's brutal.
Highest level.
A little
Can I
dirt,
put them to sleep?
a little dirt nap. It is
That's what I
unlikely that
meant.
you'll be able to use the sleep spell to put everyone to sleep, and I can tell you right now, like most of the centaurs, the giant, and like 3 or 4 of the villagers or the lowlanders you're not going to be able to put them to sleep while they're at full health.
Wait,
Nope.
before we end this,
What about the
hold on.
sussy
Before
group?
we end this, the 3 werewolves that we have that's been with us, do they not recognize one person?
They said
Um,
everybody smelled normal.
Yeah,
They
did.
smell normal, but these
You asked them to move around through everybody, and like if there wasn't anybody, or what if there was anyone they didn't recognize, and they told you that they recognized the sense of everybody there.
Yeah, their sense would be stronger than their visuals.
Okay.
I would think.
Did anybody look different, not just smell different?
I mean, no, you can have them look through everybody, and they're like, I mean, they're wearing different clothes, some of them, and some of them are a little more beat up, but no, they look like the people from our clan. Remember, our clan is pretty small. It's only 150 people, so we pretty much know everybody.
This sucks.
Yeah, Fee is gonna cast guidance on Lenari and suggest that they do the sassy people.
So I want want to. So I have 5 spell slots I can use for it, at least. It's only a first level spell.
It's been another minute. I want more information.
Alright,
I want to know everything about everyone.
so we're going for
So
Dex and AC.
dexterity and armor class.
All right. Dexterity and armor class. You're going around.
Mm-hmm.
What's your dex?
My
and
dex
AC?
is pretty low. It's 10.
Okay, so almost everybody has.
Yeah, that's not gonna be helpful. My armor class is 20 right now.
Everyone has lower armor class than you.
Okay. The only thing that I haven't figured out is fighter class, and that's just assuming that one of them might be a fighter, which I don't think any of them really are. So
Okay,
that's all I got, guys.
You look through them. The one centaur who has more hit points than you also has a few levels of fighter.
Okay.
Which centaur is that?
It's one of the. It's the eldest of the centaurs. It would be the father of the person that got molested by a tree or a plant.
It was not one of the ones that didn't remember the raven.
No, it wasn't one of those. The centaurs all remember that. They have longer lifespans. But yes.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to revisit this.
The investigation continues. Thanks for participating, everybody. You're all going to be getting, I think, everyone who is 9th level and up, you're going to be getting 1 point of XP for this. Everybody who is 8th and lower, you're going to be getting 2 points of experience for this.
I'm not good with unsolved questions, Java, so bug me forever. I need
What
to
are you
know.
talking about? It's fine. It's fine.
It's
Nothing
no.
bad's gonna happen. Corin did a whole divination thing, and it says it's gonna be bad, but that doesn't mean it has to be.
It's gonna be terrible. We should not leave them here.
We're not leaving them here.
That's why I want to put them to sleep.
Literally, Keck and Garethan are here. I'm not going anywhere. Like, I don't play except for on Fridays, so Garethan is literally just gonna be watching.
The sleep is only a minute, though.
Oh no.
We don't have the capability to figure it out. We might need to get some more magical people in here.
So sad.
Yeah,
I mean, next time around, I can use other spells too.
I mean, I'm still down to start slapping them. Whenever, just give me the green light, and we'll start, waterboarding them. I don't care.
We should start round 2 right now. I'm ready. Go ahead, round 2. We run.
No, I got work tomorrow, guys. Sorry, I can't keep going on the interrogation.
Humbug.
Thanks, Java. I appreciate the DM, man.
It was fun,
Yeah,
Java.
thanks,
Thank
Java.
you.
That was good. I like how you try to just constantly be like, "Are you okay? How are we doing this?"
Yes. It's been a lot of fun, guys. And we'll get to the bottom of this at some point.
Sooner or later.
Do we have any word of White Pelt? Like, did he come back to the sanctuary at all? Like, because we were talking to some of them and they said that he comes by every once in a while. Did we figure anything out about him?
About who?
White Pelt.
Oh, White Pelt.
Yeah.
No, you never asked any questions about him. But write that down. Maybe I have to ask.
White Pelt will know. We gotta get fucking White Pelt on the case. He'd instantly just spotty back. Who the hell is that?
Yeah, maybe so. Alright, guys. I am gonna sign out and go to bed.
Good
Or
night,
good night,
Java.
Java.
Thank you. We
Thanks,
appreciate you.
Great game.
Have a good night, Java.
Yeah, GG.
Good night,
Good
everyone.
night.
Ba, ba, ba,
We're gonna
ba.
get wrecked by a dragon.
There's just gonna be something that's gonna spawn. I was more worried that they're gonna do something to our forest transporty thing as huge allies. I don't know. We should have called
Yeah.
in Jarva the Bard as like a backup or something. We needed to do something. I don't think we should have left them there. It's gonna go so bad.
I mean, at least we have eyes on them.
I know, but we already divination that if we the question was literally like if we leave them here, is it gonna go bad? And the answer
The
was
thing
like,
is, like,
yeah,
we've been
don't do
grilling
it.
them for like over an hour and we can't figure it out. So it's like either we're gonna have to get some more powerful spells, because it's like literally nothing we tried has been able to suss them out.
We
So we're gonna
needed to
have to figure out a
either,
way.
yeah, we either needed to get a higher level spell, get a higher level spell caster, like maybe Java the Bard or the guild person, or we needed like, I don't know, maybe we needed to just move them somewhere else for a while, like I wanted, or charm the ones that are sussy.
Well, next time around, Light should have her tree teleport, so we
True.
can get Gerard and just get the
Yeah,
shit.
we'll get them out. What, like, I think the forest is gonna be okay. I don't think we're gonna go crazy in the forest.
What if he mind fucks with light and turns light against us?
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Light's got a bit more horsepower than you're giving her credit for.
Yeah, Light's pretty epic.
Mm-hmm.
Like epic a level.
Yeah.
There's
Like
a few characters.
Yeah, she'd be a raid boss for sure.
Fee's
There's a
all
few
worried about
characters
her
we could
friends.
look at in town, right? We could pull up. Like there's lots of the town folk you can grab that are various degrees of reading people, right? There's Java the Bard. There's Maxime. There's the cleric who revives people.
Guildmaster.
The guildmaster, who we know is currently at, or last was seen at the fortress in the north.
He seemed busy though. I don't know if we should bug him.
I mean, he did just randomly drop a level 9 spell.
Yeah.
It wasn't randomly. It was
Like
it
casual.
was coordinated. There was an AI voice that said
He's an
explosion
artificer.
imminent.
He makes things. That's something he made.
It was a boom.
Yes. And the best part is, the reason it was triggered is because the Archbishop was like, "Do you need help?" And I was like, "Yes, we need help." He's like, "Okay, I'll go get you help." And then the Guildmaster nuked the front door.
Who's
I'm
here
getting off.
for
Good night.
good night? Who's here for Fee's conversation with Java that one night? Was anybody here, or was it just like Shadow?
Which one?
The one where she talked about the vision she had.
Oh man.
Oh,
Shit
from the book? You talked to I was around for that.
is so crazy. There's so much.
Did you get the same? Did he tell you the vision that he told me?
No, I got all of it. You got most of it.
You got more than that?
Maybe.
Oh
Where'd you guys
my
get visions
god.
from?
Oh my.
That was so
Well,
much that he gave me. So
I
much.
got it because I'm a DM and I need to know this shit. That's why I know it.
He's a
But
cheater.
because I'm a cheater. That's fun to be hanging around.
Karnak has a little bit less agency than Kiru. But either way.
But you.
I need some food. I'll be back.
Alright.
Oh my god.
But Yeti, you were there for that? Are you sure?
I don't know, I've been there for lots of your conversations, but not all of them. And I'm also sometimes not fully there, so like... Let's be honest.
The one where she talked to Java the Bard before going in and getting lightning shot at her by a Bjord?
No, not that one. That was her own adventure.
Alright. It was after a session. I just know that a lot of people had gotten off before Fee got to it, so.
I was there for the Bahir when you got. Was it zapped? Yeah.
Yeah, so you were there for the beginning of it.
You've met Snuggles.
His name is Snuggles?
I didn't personally. Fee did.
Fee's met him twice now. She met him today too. She's struggling. That's why she walked in with singed clothes.
What's she doing with the Guildmaster's Bahir?
Guess what would Fee try to do with a new creature that she just met?
He wants to be best friend.
Well, its name, the Guildmaster calls it Snuggles, or Snuffles, or some shit like that.
Well, Fee doesn't know that. Fee just learned today that he doesn't like cheese or berries.
He's a Bahir. Out of character, Bahirs are carnivorous
Oh my
creatures.
I
god.
know. I read up on it, but Fee wouldn't have.
You did?
Yeah.
So if you just offered this thing at Barry and it went terribly wrong, that's what you're saying.
Well, the first
And
time
cheese.
it went terribly wrong, but Java saved her. The second time it went terribly wrong, Java wasn't there to save her, so she was kind of singed when she walked in today.
Yeah.
Her clothes are like.
I still
And she got blasted by a horn tonight too.
That
That was
reminds
pretty
me, Java needs to. Fee needs to RP that. She needs to go repair her horn.
You need to
Oh,
fix
so
your
much
horn
I
money.
gotta
again.
go fix your horn.
I go spend. How
How
much
much
did I
is it?
spend
It's
last
like-
time? It was
It
like.
was only like 400 or some shit.
It actually wasn't that much.
It
yeah.
lowers
No, it wasn't
when
that
it
much.
changes. It depends on the
So-
cost of it. I don't remember. It's like half cost.
It was pretty cheap last time I remember. It was like 280 gold or something like that.
Yeah, it's important
I
to
gotta
have her
figure out-
repaired.
what I should sell some of my rewards for. I've got some weird items to sell.
You should gamble them. That's my advice.
I
Out of
could
character.
gamble them up.
I'm trying to go to the casino, man. I need some
So-
money.
You can roleplay that. There's a roleplay channel now for gambling.
Yeah, but
We're trying to figure that out for sure.
Gear is currently in possession of a couple souls.
Yay! We can make little teddy bears that walk around as souls or something.
Oh no.
That's where you went with that?
Nimsy,
Doesn't that sound fun?
These souls are gonna stay exactly where they fucking are.
Fee,
There's not a thread of
thinks
sanity
you
in
should.
them.
I don't know. It sounds like they should be friends. Fee was there. I was out of character. I was there for that, and I think you should do something.
You think that you would be friends with the Black Wind and the Black Wind Mark II, both of which souls exist in a box in my room in the casino.
You got the black wind? Good lord. I was
got
watching
both
some of
their
that fight.
souls.
Fee will try to become friends with literally anything and anyone, which
Oh.
out of character might be very bad for us later on. Somebody might want to do something.
So does
Somebody is doing something about that with
That's
two
true.
different characters right now. Okay?
That's true. That's true. I'm sorry. My bad.
I'm trying for this party. Okay, I'm trying.
So does Skarnak. Skarnak wants to be friends with things, but no, Giru is a jaded fucking businessman at this point.
Is
He
this?
so like if I could sell them to like a
Boomstick.
demon or an imp or something, but I need to have a big enough ask, and I don't really know what I want. That's the problem. I don't know what Giru wants right now. Spell slots? I mean, maybe, but he never really runs into a huge issue with spell slots. He's gonna start
Alright,
leveling up.
I'll
his
be back
spells.
in just a little bit.
So
Okie
get some food,
dokie.
Valira.
Fucking starving.
Okay, so what could Giru ask for?
I gotta go to bed, guys.
Good
Have a good
night.
one.
Have a good night.
Ugh.
That is GG.
Yeah. The souls are something we can sell, we can trade, maybe find a way to eat them and get stronger. Or I save them as bartering chips, but man, the person I barter those souls from anyways, I got them because he's disappointed in them.
Where in was it in Discord that I had that conversation? I have too many conversations with Java to keep track of what I have. I need RP only, maybe? No. Ask a DM, probably. Let's search Horn of Blasting. 225 gold last time.
Man, what to do? What to do? Also, I didn't think the souls were on the table. I thought he took the souls off the table, but then the whole other punishment that was supposed to be, yeah.
said that wrong. Fee walks in and asks again for her very shattered horn to go boom. That is not what she wants to say.
Oh, Fee.
To be
Oh my.
repaired.
Please help.
You guys are just gonna have explosions going off in the town. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. What could go wrong?
That was pretty funny. How? So what? Like the only time you're gonna use your horn, and it was only for a signal, not even for damage.
Yeah, I didn't even get to
So-
hit
I
anybody
know.
with it.
Even like for an opportunity of attack or anything like that. It was just for a signal. You
Mm.
could have
So
just.
Nimsy, are you gonna try this game? You said you were gonna. You thought about trying it the other day.
What game? And did we get gold for this? I'm sorry.
900 gold and Mega Strikers.
And we eventually will be getting more once we conclude the Sussy Baka.
And we get some loot after the Sussy Baka.
uh,
I kind of, honestly, I kind of think it's the girl who is
The
intelligent.
newlywed.
It's a Chekhov's gun. He had to explain it. It's there for a reason.
It might be one of the centaurs.
It- it's probably most likely, I think, one of the group that didn't know about what's his face, and
Yeah.
also like because they weren't in the memories. They didn't know about the whateverness.
I feel like all my score checks mean nothing because they just completely transformed into the body of the person.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gotta be like we gotta catch.
Greater polymorph or true polymorph.
Yeah.
It could very well be that lady, and she just doesn't know she is. She does have that traumatized past, like it could have happened to her while she was in that village or whatever, and she's just been carrying it this whole time. But I find it very unlikely that if she went through that, she would have like ended up back with the Empire willingly, you know? After being that traumatized about a dragon and what happened to her, I think being anywhere near a dragon would have been tough. I don't know.
I mean, if she's young,
Interesting.
Stockholm.
It could be her. But I don't know. If he is sussy, I want to know. I'm just gonna bug the crap out of me. Why does Java have to do things like work?
Oh my.
Uh,
Getting some norms going of OS.
I don't know when I'll get around to a Mega Strikers or if I'll get around to. There's so many games on the list. So many games.
Well, I'm actually quite nice with new players. I know you've heard me give people shit quite a lot in this game. It's because at the rank we play at, they should be better.
Alright, Fee's got a fixed horn, everybody. Let's go. She's got a fixed horn, and she almost made back her cost today on love potions.
She definitely spent a lot of love potions.
That's pretty much I got it back as much as the cost of all those love potions was, because they were like 90 a pop, and I put 10 in there. So
Nice.
yeah, 900. Yeah.
I didn't spend anything or do anything.
You were great.
Well, I was helping strategize and whatnot, but for me, I'm a melee fighter, and this was all about
Strategy.
Yeah, like very getting in, getting out pretty quick. The one time I made a stealth check, I rolled a 1. So let's just put it like that.
We need more potions of mind reading, because we've used a lot.
I've got 3. I can give you some. I don't use them as much. You're better at like using them than me. So
You can use them. You use them. If you have them, use them. You
I
never
wanted
know when you might need them.
a friendship potion today to talk to fish, but apparently it was a stupid idea.
I would have let you go talk to fish. Fee thought it was a great idea. Talking to fish sounds great.
They're like, I'm sure it has an intelligence of less than 4. I was like, great, then the spell like passes and I don't have to worry about anything. I was like, I gotta get the world's smartest fish. Like, who's to say that fish aren't insightful? This is very specious of our party.
Alright, we're gonna take one of those. We're going to. What else do we need for Fee's endless bag of things and stuff?
There's never enough. Oh, and I bought a potion of invisibility, thinking that this will come in handy.
Ooh, that's
Never
what I used. I used my potion of invisibility, so I'll need that.
I gotta get another one. Glad I could help.
Potion of invisibility, we'll need one of those. And we're gonna need a potion of mind reading, which is another 180. And 450. And our stuff and things. I didn't use fireballs this time though, everybody. Aren't we
I
hype?
know.
No fireballs.
Very nice.
I'm
Very nice.
impressed.
Fee thought about setting the tents on fire with a fireball, but she went for a storm instead.
I'm glad that I miss Bramble and Gribby for sure, but I feel like Gribby wouldn't have had much tact in that situation. He would have probably just started swinging on somebody.
Probably.
We would have had to hide him in the boat and just been like, Gribby, just row.
I think Gribby, the issue would have run into with Gribby would have been like after. When we were doing the investigation.
Yeah. I don't think Gribby would have just necessarily started swinging on somebody though.
He might have.
He would have just started cooking food and been like, whoever doesn't eat this is
Sussy.
is the imposter, and you will die.
That's what Fee should have done. She should have, before she said her name, she should have said, "What's my name?"
What's my name?
Because everybody but the person would have known. Missed opportunity. Alright, we gotta come up with a plan for next time, though. Assuming they're all still there and the world hasn't ended, which is entirely possible.
I mean, it's just one dragon. We've dealt with dragons before.
Karnak literally has eaten one.
It's a half dragon, because Java even gave away that as a context clue if anyone was listening.
I picked up on that too.
Yeah.
But that's even better. Like a half dragon, that's not even a whole dragon. I could deal with a half dragon.
I need to go find a way to suss out creatures. What potions do we get? What do we got? What are our options, guys?
Want to potion this out?
There's gotta be something in here that we have that'll tell us.
You need Zone of Truth.
I don't know what that is. What is Zone of
The
Truth?
spell. It's designed for this exact scenario.
Does anybody have Zone of Truth?
Yeah, I think Timmy said he has it.
What does Zone of Truth do? Let's take a
The
look.
zone where everyone has to tell the truth.
But they would be telling the truth because they know in their minds it is the truth. Because their memories have all been fucked with.
Yeah, but magical truth is wonky.
I mean, it's worth a shot at this point. We pretty much tried so much.
Yeah, it's true. Potion of Seed, Speed, Sovereign Glue. Can half dragons fly?
Depends on which half. I don't know, honestly.
That would make sense, but I don't think it works that way in D&D.
Come on.
I agree. Was Yeti? Do you know? Do half dragons fly?
Half dragons fly. Yes, as an action, they can sprout wings. But not innately fly like you're thinking.
Nobody had the thoughts of like
they don't have an
dragons
innate
being.
fly speed. The best way to deal with a dragon, if it knows it's a dragon, is to challenge its ego. Dragons are notoriously egotistical. So although you were on the right plan by insulting the dragon, challenging the ego of a dragon is actually the way generally to piss them off the most.
I don't think they know they're a dragon. I think their minds are also just as confused. Because he looked through all the minds and the memories and everybody.
Unless they're hiding their mind from divination magic like Giru does.
What is that spell?
Protection against scrying and divination.
Yeah, I mean, I can't look into like intelligence and wisdom and stuff like that, so
It's not
I don't know if they're
scrying though. It's just
Any
high
divination, any form of divination magic, including mind reading, counts as scrying.
Okay.
That's why detect good and evil doesn't actually work on Giru.
So
Because
Giru's evil?
No, yeah, if he doesn't wear it, the Empire can just sort of see wherever the fuck he is for free. So any form of divination school magic does not work on Giru except for, say, like a mind spike, but even the mind spike's effect wouldn't work, just its damage.
Well, we could kill them all one by one and then revive them.
That was a notably bad idea.
How many diamonds do you have?
Not many, but we can go ask the guild for some.
That's a great way to make sure that our guild is very, kind and merciful. Our reputation will just be
It's
great.
a great way to show that we're not with a guild. It's by murder.
If we revive them one by one, though, they're
the
not
forest knows we're
staying dead.
with the guild.
We're bringing them back, and I assume that would cancel any things that are on them if they're dead and then brought back.
I mean, you don't know what death entails. That might be a scary experience. Maybe death was better than life, and you bring them back and they'll be bummed out.
They won't be dead long enough.
You're like a minute of death.
It's less than like a few seconds, I think. In order to cast the revive spell, it has to be like really.
But how
short.
are we gonna kill them? We gotta do like the most ethical killing, lethal injection.
That's up
Just
to
some
person's
Avada
opinion.
Kedavra or whatever.
Avada Kedavra.
That seems like it happens pretty quick and painless.
Ooh, I don't know. I think the fast way might be to find a fast way to get what's his face.
We'll just make them all drink poison at the same time, and then we'll just revive them one by one.
We could try Druid Grove. We could make them all touch fire.
Why?
Red dragon would be resistant to fire.
The red dragon would be resistant to fire, yeah. That's an interesting idea. But again, that's pretty mean to all the 22 of them that aren't dragons.
It's also, if it's polymorphed, it won't work. Polymorph retains all of the features except except a wisdom check and a constitution check.
If it was
None of
polymorphed,
them
it would have
had crazy
transferred back though,
constitution.
because polymorph only lasts an hour. So
And
I don't
again,
think
like
it's poly.
I checked all their constitutions. None of them had crazy constitutions. I think one of them had like one more constitution than me.
again, if they transform into something else, they retain that thing's constitution. Whenever you physically transform, you gain all the physical stats, constitution, dexterity, and strength, and you retain all your mental stats generally. Charisma. Oh fuck! I gotta pick an ability. Charisma, wisdom, intelligence. Polymorph sometimes doesn't work that way, especially right for turning someone into like a rabbit. They kind of turn into a moronic rabbit.
Nimsy made a good point though. Like, how long is that gonna last? Like, they can't just
True
keep casting.
if it's the draconic polymorph, it's at will.
I got no ideas. I'm running out of options.
I don't think we can do it with the current spells we have. We gotta outsource this problem.
Did you have an idea, Yeti? You're normally the man with all the ideas.
Yeah. There's a variety of we're trying to get through a draconic polymorph. First thing you get is detect good and evil. If it is part of a red dragon group, it would be evil.
I don't think I have detect good and evil. I have detect magic and protection from good and evil, but
Second of all, the Lycan's bite is right. It's a sign of their attachment to Jawad. And Jawad was never in the camp to deliver the bite. So right, there's lots of red herrings, essentially.
Well, some had tattoos.
Yeah, because they're not Lycans.
We should have seen if we could rub off the tattoos, if it was like ink.
No, it'd be a magical tattoo.
Okay. Well, to everybody still watching, thank you. I appreciate it. I am going to end the stream here tonight. It is late. I am tired. I appreciate it. We will hopefully find out the mystery next week. And
getting episodic.
Episode 1 of D&D Saving the Forest Friends. To be continued next time in whatever we are. Fee and Friends.
It pretty much was the Fee show tonight.
Fee did spend like half of it doing it. Alright though. It's been fun, everybody. I'm gonna swap you over to the end screen and then we'll call it. Yeah.